Duan. A bell tolled from the depths of the universe, piercing through the endless stars, exploding in the ears of every single person on Earth at the exact same moment. The sound seemed to command everyone to drop whatever they were doing and listen, reverently, to the will of some higher dimension. People of Blue Planet, congratulations. For the first time, the Cosmic Overlord Academy is opening enrollment to the wild civilizations of the primordial star region. Any who possess qualified bone structure and talent, and who willingly participate in the life and death trial, may enter the trial space to undergo evaluation. Those who pass will train at the Academy, earn an Overlord certificate, and receive territory allocated by the Cosmic Alliance, becoming a great Overlord of the stars. Before the voice even finished, a massive pillar of light slammed down from the void toward Blue Planet. The instant it pierced the atmosphere, it burst into millions of beams thin as needle points, sinking into the foreheads of countless people. One beam of light stabbed into the space between my brows. Ding, congratulations. Detection passed. Bone structure and talent qualified. Do you willingly participate in the life and death trial? Failure to choose before the countdown ends will be treated as a forfeit. 10-9. My name is Subai, 27 years old. I used to be a man who smiled a lot. That is, until the year housing prices hit their peak, when I took out a loan to buy an apartment whose foundation I'll never even see get laid. 2 years now, and all that's there is a patch of weed-choked wasteland, and 30 years of mortgage payments stretching out ahead of me. The smile disappeared from my face a long time ago. A life and death trial. I stared at that beam of light between my brows, my throat tightening. The risk of death was laid out plainly. But rather than spend 30 years as a workhorse, only to die old buried under mortgage statements, I'd rather roll the dice. Besides, I'm an orphan. As long as I'm fed, the whole family's fed. 5, 4, 3. Yes, I volunteer. I cut in 1 second before the countdown hit 0, my voice firm and resolute. The moment the words left my mouth, a tremendous force lifted me off the ground. Together with everyone chosen across the world, I floated above Blue Planet, quietly waiting for some kind of reception. That majestic voice rang out once more. The 5 rules are now declared. Rule 1. The evaluation consists of 3 stages. Stage 1. The Survival Challenge. It tests your ability to stay alive in an unfamiliar, desperate situation. Those who pass may enter a first-tier sub-academy, and upon graduation become a 1-star overlord, with a complete star system as their territory, containing at least 1 habitable planet. An entire star system. My throat bobbed, and a cluster of scorching fire leapt up in my eyes. Ambition. I'm an orphan. I have no family tree, but I can build one with my own hands. Starting from my page, I'd be the founding ancestor. Rule 2. The entire trial may be live-streamed, viewable across the whole primordial star region. Whether to stream, when to stream, and how long to stream is entirely up to you. After taking on that mortgage, I'd long since learned to keep my head down, putting myself on display for all eyes to see. I'm instinctively averse to it. At least the choice was mine. I quietly breathed a sigh of relief. There was no way I'd livestream. The next second, my face froze. Thank God no one could hear my inner thoughts. Live streaming earns you tips, bets, investments, and ad revenue, all settled together after the assessment as the startup capital for building your domain. Tippers are automatically added to your fan list, signaling their willingness to join your future domain. Once the assessment ends, you can set criteria to screen them and send invitations to those who qualify. Fans can tip multiple people, and in the end choose just one invitation to accept, or none at all. When you're rich, you can afford to be picky. As for me, I could set a threshold to keep criminals and wrongdoers out of my domain. Clearing the trials, earning startup capital, and gathering subjects. You'll have to weigh these 3 yourself. The voice carried a deeper meaning. I frowned. It seemed I couldn't get away with not streaming at all. Otherwise, even if I cleared the trials, I'd be a commander with no troops, no money, no people, unable to take a single step forward. Third, within the trial space, there are ranger isles for recruiting civil officials and military generals, barracks isles for enlisting soldiers, coin isles for trading, carefree isles for indulgence, resource isles hiding minerals, spirit herbs, and ferocious beasts, mist isles shrouded in perpetual fog, where danger and opportunity coexist, pirate isles ruled by bloodlust and plunder, and breeding soil isles that can fuse with and upgrade your floating island. All-encompassing, waiting for you to explore. Remember, civil officials and military generals are the foundation of your future regime, and your floating island is the core of your domain's capital. Choose carefully. Be deliberate. Startup capital, first-generation subjects, founding cabinet, capital core. The moment I cleared the trials, I could take office immediately. What an extravagant setup. Truly worthy of the Cosmic Lord Academy. Fourth, those with divine-grade root bones are seed contestants, granted one unlimited draw upon entering the space. Those with divine-level talents will automatically activate their innate abilities and likewise receive one unlimited draw. Ordinary trial takers only get a single beginner's draw, with prizes topping out at first-tier superior grade. I wondered what my root bones and talents were like. I knew divine grade and divine level were 1 in 100 million. But what if? Hadn't I just eaten my words after swearing I'd never livestream? Here's hoping I'd be proven wrong again this time. Fifth, as long as you're on your own floating island, you may exit the assessment at any time. You can take away the cultivation techniques and skills you've memorized, but you can't take any physical objects. All items on the island and your livestream earnings will go into the Academy's scholarship pool. Cultivating for immortality is something etched into the very bones of the Chinese people. In that moment, my blood stirred. Being able to exit, that was very humane. If I truly hit a dead end, I could return to Blue Star with my techniques and cultivation, and my future would still be bright. Paying off my mortgage would be a trivial matter. Free to advance or retreat. The prerequisite being, first, I had to master the technique, then push my cultivation higher. Meanwhile, back on Blue Star, countless people who had lost their nerve and backed out at the last second, the ones who never got chosen, were now beating their chests and kicking themselves, sick with regret. Fortune always favors those bold enough to place their bets. And finally, within the trial space, strength is everything. Anything goes. The sky returned to a deep blue. In an instant, I and all the other trial takers vanished. So this is the floating island. I pinched my thigh, forcing myself to stay calm, and quickly scanned my surroundings. By the faint starlight, I could make it out. The island was small, maybe a few thousand square meters, with a little wooden cabin at its center. Otherwise, it was completely empty. Beyond the island lay a vast void, with the occasional star flickering, radiating a spine-chilling dread, as if the next moment it would swallow me and the island beneath my feet whole. Ding! Congratulations, Blue Star Trial Taker number 10010. You have passed the 3 preliminary selections and become a Tier 1 Floating Island Master. 3. Besides Bone Root and Talent, there was a third one? Before I could think it through. Ding! Divine Tier Talent Ability activated. Eye of Insight. Ding! Congratulations, Blue Star Trial Taker number 10010. You possess Divine Grade Bone Root and Divine Tier Talent, a rare double seed candidate. You have earned 2 unrestricted lottery draws. HSSSS. My eyes went wide. I actually scored Divine Tier across the board? Before, I'd only dared to dream of hitting the mark on a single one. That alone would have been my ancestors' graves smoking with good fortune. But double Divine Tier? Am I the chosen one or something? I swallowed hard. First unrestricted draw. Please choose one from the 10 treasure chests. 10 golden treasure chests suddenly materialized before me. Sealed shut. I couldn't see a thing inside. So wasn't it all the same no matter which one I picked? Just as I was thinking that, my brow suddenly began to itch. I rubbed it hard. The next second, the contents of all 10 chests, along with the details of every single item, flooded into my vision. Holy crap, so this is the Eye of Insight. How is this any different from cheating? Stunned as I was, I didn't dare waste time. I was still just a mortal, and I had no idea how long this ability would hold up. The best steel goes to the blade's edge. My gaze swept to the first chest. Zhuge Repeating Crossbow, rank 1 superior. Pass. Great for the beginner phase, but it's only rank 1. An unrestricted draw definitely shouldn't have just this. Water, mortal rank. Pass. As long as you're willing to explore, water can always be found. Blazing Sun Sword Codex, rank 10. A top-tier fire attribute technique. cultivatable up to demigod, containing the swordplay Blazing Sun 9 forms and the secret art Blazing Sun Scorches Heaven. HSSSS. Good stuff. My breath caught, and I nearly blurted out my choice on the spot. Reason yanked me back just in time. Taking a deep breath, I forced down my excitement and kept scanning. After going through all 10 chests, without hesitation, I pointed to the 9th chest. Not the Blazing Sun Sword Codex. No hesitation whatsoever. All because of 3 words: Transcendent Grade. 9 Revolutions God Devil Art. Transcendent Grade. Description: none. No description. But those 3 words, Transcendent Grade, were enough. There was nothing in this world more convincing than that. Ding! Congratulations, you've drawn a Transcendent Grade Cultivation Art. 9 Revolutions God Devil Art. A streak of light shot into my brow, transforming into a black and white jade butterfly shaped like a yin-yang fish. Second unlimited draw. Please choose one. This time, I stayed calm and immediately activated the Eye of Insight. The very first chest made my heart skip a beat. Myriad Beast Tower, a 9-star divine artifact. 5 functions: trap, command, devour, suppress, and defend. It could trap enemies, command beasts, devour all living things, suppress all beasts, and when hovering overhead, defend against attacks from an opponent 1 major realm above me. Offense and defense combined, with support abilities on top. I quickly scanned the other 9. The best among them was nothing more than a 9th-tier Blood Butcher Saber. I choose the first one. Ding! Congratulations, you've drawn a 9-star divine artifact, Myriad Beast Tower. Another streak of light sank into my sea of consciousness. Maybe it was because of the Eye of Insight, but as an ordinary mortal, I'd somehow already opened my sea of consciousness ahead of schedule, and I could even look inward. There, within my sea of consciousness, the black and white jade butterfly floated silently, and beside it stood a 9-story blood jade pagoda, its body carved all over with beast patterns. Ding! Stage 1, Survival Challenge. Clear condition: survive within the trial space for 10 cosmic days, by any means. Note 1. 1 cosmic day equals approximately 16.8 blue star days. Note 2. The gravity in this space is 1.32 times that of blue star. Note 3. The first cosmic day is a beginner protection period. Gravity remains normal, and wild floating islands cannot attack you. Protection ends after 1 day. 168 days. Not long, but not short either. I couldn't survive by just hunkering down on the island. I'd have to go out and explore, find water, find food. More importantly, within 16 days, I had to raise my cultivation to a level that could withstand 1.32 times the gravity. Otherwise, even walking would be a struggle. Forget dealing with any real dangers. Fortunately, I had a cultivation art right out of the gate, along with divine-grade spiritual roots. The corners of my mouth curled up on their own. This was the first mover advantage. 1 step ahead meant every step ahead. Ding! Floating Island Assistant AI activated. Ding! Beginner draw unlocked. Please choose one. I had a beginner reward too. I immediately swept the Eye of Insight across it. Green blade sword, purified water, steamed buns, fierce tiger art. Going down the list, it was all food, water, and low-tier weapons. The cultivation arts were garbage. I'd stopped caring about those long ago. To test the limits of my ability, I went back and examined each one again. A sharp pain shot through my brow, and my vision blurred and cut out for a moment. I'd hit my limit. I immediately withdrew my divine power and made my decision. I'll take the 6th one. Ding! Congratulations. You've obtained a Tier 1 superior weapon, the Juga Repeating Crossbow. Juga Repeating Crossbow. Maximum range of 3,000 meters, effective kill range of 600 meters, 10-shot rapid fire. Comes with a quiver and 30 bolts. A handheld crossbow that fires 3,000 meters, more powerful than most guns. But here in this trial space, anything was possible. Long range, rapid fire. Perfect for ambushes and sniping. My ticket to surviving the early game, locked in. The drawing is complete. The trial officially begins. A countdown will appear above your island lord's manor. May you all become great lords of the starry sky. That commanding voice trailed off, pulling my thoughts back to the present. Above the wooden cabin, A line of blood-red numbers floated into view. 9 cosmic days, 16 blue star days, 19 hours, 11 minutes, 59 seconds. At the same moment, a sliver of pale light broke across the boundless horizon. Light chased away the darkness, and the area around my island gradually brightened. At the edge of my vision, the silhouettes of 3 floating islands emerged, each regular in shape, but varying in size. But I couldn't spare them any attention right now. I walked straight toward the wooden cabin at the center of my island lord's manor. The door creaked open. A 10-square-meter room. 1 bed, 1 table, 1 stool. 2 pieces of flint on the table. That was everything I owned. I sat down on the wooden bed, hard as a rock. But so what? I'd survived far worse. Right now, I had more important things to deal with. Support AI, are you there? Before the words had even left my mouth, a palm-sized green sprite popped out of thin air, doing a somersault in midair for good measure. Blue Star Island Spirit number 10010 at your service. What can you do for me? I cut straight to the point. Check your stats, monitor the channels, pilot the floating island, run radar scans and early warnings, answer your questions. Oh, and keep you company on lonely nights. It tilted its head. Bottom line, I'm very useful. Pretty advanced. Something stirred in my mind. Show me my stats first. A pale blue transparent interface snapped open in front of me. Trial participant no, Blue Star 10010. Name, Subai. Realm, Novice Apprentice. Strength, 0. Cultivation technique. 9 transformations God Demon Art, not yet cultivated. Bone Root, Divine Grade. Innate Divine Power. God Tier, Eye of Insight. Sees through all concealment within 10 meters. Lasts up to 2 minutes. Grows with cultivation. Personal storage space. 1 cubic meter. Juga repeating crossbow times 1. Floating island level, level 1. A string of question marks exploded in my mind. Explain. Strength 0 is the dividing line between apprentice and body forging realm. Break past 0, and you enter the first stage of body forging. The island spirit laid it out clearly. Bone Root ranges from no grade to divine grade. 12 tiers in all. No grade means you're stuck at the 3rd stage of body forging for life. Only those of divine grade are qualified to challenge the divine realm. For this selection, 4th grade is the minimum. I smiled faintly. Divine grade. Those 2 words carried serious weight. Innate talents come in 5 tiers, fixed at birth and unchangeable. Even the lowest tier qualifies you for selection. Floating islands can merge loam to expand their land, or fuse modules to accelerate upgrades. Once an attribute is maxed out, it advances automatically. By the time I finished listening, 2 paths had already taken shape in my mind. Path 1. Grab the Juga repeating crossbow and charge toward those 3 floating islands in the distance. Path 2. Cultivate the 9 revolutions divine demon art first, then head out once I was strong enough. I barely hesitated. Whether it was dealing with the gravity increase after the protection period ended, or venturing out to explore and hunt, strength was the foundation of everything. With a starting point this good, playing it safe was the way to go. There was no way I'd let myself capsize in a ditch. Cultivate first. Even a single point stronger meant a better chance of surviving out there. I'm a man of action. I closed my eyes, let my consciousness sink into my sea of awareness, and touched that black and white yin-yang jade disc. Boom! A stream of information came surging in. The 9 revolutions divine demon art was divided into 4 volumes. For now, I could only glimpse the first layer of the first volume, the 9 revolutions primordial art, which covered 2 realms, body forging and chi refining. Only once I cultivated chi refining to its limit would the jade disc automatically unlock what came after. The body forging realm had 9 stages, with a chasm every 3 stages and combat power skyrocketing exponentially. The first stage capped at 200 kilograms, the third at 600, followed by a bottleneck. Break through into the 4th stage, and your blood chi could be released outward, crushing anyone below. Reach the 7th stage, and your blood chi could leave the body to wound enemies. Your true energy condensing into something solid, your entire being like a vast sea. The further you went, the more terrifying the gaps became. Fighting above your level was harder than climbing to the heavens. And this was only the first realm. I drew several deep breaths, forcing down the shock in my heart. Following what the art described, I settled into a stance and slowly regulated my breathing. One toe touches earth while four take flight. The heaven's gate opens as the earth's door seals shut. Maybe it was the divine grade bone root and the divine tier talent at work. In just 3 short minutes, I grasped that subtle, mysterious feeling. I slipped into a meditative trance, forgetting everything around me. Meanwhile, back on Blue Star, chaos had long since erupted. Why did I hesitate just now? Otherwise, I could have entered the trial space as an island lord too. The heavens are unjust. Because you were afraid to die. The reply came fast and brutal. Ha ha ha, I'm dying. The most tragic ones are the people whose bone root was too poor to even get a choice. Damn, boomerang. I'm one of the grade-less ones. What? There's a grade-less category too? First time I've seen that. The higher the bone root, the rarer it is. Scarcity makes it precious. Who knows? Maybe being grade-less means there's no upper limit at all. In the capital, at a certain base, an elderly man in military uniform wore a grave expression. How many people worldwide entered the trial space? What's China's share? Reporting, Commander, 214,118 people globally. Based on our analysis, each nation's ID numbers are sequential, and China's range is 1 to 44,607. No, 44,607 people total, accounting for 20.83%, higher than our country's share of the world population. The old man cracked a rare smile. Good news. Then his tone turned grave. Focus surveillance on the live stream rooms of our fellow Chinese. Filter out the most promising ones as fast as you can and set up a dedicated team. Yes, sir. The same scene played out in every nation. Fewer than 1 in 10 had gone live, and the trial takers who'd already shown themselves instantly became the focus of the whole world's attention, overshadowing even the hottest celebrities, as if it were some global super talent show. Blue Star number 10010, the Island Lord's Manor. Phew. I slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and straightened up, suddenly feeling refreshed and clear-headed, my whole body brimming with boundless energy, as if my flesh had been completely remade. I lifted my shirt and grinned. My long-lost 8-pack abs were back. Cultivation burns through energy like crazy. I'd torched every ounce of flab clean off, returning to my absolute prime. Except, gurgle. I patted my stomach and gave a wry smile. Poor scholars, rich martial artists. Years of stored-up fat wasn't even enough to burn through. Looks like I'd better solve the food problem, and fast. I stepped out of the cabin and looked up at the countdown on the roof. 9 universe days, 16 blue star days, 16 hours, 23 minutes, 44 seconds. I actually cultivated for nearly 3 hours? Cultivation really does make time fly. I hadn't noticed a thing. It had felt like mere moments. Then I checked my stats. Realm, body forging realm. First layer, early stage. Strength, 5.6 kilograms. Cultivation art, 9 revolutions divine demon manual, 9 revolutions chaos origin art. First layer. Martial skills, world stream divine finger, 9-fold mystic origin spear, star river at arm's length, all not yet mastered. Talent divine ability, god tier, eye of insight, see through 30 meters, sustainable for 5 minutes. A single session of meditation, and I'd skipped straight past the intermediate and advanced apprentice tiers into the body forging realm. Even my unarmed, weapon, and movement martial skills had all come together at once. My heart trembled slightly. This was what a true inheritance really meant. Should I practice some martial skills? The thought had barely surfaced when a sharp cramp in my gut cut it short. Fill my stomach first. I shook my head. Hungry as I was, I still had strength. But if I actually ran out of gas, then no matter how strong I was, I couldn't unleash even a tenth of my power. That would be truly miserable. Island spirit. How do I move the floating island? Pick a direction, Island Lord, and I'll steer. I pointed toward the nearest floating island. Head that way. Stop when we're 100 meters out. My radar range was exactly 100 meters. I'd scan it first, then decide. Yes. The floating island slowly started up at a painfully slow speed. How long? 14 minutes, 36 seconds. Full speed. I had nothing better to do anyway. Pull up the regional channel. The interface popped up, and a line of text in the upper right corner jumped out at me. Blue Star Region number 11. 989/1000. Less than 3 hours in, and 11 are already dead. Or did they just quit? Probably both. A chill ran through me as my eyes swept across the comments. There are savage beasts and vicious beasts out on the wild islands. You can still fight the low-tier savage beasts, but whatever you do, don't touch the vicious ones. I got one look from a distance and nearly died of fright. Only made it back because I run fast. Following the discussion, I pieced it together. Savage beasts corresponded to apprentices, while vicious beasts started at Tier 1 Star 1, corresponding to the first level of body forging. That voice at the start mentioned 3 conditions. Any guesses what they were? Root bones, talent, and a 10-second countdown. Wrong. Root bones and talent are one and the same. They set your ceiling. The second is decisiveness. The recruitment was rushed on purpose to deny you time to think. A stress test. The third is hidden. Age. 1 to 3 cosmic years, meaning 16.57 to 49.71 years old. They only picked people in their prime. I gave a slight nod. That made sense. If we could all gather together and stick as a group, that'd be great. We just need to survive 10 cosmic days. I didn't see it that way. This place was called a trial space, not a charity space. More people didn't necessarily mean more safety. But I kept it to myself. It was just a hunch. No point running my mouth and setting myself up to eat my words. Any big bro willing to share a cultivation technique? I'll keep him company for a week when we get back to Blue Star. Are you still half asleep? You want a technique? Go find Money Island. Problem was, where was Money Island? Nobody knew. Island spirit. How do I find Money Island? It moves. Its location is never fixed, and finding it takes a stroke of luck. But Money Island glitters with golden light. You can spot it from 500 kilometers away. Impossible to miss. Remember, the moment you run into it, tell me right away. If I'm in seclusion, hang back at a distance and wait for me to come out. Got it, Island Master. Time flew by as I browsed. By the time the floating island across the way had come into clear view, I snapped my focus back, gripped my Juga repeating crossbow, and loaded the 10 bolts into the magazine one by one. The instant the unknown floating island slid within 100 meters of my radar, the island spirit's voice sounded in my mind. Master, Tier 1 resource type wild floating island, area 2.5 square kilometers. Main resources, oil pine, jade-eyed snake, snake blood grass, blood rice, red-tailed chicken. Tier 1. I did a quick mental calculation. The wild floating islands in the trial space range from Tier 1 to Tier 10, with the rank determined solely by the strongest creature on the island. Tier 1 didn't sound like much, but Tier 1 Star 1 was Tier 1, and so was Tier 1 Star 9, and the gap between them was worlds apart. Get careless, and you could still capsize in a ditch. What about the exact level and numbers? Unavailable. Not unless the radar fully covers the entire island. But there are images of the resources. I nodded. Good enough. Bring them up. A virtual screen materialized before my eyes. 5 images, 5 resources, and that was it. If I bring these things back, or get them within radar range, can you figure out what they're used for? I asked casually, though a wire pulled taut inside me. I couldn't let anyone catch on to what my eye could really do, especially not on a live stream. If the radar could analyze it, I'd give the credit to the radar. If it couldn't, I'd have to learn to hide it. Yes, and I can use that to build databases for you. Master of beasts, spirit herbs, spirit medicines, and ores. One scan, instant results. Down the line, you could even trade the data with other trial takers. I raised an eyebrow. This island spirit actually knew how to scheme on my behalf. Good. That job's yours from now on. Yes, Master. She answered brightly. Do a lap around the island first. The floating island drifted slowly, circling the strange island a full time around. 3 sides were dense forest, so thick you couldn't see past the outer edge, let alone what lay inside. Only one side was open ground, a sweeping expanse of blood-red rice paddies, with several large roosters weaving through the rippling stalks and the shadows of the trees. A clear stream flowed out of the woods, splitting the paddies in 2, the water so clear it made your eyes ache. Each of those roosters had 1 to 3 bright red feathers on its tail. Blood rice. Crimson-tailed roosters. No need to guess. A treasure of a place. I stared at that patch of red, my throat tightening, and right on cue, my stomach growled. Food and water. Out here, they were life itself. Master, shall we start the live stream? For a first hunt, the Dark Plane platform usually throws you a bit of promoted traffic. I froze. I'd almost forgotten about that. Do it. Blue Star, Capital Base. Chief, another one of our trial takers just opened a live stream. From the feed, his floating island has pulled up close to a wild floating island. Looks like he's about to explore or hunt. Zhang Yong didn't look up. Get the location, open a file, send someone to record it in real time. Anything unusual, report to me immediately. Yes, sir. How many dead so far? How many have pulled out? The staffer's fingers flew across the keyboard, and a live chart unfolded. Combining all sources, 183 confirmed dead worldwide, 31 of ours. 114 have chosen to withdraw and confirm their return to Blue Star, 19 of ours. In under 3 hours, 297 were out. Zhang Yong turned the number over in his mind, knuckle tapping lightly against the edge of the desk. The ones who withdrew, have we made contact? We have. Invited them into the Dragon Group. 17 agreed on the spot, 2 are still thinking it over. Any of them bring cultivation techniques back out? His tone was flat, but his heart tightened. Coming. The whole world is watching cultivation techniques. Whoever gets one first wins the head start in this new era. There's one. Liu, active duty soldier. His technique is called Great Dragon Elephant Strength, Tier 1 Superior Grade. He turned it over voluntarily when he joined. Good. Good. Heaven truly blesses China. Zhang Yong said good 3 times in a row, unable to contain his excitement. But once he calmed down, he frowned again. A Tier 1 superior grade right off the bat, and he's an active duty soldier. That's a huge advantage. So why did he quit? He was ambushed by a Tier 1, 2-star beast, gravely wounded, and barely made it back to the floating island. The beast couldn't climb onto the island for the first day, so he managed to survive. But there was no medicine, no supplies up there. If he hadn't quit, he'd have just been waiting to die. Zhang Yong fell silent for a moment. Luck, sometimes it matters more than natural talent. Where's Liu now? Military Family Hospital, undergoing treatment. Set it up. I want to see him in person. Shanghai, an office building. Huh? The system recommended a live stream on its own. Li Wenhao, who'd been slacking off watching streams, paused. Then it clicked. There were only 3 reasons the system pushed a stream: a highlight moment, a first hunt, or someone he knew had gone live. Any one of them was enough to pique his curiosity. He clicked in, and a familiar face jumped out at him. Holy crap, it's old Sue. He shot to his feet, startling half the office. Li Wenhao, you okay? I'm fine. It's Su Bai who's got something going on. He didn't bother lowering his voice at all. I was wondering how he vanished after going to the bathroom. Thought he'd fallen in. Turns out he became a trial taker and entered the trial space. What? No way. What's the live stream number? Let me take a look. Li Wenhao glanced at the top right corner. Blue Star 10010. It really is Su Bai. How is he this ridiculously lucky? Is that a crossbow in his hands? Did he pull a weapon from the newbie draw? Ranged weapons are seriously awesome early on. But he didn't get a technique, so it'll be rough later. If he quits, the crossbow's useless. It's the technique that's worth something. That's only if you're planning to quit. If you're actually going for the clear, a weapon's the best possible start. What's everyone doing? Get back to work. The manager poked his head out and barked. The crowd scattered back to their desks like mice spotting a cat. But nobody was in the mood to work. Every phone was secretly refreshing Su Bai's stream. Even the manager, back in his own little office, pulled up the stream, muttering, "This kid's got some serious luck." The trial space. Island Spirit, if I shoot from here, can I hit those red-tailed chickens? A red-tailed chicken crouched in a small pit. No telling if it was laying an egg or just spacing out, completely unaware of me and the floating island drawing near. You're within range. It all comes down to your aim, master. Obviously. But I smiled, because what I wanted wasn't. This is the answer, the confirmation. Across the void between the 2 islands. Could this arrow make it through? Raise the crossbow. Focus. Aim. The next instant, an itch flared between my brows, and that familiar sensation came flooding back. The world snapped into sharp clarity. The red-tailed fowl in the distance seemed to magnify and pull close. as if I could reach out and touch it. I made a slight adjustment to the arrowhead's angle, and without a shred of hesitation, squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! The three-edged arrow tore through the void. The fowl seemed to catch a whiff of murderous intent and curiously turned its head. Then terror exploded in its eyes, and it flailed to escape. Too late. Thunk! The arrow bit into flesh, blood sprayed, and it punched clean through the chest, pinning the bird savagely to the ground. Wings thrashed, throat rattled out a strangled cry, all useless. In under 3 seconds, it went completely still. At the moment of death, a few copper coins and a dagger-shaped weapon rose up off the corpse, hovering in midair, giving off a faint glow, like loot dropping in a video game. Notification chimes went off one after another. Ding! Slayed one high-grade beast, red-tailed fowl. Reward, 25 mortal tier points. Ding! First hunt completed. Reward, 250 mortal tier points. Ding! 10th successful hunter in Blue Star region number 11. Reward, 1 first tier point. So there really are points. The corner of my mouth curled up. I wasn't the first. After all, I'd spent nearly 3 hours cultivating first, which cost me time. I honestly never expected there'd be a first kill bonus. Otherwise, I would have risked taking a shot sooner. But I have no regrets. That one session of meditation pushed me straight from novice apprentice to the early stage of the first level of body forging. The time I saved was worth far more than a few points. As for the gap from the first kill, I'll make it up with a few more kills. Points have only one use: the lottery. Mortal tier points draw from the mortal tier pool, first tier points from the first tier pool. Low tier can't be exchanged for high tier, but high tier converts to low tier at 1 to 100. Gather 1,000, and you get 1 draw. 1 first tier point, 275 mortal tier points. Not a bad opening. Oh right, that feeling just now. Something stirred in my mind. That itch between my brows when I fired probably had something to do with my innate divine ability. But I was live streaming right now, not the time to dig into it. I pushed the theory aside. This one arrow became the highlight. The moment the Dark Plane platform kicked off its small-scale broadcast push, the viewer count in my stream shot up from 4 digits straight to 6. That distance had to be at least 100, maybe 200 meters. One-shot kill. This Subtitles got real chops. Probably just a lucky guess, someone said sourly. Luck's part of skill too. Let's see you guess one. The way he fired was decisive, dead confident. This is a promising talent. Humph. Shoot another one if you've got the guts. The comments had barely scrolled past when reality slapped them hard across the face. The second one, third one. Every arrow hit its mark. I turned off the Damaku to focus on the hunt. So whatever they were saying, I didn't catch a word of it. And I had no idea that 100,000 viewers had already quietly crowded into my livestream. Riding the momentum, I took aim at one farther out. Ding! Mid-tier beast red-tailed fowl slain. Mortal rank points +5. Ding! Low-tier beast red-tailed fowl slain. Mortal rank points +1. 7 arrows, 7 kills. I cleared out every red-tailed fowl in the rice paddies and along the forest's edge. Each highlight reel drew an even bigger surge of traffic. By now, the viewer count in my stream had blown past 7 digits. In just a few short moments, I went from a nameless trialist to a name that carried a little weight. Shanghai. An office building. Holy crap, old Sue's this good? How'd we never notice before? Li Wenhao was floored all over again. I always figured Su Bai was just a handsome guy. Never guessed he could nail every shot with a bow. I've seen plenty of people activate talent-based powers. You think Su Bai's has something to do with shooting? Otherwise, how could every arrow land dead on? Someone was just guessing wildly, but they actually got it right. He's cracked 1 million viewers. This guy's about to blow up. With skills like these, he might really clear the first trial. SSSS, wouldn't that make him a 1-star lord? A whole solar system. Envy is tearing me apart at the molecular level. Jealousy has me completely unrecognizable. Didn't they say if you tip him, you become a fan, and down the road you get an invitation to join his territory as a citizen? We're all old Sue's co-workers. If we tip now, we can go live it up on his turf later. Talk about a bright future. At least we'd be halfway on the inside. Someone's eyes lit up greedily. I looked it up. The minimum tip is 1 gold coin, 50 grams, which at current gold prices is nearly 50 grand. And here's the thing, it's only just started. There are still 168 days left. Who's to say he'll make it through? If he fails, that money's gone for good. A bucket of cold water dumped on the mood, and the enthusiasm cooled by half. 50 grand is no small sum for a working stiff. Let's wait and see then. The group hesitated. But Li Wenhao was running the numbers in his head. Tipping or not was one thing, but gold was only going to go up from here, skyrocket. Even, since it's the only thing Blue Star can put on the table to trade with the universe. A hard currency. He'd buy some the second he got off work. Beijing base. Chief, this Subai has serious potential. Out of all our nation's trialists, he's a lock for the top 20, and he's already seized an early advantage. Lu Min, whose sole job was surveillance, reported it the moment it happened. Zhang Yong was already in the car, rushing to the military family hospital, so he could only listen to the briefing over the phone. You dig up his personal info? Subai? 27, orphan. From what we've found, he shouldn't have ever handled a bow or crossbow. That's the strange part. We suspect he's activated some kind of shooting-related, or a talent ability similar to Eagle Eye. That's the only thing that makes sense. Pull in more people. I want more detailed intel. Understood. In the car, Zhang Yong pulled up the live stream and stared at Subai on the screen, frowning. Tell me, what was he doing during those nearly 3 hours before this? Probably looking for a wild floating island. The unluckiest trial takers don't have a single one nearby. Or maybe he was getting his head straight. Plenty of people bury their heads in the sand when they first go in and only start moving once they've calmed down. Lu Min didn't mention cultivation. He already had a crossbow, so she instinctively skipped over that possibility. Judging by how decisively he acted, he doesn't strike me as the latter type. Zhang Yong ruled out the second option, though he wasn't entirely sure. Could it be he was cultivating? Impossible. He already has a weapon, and rookies only get one draw. Halfway through, Lu Min's eyes suddenly went wide. Wait, if he has divine-grade bone roots, or a divine-level talent, then he'd get another draw. In theory, he could have gotten a cultivation technique. The moment she finished, she shook her head at her own words. No, that's not right either. The odds of that are basically zero. Zhang Yong ignored her muttering, keeping his eyes fixed on the screen, and finally asked what he really wanted to know. So far, has anyone anywhere in the world discovered a trial taker with divine-grade bone roots or a divine-level talent? Lu Min shook her head firmly. No, at least not publicly. The strongest bone roots on record are 7th grade, and the strongest talent ability is advanced level. We haven't even seen a single 8th grade or a single top-tier case. That's exactly why I'm certain. The chance that Subai has divine-grade bone roots or a divine-level talent ability is practically zero. Zhang Yong was silent for a long moment before he spoke. Add more manpower. Set up a dedicated observation team for Subai, and you'll be the team lead. Priority level, bump it up to the first sequence. In China, the first sequence had only 10 slots, representing the top 10 trial takers by potential. Each was assigned a 30-person observation team. Lu Min's heart jolted, but she couldn't hide her delight. This was her chance. Understood. Inside the trial space, Ding Feng Qingyang has tipped 10 gold coins. Ding Feng Qingyang has wagered 2,000 gold coins that you'll pass the first stage assessment. I froze for a second. I'd turned off the damn Aku, but the tip notifications were still on. From the earlier channel records, I knew that the minimum, a single gold coin, was worth 50,000 back on Blue Star. I hadn't expected anyone to jump in this fast. I'd underestimated myself again. I've never been a streamer, but I still understand basic social courtesy. Once it registered, I immediately cupped my hands toward the empty air. Many thanks for your support, Senior Feng Qingyang. I'll do my best. I won't let your bet go to waste. Ding Adusa has tipped 1 gold coin. Ding Moss. A viewer tipped 10 gold coins. Ding ding. With Feng Qingyang leading the way, the tips came flooding in like a tide, from home and abroad, wave after wave. I was in agony and ecstasy all at once, but the battle wasn't over yet, and this sound could get me killed at any moment. Thank you all. The situation doesn't allow it right now. Once I'm back on the floating island, we'll chat more. I muted the notification chime and locked my gaze back on the floating island across from me, my voice dropping low. Island spirit, moving closer. There was no way I'd give up the spoils already within reach just because of a little unknown danger. Otherwise, Wouldn't those arrows I'd just fired have been for nothing? Landing on the island was a must. I pulled 7 arrows from my personal storage space and reloaded the Juga repeating crossbow. The floating island drifted closer. The instant the two islands connected, I opened my eye of insight. Everything within 30 meters laid bare before me. No danger. I leapt across and made straight for the nearest red-tailed fowl corpse. Name: red-tailed fowl. Level: advanced beast. Description: named for the crimson feathers on its tail. The red-tail feathers are excellent material for crafting tier 1 top-grade arrows. Makes for good soup. The flavor won't disappoint. Note: the more red-tail feathers, the stronger the beast. 1 feather is beginner level, 2 intermediate, 3 advanced, and 4 makes it a tier 1 1-star ferocious beast. The maximum is 6 feathers, tier 1 3-star. Tier 1 3-star. Just how many stars was the strongest red-tailed fowl on this island? And then there was that green-eyed serpent that had never shown itself. I shot a glance at the dense forest, a flicker of wariness crossing my eyes. Now wasn't the time to dwell on that. I turned my attention to the other 2 pieces of loot that had dropped. Bronze trial coin, the lowest tier currency of the trial space. Can be traded, used to upgrade your personal storage space and floating island, and spent for shopping on Money Island. This fowl had dropped 9 of them. As for their purchasing power, I wouldn't know until I made it to Money Island. Fine steel dagger, mortal rank, top grade, exceptionally sharp. Great for assassinations and for chopping vegetables. I gathered up the coins, the dagger, and the corpse. Just as I was about to move to the next spot, something in the pit where the fowl had been crouching caught the corner of my eye. There was actually something inside. Red-tailed fowl egg, mortal rank, top grade, nutritious and delicious. Provides cultivators with a trace of chi and blood. 3 of them, each about the size of a goose egg back on Blue Star. I gladly took them, tucked them into my storage space, and turned to rush toward the remaining corpses. 1, 2, 3, corpses, coins, scattered eggs, and 1 more piece of loot. A large iron pot of mortal rank, intermediate grade. Suddenly, deep in the forest, the vegetation swayed. My attention had been fixed on the space between the forest and the rice paddies the whole time, so this slight movement couldn't escape me. I immediately retreated back to my own floating island. A wise man doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall. I had the beast tower. Here, I was practically invincible, but I'd rather not tip my hand unless I absolutely have to. 1, 2, 3, 14 of them. That's a lot. A flock of red-tailed chickens filed out of the woods, and a few more popped up from the rice paddies. The one in the lead was noticeably bigger than the rest. Definitely a beast-tier creature. The flock's king, most likely. Too bad it was too far away, beyond the range of my eye of insight. I couldn't make out its cultivation level. Cluck! The chicken king locked onto me, let out a long screech, and charged straight at me with the whole flock in tow. Island spirit, pull back, now. During the newbie protection period, beasts wouldn't invade a floating island on their own. But I was the one who'd provoked them, so I wasn't sure they wouldn't retaliate. I wasn't about to bet on it. Before the words had even left my mouth, I'd already raised my Juga repeating crossbow and taken aim at the Chicken King. To catch the bandits, take out their leader first. I knew the drill. Thwip, thwip, thwip. 3 bolts loosed at once, steady, precise, deadly. The Chicken King really did have wits beyond the ordinary. As if it smelled death coming, it suddenly flared its wings up to block. Clank! Its wings were like steel. They slammed into the bolts, sparks flying, metal ringing against metal. The first bolt was knocked off course, shearing away a few feathers before burying itself in the ground, its tail still humming. But the second bolt came right on its heels, striking the belly it had left wide open while blocking. Blood sprayed everywhere. The third bolt was taken head-on by a red-tailed chicken rushing to the rescue, but it punched clean through the bird and, with its momentum barely spent, pinned the Chicken King to the ground. 2 bolts in the body. That was enough. It flapped a few times, then stopped struggling, blood pouring out. It wasn't long for this world. Whip! I stopped wasting bolts. Turning butcher, I picked off the remaining red-tailed chickens one by one. In the blink of an eye, I'd reaped 7 more, until all 10 bolts in the crossbow's magazine were spent. The lucky few still alive stood at the island's edge, clucking furiously at me. Cursing up a storm, no doubt. Too bad the two islands were now nearly 100 meters apart. They couldn't fly across. I acted like I hadn't heard a thing, eyes locked dead on them while my hands flew, pulling bolts from my storage space and reloading, my face betraying nothing. The moment I raised the crossbow again, those chickens instantly caught the scent of death and scattered in a panic, bolting for the dense woods. I squeezed the trigger. Thwip, thwip. The last one made it to within 30 or 40 meters of the tree line. But in the end, it couldn't escape my range. Island Spirit, take us closer, I said, still loading bolts. As we drew near, I kept my eyes nailed to the woods and the paddies. A long while passed, and when no more chickens came charging out, I finally tossed all the spoils, everything but the iron pot, back onto my own island, then landed on the far side again and started gathering them up. Cluck! The Chicken King had a stubborn grip on life. It still hadn't kicked the bucket, though its cry had gone so faint it was barely audible. Let me help you on your way. One bolt through the throat, and I ended its suffering. The next second, a slip of paper thin as a banknote and the kitchen knife drifted out of its body, hovering 30 centimeters above the carcass. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing an early tier 1 1-star red-tailed chicken. Reward, 1 tier 1 point. The body forging realm has 9 layers, and each layer is further divided into 4 stages: early, middle, late, and peak, plus a critical limit state. The same holds true for savage beasts. Even when your strength reaches the critical threshold, not everyone can break through. There's a bottleneck standing in the way. A genius clears it in a single step, while the mediocre remains stuck for months or years, and the higher the realm, the longer the stagnation. When stuck at a bottleneck, cultivators typically grind away at martial techniques and secret arts to boost their combat power. That's why, within the same realm, a limit stage powerhouse often far outclasses a peak stage one. And the higher the realm, the more unfathomable the foundation of these veteran limit stage experts. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the second trial taker in Blue Star Region 11 to hunt a Tier 1 savage beast. Reward, 50 Tier 1 points. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the 10th trial taker on Blue Star to hunt a Tier 1 savage beast. Reward, 100 Tier 1 points. So the first kill reward is split between regional and planet-wide tiers. My mind stirred, and I quickly ran the numbers. Last time, I didn't get the Blue Star reward, and no one in the regional channel mentioned it either. But this time, even though I only came in second, I still collected the Blue Star reward. It seems that number 1 player in Region 11 probably got it too. They just kept it quiet. So then, across the entire trial space, spanning countless civilizations, does an overall first kill also come with a reward? What a shame. I chose to cultivate first at the start, wasting time for nothing. There's no way to track it down now. That's no small loss. But regret is useless. I turn my attention back to this beast-grade red-tailed chicken. Red-tailed chicken, early Tier 1 1-star, contains a decent amount of blood essence, enough to aid a first-layer body-forging cultivator. Perfect for me. My mood improved even further. Copper note, face value, 20 when created for portable transactions. Comes in 4 denominations, 20, 50, 200, and 500 when. The silver notes of the ancients, the paper money of today, same idea, different name. I casually pocketed it. Black iron blade, low-grade Tier 1 forged from black iron. Can chop wood, can slay enemies, versatile in use. Just the thing for harvesting blood rice. I glanced at the rice paddy not far off. I'd originally planned to cut the rice with my dagger, but now I had a handier tool. I had plenty of red-tailed chicken on hand, but you can't just eat meat without any grain, and chicken blood rice made for the best staple. Composing myself, I gathered up the remaining 13 carcasses along with the copper coins. One of them even dropped a cultivation technique. That's right, a cultivation technique. Golden Rooster stands alone. Low-grade Tier 1 practice stands training in the Golden Rooster stands alone pose to cultivate up to the 3rd layer limit of the body forging realm. Trash among trash. Trash, as expected. I griped inwardly. Same. It's a first-order low-grade technique. Say what you will about the fierce tiger art, at least it came with a combat skill. This one doesn't even have that. But I took it anyway. A cultivation manual is a cultivation manual. Once I reach Money Island, I can always sell it for a good price. At least 90% of Blue Star's trial takers haven't gotten their hands on a single manual yet. Whoa, this soup buys on fire. The trial just started, and he's already raking it in. That book just now was a cultivation manual, right? Looks like it. I saw the exact same one over at Shueshan's place. His biggest weakness used to be having no manual, couldn't cultivate it all. Now that he's filled that gap, top 50 worldwide is locked in. Shame he spent the first 3 hours dawdling around. If he'd gone on a rampage like this right from the start, cracking the global top 5 on the potential rankings would have been hard to stop. Tai Xing, from the 5-star Lord Nation, the Starry Empire, spoke slowly. Based on his current gains, as long as he keeps his cool later on, doesn't do anything stupid, and his luck doesn't tank, he's got about a 5% shot at clearing it. The first day is the rookie protection period. Combat intensity is extremely low. The real test comes in the following 9 days, especially the last one, when enemies will launch an all-out assault on the floating island. Intensity through the roof. 99% of trial takers fall on that day. Don't underestimate this survival trial. The Lord Academy poured in resources and heart. They'd never let anyone pass easy. He clearly knew the Lord Academy's life and death trial inside out, far better than the average person. Such a huge haul, and he's already got the jump on everyone, but only 5%? And he needs good luck on top of that. Someone wasn't buying it. That's way overblown. If even Sue buys only at 5%, how many people worldwide could possibly clear the first stage? How dare you? This is a big shot from a 5-star Lord Nation. Do you people even know what kind of being you're questioning? Elhua, from the 1-star Lord Nation, the Blazing Fire Empire, had had enough. Holy crap, Blue Star number 10010 actually caught the attention of a 5-star Lord Nation big shot. That luck is insane. Zhang Hua of the Raging Wind Empire, who had been quietly watching all along, was drawn out too. A string of prefixes I'd never seen before suddenly popped up in the Damaku. Boss Tai Xing is from a 5-star Lord Nation. His word carries serious weight. And you wild civilizations dare to question him? You really don't know when you're courting death. Wang Miao, of the 2-star Lord Nation, the Maple Blue Empire. Why do some people have a Lord Nation star rating tagged in front of their names? Wang Tianfeng, of Cold Frost Star, looked utterly baffled. Am I seeing this right? In Subai's livestream, there are aliens. We broke 100 million viewers, and it's barely been any time at all. I glanced over those prefixes, and my heart sank. Haha, that's because we're citizens of the Cosmic Alliance's Starry Sky Lord Nations, while you're nothing but wild civilizations of the Primordial Star region. The words of Zhang Hua, of the 1-star Lord Nation, the Raging Wind Empire, carried a hidden, radiating an unmistakable air of superiority. Consider yourselves lucky this time. You get to take part in the Cosmic Overlord Academy's recruitment. Once the trial ends, if none of you passes the assessment, you'll have to go back to obscurity. As for the audience, the moment the live stream hits 100 million viewers, it'll draw attention from beyond your own civilization. That's common knowledge in the Alliance. The Blue Star viewers in the chat suddenly grew a lot more cautious. Nobody wanted to bring disaster down on their planet. I had no time for any of that. Putting away my technique, I rushed toward the corpses of the red-tailed chickens and swept the spoils into my personal space as fast as I could. 12 red-tailed chickens, each far bigger than a roosterback on Blue Star, plus all the odds and ends, nearly filled the entire cubic meter of space. I had to hang the last 2 from my waist. Good thing I'd already dropped off the earlier batch on the floating island, or there'd have been no room at all. The whole time I was gathering loot, my senses stayed locked on the rice paddy and the dense forest. Nothing charged out, but I didn't dare let my guard down for a second. The moment I reached the edge of the paddy, I activated my Eye of Insight. Blood chicken rice, grade 1, lower tier, a staple food that provides a faint boost to blood and chi. Excellent taste, the red-tailed chicken's favorite, can aid in cultivation. Fully ripened. Best stewed together with red-tailed chicken. My eyes lit up. I drew my machete and started cutting. This patch was at least 5 acres. No way I could harvest it all, so I just took enough for one meal, tied it into a bundle, and hauled it back to the island, dumping it on the ground alongside the rest of the spoils. One more look, no chickens in sight. I climbed onto the island, dashed to the little river, and tried to draw the water into my space. It failed. I frowned, then pulled out the big iron pot I'd never been able to bring myself to throw away. I scooped it full of water, stored it in my space, then took out the empty pot. The water stayed. So that's how it works. I immediately bent down and scooped again, never tiring of it, until my space was packed with river water. Only then did I head back to the floating island. Water couldn't just sit there taking up space. I picked a flat spot at the island's edge, hoisted my machete, and started digging. First layer body forging strength wasn't for nothing. Before long, I dug out a shallow pit. The chat blew up. What's Subai digging for? Burying chickens? Making beggars chicken? Is he trying to build himself a pond on his own island? I straightened up, glanced at the pit, and the corner of my mouth curled. As long as it doesn't drain too fast. Keeping half of it is plenty. I waved my right hand, and a column of water dropped out of thin air, filling the pit in an instant. The water level slowly sank, so I kept pouring until my space ran dry and the surface in the pit finally held steady. The last bit of clean water I poured into the big iron pot I'd set upright. That was for cooking later. Then I used the wet dirt I'd dug out to build a makeshift earthen stove. Everything's ready. Just one thing left. I looked at the pile of spoils scattered across the ground, my gaze lingering for a second on the stalks of blood chicken rice before moving on. The stalks were still damp. If they weren't dried out, they wouldn't burn. I turned my head and gazed toward the dense forest. There must be dead branches over there, the best firewood. But something terrifying lurked in the depths of that darkness, and I hesitated. What was I afraid of? I wouldn't go deep, just gather wood along the edge. With my eye of insight and my repeating crossbow, I was confident I could pull out safely unless I ran into a pack of beasts or something high tier. And if things got truly desperate, I'd just cut the live stream and summon the 10,000 Beast Tower. Once I'd talked myself into it, I leapt onto that wild, floating island, gripping my crossbow loaded with bolts, and closed in on the dense forest. I didn't slow down until the eye of insight could reach the shadows of the trees, and once inside, I moved one careful step at a time. Phew, no danger. Only then did I take a moment to size up the tree in front of me. Oil pine, mortal grade, superior, ignites easily and burns for a long time. Furniture made from it won't rot for a century. Premium lumber. Good stuff. Keeping one eye on the depths of the forest, I quickly gathered dead branches off the ground, staying strictly along the edge and never venturing deeper. Luck was on my side. I didn't run into a single beast. A sudden sting pierced between my brows. The eye of insight had run its course. Sensing that the wood in my spatial storage was already half full, enough to last, I immediately pulled back and returned to my island. Island spirit, move the island 80 meters away from this wild, floating island. Keep the radar locked on it at all times. If anything happens, report to me instantly. With that settled, I stacked the wood beside the earthen stove and got ready to start a fire. But when I took the flint out of the cabin, I hit another snag. This thing, how do you even use it? Copying scenes from movies and TV, I struck two pieces of flint together, sparks flying everywhere. But making sparks was one thing. Actually lighting the wood was another. After several failed attempts, inspiration struck, and I quickly had the island spirit turn on the livestream alert sounds and the comment feed. I didn't know how, but surely someone in the audience did. Why not just ask? I'm pretty clever, huh? The moment the alerts came on, a stream of pleasant chimes rang out one after another. Ding! 5-star Lord Nation, Starfield Empire, Iron Star has wagered 1,000 black gold coins that you'll pass the first phase of the trial. Ding! 1-star Lord Nation, Grey Wolf Empire, Wutu has tipped 10 gold coins. Ding! Thanks for all the support, everyone. I can finally chat with you all for a bit. I forced down the shock in my chest, my smile a little stiff. So I tried this out, and I can't get the flint to light the wood. Is there anyone in the stream who knows their stuff? I'd appreciate some pointers. Thanks. I cupped my hands toward the empty air. The comments instantly went wild. Ha ha ha, he really doesn't know how. Got everything ready, and then realized he had no fire. I'm dying. Watching him coldly slaughter everything earlier, I thought he'd be hard to get along with. Turns out he's got an adorable side too. His stomach's growled several times already. Any wilderness survival pros out there, don't hold back. Teach him quick before he starves. I never expected that this little episode would close the distance between me and countless others. It's actually simple, just follow these steps. Helpful tips flooded my screen. I picked a few that seemed reliable and tried again. This time it took less than 3 minutes. Besides the netizens' methods, the fact that oil pine is highly flammable helped a lot. Once the fire got going, everything else fell into place. I slowly fed in more wood to coax the flames higher, baking the earthen stove until it hardened, then set up that iron pot filled more than halfway with water. I picked up a red-tailed chicken and walked to the water pool at the island's edge to pluck it, gut it, and clean it, tossing the scraps straight into the void. To avoid fouling the pool water, I scooped water and rinsed the chicken meat at the island's edge, and once it was clean, dropped it into the pot to stew plain. Next, I rubbed the rice grains off the blood rice stalks, gave them a quick rinse, and threw them, husks and all, into the pot for a one-pot meal. I didn't want to eat rice with the husks on either, but I had no tool for hulling, and peeling them one grain at a time was too slow. I could wait, but my stomach couldn't. Right now, filling my belly came first. Everything else could wait. Only when a person is starving do they truly understand what it means to handle what's in front of you first, then plan for the long term. Once I finished, I sat down by the stove, feeding in wood now and then, and chatted with the netizens in the meantime to keep myself from just sitting there and getting even hungrier. Impressive. Not many Blue Star trial takers can get a meal this fast and eat this well too. The ingredients look rough, but they win on natural flavor. I wonder how this red-tailed chicken stacks up against our Blue Star hens. Too bad there's no salt. Does boiling rice with the husks on actually work? Genuine question. It's a last resort. No roasting, no drying, no hulling. So this is the only way. Subai, your repeating crossbow came from the lottery draw, right? Obviously, it's definitely from the draw. Someone chimed in first. I nodded. Yeah, the newbie lottery. No need to hide that. How can you hit the bullseye every single time? Did you practice archery before? Talent divine power at work. I gave a vague answer. Since there was no fooling the perceptive ones, I might as well be generous about it. But as for the specific function and level of the divine power, I didn't say a word. When someone pressed further later, I just pretended not to see it. As long as I didn't spell it out, the most others could do was guess. They couldn't pin anything down, let alone dare to think it was god tier. Subai, you've raked in a ton of tips and bets, haven't you? Can you tell us how much? What about the fan leaderboard? That question got me curious too. With a single thought, my attribute panel surfaced before my eyes. Trial taker ID, Blue Star 10010 name. Subai realm, body forging realm. First layer, early stage strength, 5.6 kilograms. Cultivation method, 9 turns divine demon art, 9 turns primordial unity technique, first layer. Martial techniques, world stream divine finger, 9-fold mystic origin spear, inches to the galaxy, all first layer, not yet mastered. Physique, divine grade. Talent, divine power. God tier, eye of insight. Can see through everything within 30 meters that is obscured. Concealment, identify all things. Currently sustainable for 5 minutes, extending as cultivation grows. Wallet, 115 copper coins points, 152 first rank, 402 mortal rank. Lord startup capital, 0.6 black gold coins, 719.6 gold coins. Fans, 2,188. The number in the startup capital row left me a little confused. I had no choice but to ask the island spirit. Island spirit, how much do I get to keep from tips and bets? I'd already braced myself for this. Just like any streaming platform, the house always takes a cut. Answering my master, tips are split 4 ways. The Cosmic Merchant Alliance takes 20%, the Cosmic Lord Academy takes 40%, the Trialgoer's Home Civilization takes 20%, and the Trialgoer keeps 20%. Bets aren't counted for now. You only share in them if you pass the trial. Otherwise, you get nothing. What's the difference between blue gold coins, black gold coins, and gold coins? Gold coins are the common currency for 1 to 3-star Lord nations. Black gold coins are forged from rare black gold and used across 4 to 6-star nations. Blue gold coins are forged from the even rarer blue gold and used across 7 to 9-star nations. And the exchange rate? Officially, 1 to 1,000. But converting higher tier to lower tier often carries a premium. On the black market, it can reach 1 to 1,200. You all heard that. I stopped there, offering only a basic rundown and not revealing a single specific number of my own. Never flash your wealth. I understood that rule well. While we were talking, a long, dense comment started flooding the screen. No matter how many other comments buried it, it stubbornly popped right back up. Subai, based on the comment data we've compiled, the first stage has 3 phases. The first Cosmic Day is a newbie protection period. Wild floating islands won't launch attacks. From the 2nd to the 8th Cosmic Day, the number of islands explodes, and pirate islands and warlike races in particular will actively come after you. On the final Cosmic Day, you're almost guaranteed to face a massive enemy siege. So on the first day, you have to go on the offensive, gather as many resources as possible, build up your strength, and stockpile your trump cards. Official China. I frowned. Floating islands could build defensive and offensive fortifications, and those could be upgraded. I had to speed this up. Otherwise, relying on myself alone, there was no way I'd hold out on the final day. Thanks for the heads up. I'll get serious about prepping for battle. I nodded solemnly. The comments warmed up again. This is the motherland's love, folks. Even the officials have stepped in. 20% of tips goes to the country, and the bets probably do too. But all of that hinges on one thing: passing the trial. Otherwise, it all goes into the Academy's scholarship pool. Of course, the country's rooting for more people to make it through. So this ties back to us too. The more startup capital the country rakes in, the higher our starting point when we eventually join the Cosmic Alliance, and the higher our starting point as cosmic citizens. Exactly. In that moment, the comments toward me, toward all, the concern from the Huaxia trial takers deepened another layer. We weren't just countrymen. Our fates were bound together as one. I picked out the questions I could answer and chatted with everyone. Before I knew it, an irresistible aroma was wafting up from the iron pot. Gurgle, gurgle. The chicken soup churned in the pot, and my stomach let out yet another protest. I'm starving. I'm gonna eat first. We'll talk more next stream. Not caring how the viewers reacted, I cut the live stream right then and there. Grabbing the wooden spoon and chopsticks I'd just carved with my dagger, I buried my face in the big iron pot and dug in. One mouthful, and my eyes lit up. Aside from being a little bland, it was incredibly savory, way beyond what I'd expected. With nobody watching, there was no need to keep up appearances. In a few quick bites, a whole pot of chicken soup and rice went down, and I was full. So good. As the hunger faded, my whole body felt like it had come back to life. Only then did I have the presence of mind to take stock of my haul and to strike up a conversation with the island spirit. I've got over 300 million viewers, so why do I only have 2,000 followers? And the tips are pathetically small too. Something's off here. I'd been holding this question in for a long time. 3 reasons. The island spirit's voice was crisp and clear. First, before your viewer count hit 100 million, every single one of them was from Blue Star. A single gold coin is a fortune to an ordinary person. The trial's just getting started, and it's still unclear who'll make it through, so they're all sitting back and watching. Second, the alien viewers who flooded in after you crossed 100 million mostly come from poor, weak wild civilizations. They don't have much money, and they'd rather bet on trial takers from their own civilizations. Third, the viewers from the Lord Nations are citizens to begin with. Unless a master shows unlimited potential, they won't switch allegiances easily. At most, they'll place a bet to make a little money on the side. I immediately grasped the crux of it. Tips are the small stuff. If I want to get startup capital, I need to attract high-level civilizations to bet on me here. And to get them to bet, I have to show them I can win. Strength. That was the key that opened every door. With my confusion cleared up, I turned my attention to the tower deep within my sea of consciousness. These past few days had been nothing but cultivating or fighting. I hadn't had the chance to study this divine artifact. With a single thought, I reached out to the 9-story blood jade myriad beast tower in my sea of consciousness. A childish voice instantly exploded in my mind. Master, you finally remembered me. You're the artifact spirit of the myriad beast tower? As a seasoned novel reader, I wasn't the least bit surprised. That's right. What abilities does the myriad beast tower have? Right now, only the 1st floor and the 9th floor are unlocked. The 1st floor has 3 functions, and the 9th floor has 1. As for the tower itself, it has 2 abilities, suppression and defense. Can it suppress enemies who are a few realms above me? I'd already seen its defensive capability through the Eye of Insight. It could block an all-out strike from someone a full major realm higher. It can suppress enemies up to 2 minor realms above the master. Human. If it's a beast, it can even barely suppress 1-3 minor realms higher. Not bad. This feeling, satisfying. What are the 3 functions of the first floor? First, it can imprison beasts of the 4th rank or below that are powerless to resist, torturing and interrogating them, with a chance to force them into submission. Second, it can hatch beasts up to the 4th rank. Any beast hatched within the tower automatically bonds to its owner, becoming a battle pet. It can hatch them too? Too bad the red-tailed rooster's rank is too low and its potential is poor. Hatching one wouldn't be worth it. And I can't exactly run a breeding operation. Third, it allows battle pets to live and cultivate within the tower, recovering from injuries and restoring their stamina. How many battle pets can I command? Is there any cultivation restriction? My breathing quickened. If there's no limit on the number, an image had already surfaced in my mind of an army of beasts trampling across the battlefield. There's only a realm requirement, 4th rank or below, with no limit on quantity. With the myriad beast tower, more battle pets is naturally better. The tower spirit's tone was proud. Good, excellent. That was exactly what I wanted to hear. Even if I couldn't recruit civil officials or military generals, with an army of beasts alone, I was confident I could clear the first trial. What about the 9th floor? It has only one function, soul devouring. What is soul devouring? It devours the flesh and spiritual energy of all living things to refine 3 kinds of treasures: the blood spirit pill, the source chi pill, and the soul pill. The blood spirit pill replenishes blood and chi to aid cultivation. The source chi pill is formed by condensing the source power within a beast's body. Only beasts of the 2nd rank or above possess source power. The soul pill strengthens spiritual energy and can later be used to temper the soul. The 3 treasures: essence, chi, and spirit. My heart stirred. Can I use them too? If I could, then as long as I kept hunting beasts, I'd have an endless supply of resources. Wouldn't that mean my cultivation speed was basically on fast forward? Not only can the owner use them, but all cultivators can, and they can also be fed back to your beast army. I took a few deep breaths before finally settling my pounding heart. Truly worthy of being a 9-star divine artifact. For someone like me now, this was practically a game-breaking cheat. Finally, how do I unseal the remaining 7 floors? There are 7 seals on the tower body, sealing the 2nd through 8th floors. When the owner's cultivation reaches the 4th realm, the 2nd floor unseals automatically, and so on. No other action required. I nodded, satisfied. I'd already braced myself for a grueling hunt for keys, but I never expected it to be tied only to cultivation. That was actually the simplest option. I have 20 red-tailed rooster corpses here. Can I use them for soul devouring to refine pills? I pointed at the pile of prey heaped on the ground. Yes, please deposit them into the 9th floor, master. I walked over, waved my hand, and all 20 corpses vanished into the tower. Sitting down cross-legged, I sank my spiritual energy into the 9th floor. The moment those corpses entered the tower, they were torn apart by a strange force. They scattered, each splitting into a streak of blood red and a streak of pale blue that shot toward the sky above the tower. 20 chickens, 40 streams of energy, finally condensing into 2 orbs of light. As the currents dissipated, the debris of feathers and beaks fell into the massive groove at the tower's base. The orbs of light gradually dimmed. I focused and looked closer. Where the blood-red mass had dispersed, 2 complete blood-red pills hovered silently, along with one that had only formed a quarter of the way. The pale blue mass left only a hazy outline, nowhere near taking shape. The red ones are blood spirit pills. Most of those 20 chickens were beast-grade with weak blood and vitality, so they only yielded 2 first-rank low-grade pills, enough to aid cultivation from the 1st to 3rd stage of body forging. The blue is the soul pill, but the red-tailed chickens had too little spiritual power to form even a single complete one. 20 red-tailed chickens, one of them even a 1-star first rank, and in the end all I got were 2 pills. Honestly, it stung. Worse still, pills aid cultivation but don't fill your stomach. Those 20 chickens could have fed me for quite a few days. Now they were gone, and I had to find another way to get food. Luckily, The floating island across from me was covered in blood rice, the best staple food there was. I stared at the 2 blood spirit pills in my palm, itching to give them a try. I casually swept the copper coins, copper notes, dagger, machete, and the still usable arrows I'd gathered off the ground all into my personal space. Let me train a bit and see. This time I didn't head back to the wooden cabin. I set up my horse stance right there beside the dying fire. With experience under my belt, I quickly slipped into the zone. My stomach churned as the food inside me was rapidly digested. The essence of blood and vitality refined out and fused into my flesh, strengthening my body. No good. Burning through it this fast. I'll be starving again in no time. I quickly pulled out a blood spirit pill and popped it into my mouth. It melted the instant it touched my tongue, and a surge of pure blood essence coursed through my meridians along the flow of my stance work, tempering my bones. Once one pill was fully absorbed, I didn't hesitate to swallow the second. Better to convert it into strength than hoard it in my space. Power grown into your own body is the only kind that truly belongs to you. While I was buried in my cultivation, all hell had broken loose back on Blue Star. The news that my live stream had broken 1 billion viewers and drawn in aliens had hit the front pages in countries around the world. Overnight, I'd become the hottest name on the planet. Desperate to replicate this miracle, nations rallied their own audiences to throw support behind their most promising trial takers, forcibly pushing several streams past the billion-viewer mark. But when the flood of traffic poured in and found nothing remotely impressive, it quickly scattered again, dispersing back into countless obscure corners. Hype can be manufactured. Strength can't be faked. Why hasn't Subai started streaming yet? It's been a whole hour. How long does it take to eat? Don't tell me he went down for a nap. Is it possible he just forgot to go live entirely? The trial space. I slowly drew my energy inward, rose to my feet, and silently called up my stats. Trial participant ID, Blue Star 10010. Name, Subai. Realm, Body Forging Realm. First level, early stage. Strength, 45.4 kilograms. Talent, Divine Ability. Godly Tier, Eye of Insight, 5 minutes/5 minutes. See through all concealment within 30 meters. Identify all things. Range and duration grow with cultivation. 1 first grade, low-quality blood spirit pill. Adds about 20 kilos of strength. Sustains half an hour of cultivation. Not bad, but way too costly. That thing cost me 20 chickens. Looks like I need to hunt more ferocious beasts. The higher the tier, the better. Ordinary beasts have too little blood essence. Nowhere near enough to feed my cultivation. I also noticed something had changed. The Eye of Insight's timer was already fully recharged. Was it from my cultivation improving, or did it just reset on its own after enough rest? I'd have to keep watching. Island Spirit. Are there still any red-tailed chickens on that island across the way? Radar shows the red-tailed chicken resource is still active, which means there are more on the island. Once again, I'd underestimated this radar. Where the hell do I even get radar fragments? Do they drop from hunting beasts? Or do I have to go to Money Island or Mist Island? I'd grown seriously interested in those fragments. 100-meter range was too short. If I could stretch it to 1,000 meters or 10,000, that entire first-tier floating island across from me would fall right under my gaze. Not a blade of grass could hide. Island Spirit, do you know how to get radar fragments? Master, this exceeds my QA authority. I can't give you an accurate answer. You'll have to explore and figure it out on your own. There was actually a hint of disappointment in her voice. I couldn't help but smile. It's fine. I paused, then gave the order. Move the floating island closer to the one across the way. Yes. Master, would you like to start streaming again? I thought about it, then nodded. Let's do it. I was going to explore the dense forest, and those longtime viewers were surely curious about what was hidden inside. It was a perfect draw. Might just blow up huge. The moment I finished speaking, the live stream lit up. Viewers who'd bookmarked me got the notification and came flooding in. The online count shot past 10 million in the blink of an eye, and it was still skyrocketing. Subai's finally streaming. Where'd you go just now? Spent 2 hours eating. I always feel like this guy's so calm and unhurried. Is he just fearless, or is he holding cards we don't know about? Subai, are red-tailed chickens tasty? Even if they are, you'll never get to eat one. Ouch, that stung. No matter how the Damaku exploded, I still didn't turn on the viewing function. Others could see the comments, but I couldn't. All my attention was locked on the floating island across from me. The two islands quickly linked up. There wasn't a single red-tailed chicken in sight, whether they'd hidden away in the dense forest or had hidden in the rice paddies. I raised my Juga repeating crossbow and edged toward the forest's edge. The moment I crossed the boundary, I activated the Eye of Insight. Within 30 meters, every tiny detail snapped into focus. No danger. I picked up the pace and headed straight into the thick woods. I didn't stop until two dots of light, one red, one green, collided into my field of vision. 28 meters out. Green-eyed serpent tier 1, 1 star, early stage. Highly venomous. Paralyzes the nervous system. If bitten, death is certain within 10 minutes unless the venom is neutralized. Once the venom sac is removed, the meat is exceptionally tender. The gallbladder is mildly toxic and rich in qi and blood. Handled properly, it can aid cultivation. Do not rupture the venom sac, or the entire snake will be ruined. 27 meters out, in another direction, about 10 meters from the snake, a red and green herb caught my eye too. Snake blood grass tier 1, low grade. Neutralizes over 100 kinds of snake venom, including that of the green-eyed serpent. Also stops bleeding and dissolves blood stasis. Sure enough, the antidote's always within 100 paces, I thought, my eyes lighting up. Where there's poison, there's a cure. Nature's rules hold true everywhere. With snake blood grass as my backup, I no longer had to fear the venom. But I didn't rush in. A venomous snake was coiled just 20-some meters away, and even greater dangers might be lurking further out. Deal with the threat in front of me first. The trees in the forest were layered thick, one behind another. The Eye of Insight could see through the cover, but the crossbow couldn't. Tree trunks blocked every straight line, and there was no clear shot. I had no choice but to move deeper and find an angle to open fire. I'd gone maybe 10 meters when the unexpected happened. A dead branch snapped under my foot with a sharp crack, and the crisp sound startled the snake. The green-eyed serpent's pupils shrank to slits. Tongue flicking, it slid down from the tree and shot through the woods like an arrow off the string, lunging straight at me. The forest was its home turf. Without the Eye of Insight, I couldn't have even locked onto it. Even so, the crossbow was now completely useless. I made a snap decision, stowed the crossbow, drew my blade, gripped that dark iron sword tight, and braced myself. Nearly 10 feet long, the green-eyed serpent darted to within 3 or 4 meters, wound itself around a Chinese pine, tail coiled around the trunk, and reared its body more than 2 meters into the air. A pair of cold, jade-green vertical pupils stared down at me, the uninvited intruder. Its tongue flicked in and out, hissing, utterly chilling. Holy crap, a snake that big? White Sue's in real trouble now. The description says it right there. Tier 1, 1 star, highly venomous. No anti-venom, and one bite means certain death. There's no way he makes it back to the floating island in 10 minutes, which means he can't exit the trial. He slammed into a life-or-death crisis this fast. White Sue's an idiot. He knew the forest was dangerous and still went charging in. He already had enough chicken to eat for days. What's the point? Probably too much easy success up front, and it went to his head, got arrogant. He's only got one shot. If he can't cut this snake down, the whole trial's basically over. He had a ranged weapon in hand and still walked into the woods, a terrible move. Bullet. The entire audience had written me off. The trial had barely begun, and no one believed I had any real skill. In their eyes, gunning down that flock of red-tailed fowl earlier was just dumb luck. I'd stumbled onto a ranged weapon and activated a matching divine ability, and it all happened to line up. The moment it came down to close combat, Subai was as good as dead. I gripped the knife handle, eyes locked on the creature without blinking, throat bobbing. Honestly, I was nervous, adrenaline shooting straight to the top of my skull. This was my first time fighting a beast at close range. Its cultivation was lower than mine, but it was venomous, and it was a snake, the very thing I'd been terrified of deep down since my days back on Blue Star. To face it head-on, I had to summon more nerve than usual. I had no intention of dragging this out. Stall too long, and more snakes would come, plus my divine ability had a time limit. So I deliberately left an opening. Sure enough, the blue-eyed serpent took the bait. exploding off the pine tree like a streak of green light hurtling toward me. In that instant, nearly everyone in the live stream held their breath. The faint-hearted even shut their eyes, unable to bear watching what came next. But in my eyes, it slowed down. The moment it lunged, the snake's movements visibly dragged in my field of vision. I almost thought I was imagining it. No time to dwell on it. My body had already reacted first. Die. A twist of my body, a flash of the blade. The blue-eyed serpent was cleaved in two, both halves dropping into the dirt. The whole motion flowed effortlessly, like I'd rehearsed it 1,000 times. The snake clung stubbornly to life, still twitching and writhing, even split in two. Probably just nerve reflexes. But until I heard the kill notification, I wouldn't give an inch. I kept my eyes fixed on that snake head, guarding against a dying counterstrike. Until, ding, congratulations on slaying a Tier 1 1-star beast, the blue-eyed serpent. Reward, 1 Tier 1 point. At the same time, a copper note and a porcelain vial materialized above the snake's corpse. But my mind was on something else. The Eye of Insight can actually slow enemies down too. Turns out it didn't just see through concealment. Against an opponent of the same tier, this slow alone was enough to keep me undefeated. A god-tier divine ability really was unfathomable. Looks like I'd still underestimated it. There had to be more secrets hidden in these eyes, deeper, stronger ones, just waiting for me to dig out. I pulled my attention back and swept my gaze around. No enemies within 30 meters. I let out a breath, drew the corpse on the ground into the myriad beast tower, and stashed the copper note and porcelain vial into my personal space. The myriad beast tower didn't need to appear when storing items. To any outsider, it looked no different from ordinary storage. The copper note was still worth 20 coins, but that porcelain vial, blue-eyed serpent venom. Grade, Tier 1, low grade. Refined from the essence of blue-eyed serpent venom. Deadly whether ingested or applied to a blade. Kills a body forging expert at the 4th level or below within 10 seconds. Paralyzes anyone at the 7th level or below within 1 minute. Against those higher. The potent ones could even cause numbness. Low grade? This is clearly mid-grade stuff. I marveled silently. Yet the more I thought about it, the more wary I grew of anyone at the 7th tier of body forging or above. If venom this deadly could only leave them mildly numb, then how terrifying must their bodies be? Practically immune to all poisons. I switched back to the Juga repeating crossbow, walked over to the snake blood grass, crouched down, pulled it out by the roots, and stashed it in my spatial storage. My steps suddenly froze. I didn't even need to activate my Eye of Insight. Through the gaps in the trees, I could see them with my naked eyes. 30 meters ahead, in a sparse clearing, they were packed together, densely, green-eyed serpents. Dozens of them coiled into a writhing ball of flesh, radiating a chill that made my scalp crawl. What now? If only I had a bomb. One blast would wipe them all out. Too bad all I had was the crossbow. Then it hit me. They were all bunched together. The crossbow might just work wonders here. I activated Eagle Eye, took aim at that ball of flesh through the gap in the trees, and squeezed the trigger without hesitation. Whip, whip, whip. 5 bolts formed a single line from top to bottom, tearing through the air, hurtling toward that mass of flesh with devastating force. For the crossbow, a distance of a few dozen meters was practically point blank. The green-eyed serpents never saw it coming. Thunk, thunk. Each bolt punched through one snake's body, then plunged into the next and the next. The topmost and bottommost bolts drilled clean through the ball of flesh, one lodging into a tree trunk behind it, the other burying itself deep into the dirt. The sheer impact was plain to see. That gap in the trees is only so wide. 5 bolts is the limit. I thought with a twinge of regret, even as I spun around and bolted for the edge of the dense forest, reloading bolts as I ran. The next second, that regret was replaced by wild elation. Ding! Killed a peak tier, 1 3-star green-eyed serpent. Reward, 60 points. 13 chimes rang out in rapid succession. 5 bolts, 13 snakes. The result was so spectacular that even I froze for a moment. SSSSSS. The wounded serpents instantly zeroed in on me, the culprit, and came slithering after me in a frenzy. I ignored them, fleeing single-mindedly toward the floating island, glancing back now and then. Only after I'd retreated more than a dozen meters out of the forest, when the first snake entered the range of my eye of insight, did I abruptly whirl around. Scan, reload, retreat, all three at once. The moment my line of sight opened up, I pulled the trigger, singling out the ones charging in front. The whole process was as steady as if I'd rehearsed it 1,000 times. Whip, every bolt that flew out claimed a snake's life. The chimes never stopped. Some were the ones I'd just shot down, others were the ones critically wounded back in the forest, only now drawing their last breath. Amid the chase, I realized I'd run out of bolts. And there were still 2 snakes hot on my heels. Thankfully, both were early tier, 1 star. That made sense. The strong, fast ones had all charged out front and been picked off one by one. So it's just you. 2 of them, and they still dare to chase? They've got a death wish. I slung the repeating crossbow back over my shoulder, drew my black iron blade, stopped, turned, and squared off to fight. The 2 snakes had long since gone bloodthirsty. Seeing me halt, they launched themselves at me from 2 directions with eerie coordination, jaws gaping wide, venom glistening between their fangs. I wasn't rattled. Their movements looked half a beat too slow to my eyes. I swung my blade at the one on the left, while letting my body topple to the right, dodging the other's lunging bite. My left hand hit the ground, and I spun into a Thomas flare. The blade sliced through the air again, cutting into the snake's tail as it whipped toward me, severing it clean off. Blood sprayed, and I twisted away, careful not to let a single drop touch me. The wounded snake's eyes were full of venomous hatred, its forked tongue flicking in and out with a spine-chilling hiss. Kick you while you're down. That's how it's done. This time I struck first. On instinct, it dodged the blade coming down at it, but a fraction too slow. I snapped my wrist, and the downward chop turned into a slash, carving a perfect arc. A flash of cold steel, and I took its head clean off. Ding, green-eyed serpent slain. Ding, green-eyed serpent slain. 2 down, both cut clean in a head-on fight. Phew. I looked toward the dense forest. No more snakes came charging out. Only then did I finally let myself relax. The bullet comments had blown up ages ago, but I was in no mood to look. I quickly gathered the snake carcasses and loot outside the forest into my storage space, and once it was full, I teleported everything back to the floating island, 2 round trips in all. As for the ones inside the forest, especially the peak first-rank 3-star bodies, and there were plenty of them, I was worried that dragging it out would give the red-tailed roosters a chance to swipe them. So I said to the live stream, "Fight's over. Next up is dealing with the bodies. Boring stuff, so I'm signing off." With that, I shut down the stream, completely ignoring the viewers still online. Yeah, it was a diva move, I'll own it. Little tower, pull all these bodies into the 9th floor and devour them. Yes, master. The devouring was lightning fast. Snake skins, venom sacs, fangs, and arrows alike all dropped into the deep pit below. With a single thought, every arrow shot back out, spotless, not a trace of blood on them. Saves me the cleanup. I'd just discovered another handy use for the beast tower. I checked the arrows. 1 shaft was cracked, 2 arrowheads were bent, but they were all still usable. I reloaded the repeating crossbow and stowed the rest. Right now, this Juga repeating crossbow was nothing short of a divine artifact to me. With the beast tower floating over my head and the crossbow in hand, I strolled boldly into the dense forest, collecting bodies along the way I'd come. I reached the wreckage where the snake ball had been. Carcasses littered the ground, and copper notes and loot floated in midair. Quite the spectacular sight. I'm rich. My eyes practically lit up. I had to take a deep breath to rein in my excitement before I got to work collecting it all. The bodies went into the 9th floor, everything else into my personal storage space. With that, my space was just barely enough. Space. Little tower. Can the beast tower be used for storage? Sure, but I wouldn't leave it too long. This place doesn't have anything like the time-freezing effect you'd get in a personal storage space. The corners of my mouth lifted. I was pleased. Back on the floating island, I began tallying up my spoils. Island spirit, list the kills. Yes, master. 43 in total. 1 peak first tier 3-star, 1 late 3-star, 2 early 3-star, 7 2-star, and the remaining 30 were all 1-star. Grand total, 394 first-tier points. A bountiful harvest. What about the other loot? Bloodblade sword ×1, first tier, low grade. Keeps wounds from healing, top of the line among low-grade divine weapons. And I happen to be short a sword. Gold and silk soft armor times 1, first tier, low grade. Light and form-fitting, doesn't hinder combat, can block damage from low-grade divine weapons and have damage from mid-grade ones. Putting it on was like getting an extra life. This armor came from that peak first-tier 3-star serpent, the highest-ranked beast I'd killed so far. It went down without ever knowing what hit it, falling under my opening volley of 5 arrows before it could even catch sight of my shadow. Good stuff. Without a word, I slipped it on. When it comes to life-saving trump cards, you can never have too many. Black Iron Heavy Spear times 1, 2.6 meters long, 88 kilograms, suited for those at the second level of the body forging realm or above. You can lift it as you are now, but you can't swing it. Me. Green-Eyed Serpent Arrows times 6, forged from the serpent's fangs, laced with paralytic venom, compatible with the repeating crossbow. Not bad. That brings me to 36 crossbow bolts now. On top of that, there was a thick stack of copper notes and coins, totaling 5,146 won. Island Spirit, can I use money to upgrade the personal storage space? You can, Master. After the trial ends, can I take it out with me? No. But as long as you pass the assessment, you'll receive a custom storage ring issued by the Academy, same capacity. That worked too. Sooner or later, I'd need a ring to store important items, and something like that wouldn't come cheap. How do I upgrade it? Between 1 and 10 cubic meters, each additional cubic meter costs 1,001. Is that expensive? More than 10,000 times cheaper than outside. Bump it up by 2 cubic meters for now. The space instantly expanded from 1 cubic meter to 3, a good deal roomier. With the miscellaneous business taken care of, it was time for the next step, serious cultivation. I sank my consciousness into the 9th floor of the Myriad Beast Tower, gazing at the pills floating in the air. This many. I counted them up. There were actually 23 complete first-tier low-grade blood spirit pills, and I'd even refined 2 soul pills. Soul pills, first-tier, low-grade, refined from pure spiritual power. They strengthen the soul and replenish spiritual energy, making them more precious than many second-tier pills. Little Tower, can I take this one directly? You can. Without hesitation, I swallowed one. But before I did, I made note of my own stats. So good. Blood spirit pills normally require channeling internal energy to refine, but I hadn't yet mastered any soul-based technique, so all I could do was absorb them passively. Still, the sensation was unmistakable. My depleted sea of consciousness was flooding back to full, and the hunger, tension, and fatigue all vanished in an instant, like waking up refreshed after a solid night's sleep. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Once the wave of comfort faded, I pulled up my status panel to check. ID, Blue Star 10010. Name, Subai. Realm, Body Forging Realm, Level 1, Early Stage. Strength, 45.4 kilograms. Innate Divine Ability, God tier, Eye of Insight. Sees through all concealment within 35 meters, identifies all things, lasts 5 minutes 50 seconds, grows with cultivation. Points, 546 tier, 1 points. I read it over 3 times, top to bottom, and locked onto the key change, the Eye of Insight. It used to reach only 30 meters. Now it was 35. It used to last only 5 minutes. Now 5 minutes and 50 seconds. And the duration I'd previously burned through had somehow been fully restored, all at once. In other words, I could use it again. Looks like my ability is tied directly to my soul, I thought, growing more certain by the second. Using the Eye of Insight drains mental energy, and the soul pill replenishes the soul. That's why it grew stronger, and why it recovered. A clear thread was slowly taking shape in my mind. If I was right, the value of the soul pill just jumped up another whole tier. It was the single most important consumable for my future, and a hidden trump card I could keep up my sleeve. In normal times, it could strengthen my Eye of Insight. In battle, it could keep the ability running. An absolute treasure. Something like this can't be flaunted. I'll just use it quietly on my own, I warned myself. Once I'd worked that out, the one remaining pill became priceless. I set a rule for myself right then and there. No matter what, I'd always keep at least 1 soul pill in my storage space for emergencies. So this one, until I got my hands on another, was strictly off limits. Phew. I exhaled a breath of stale air, cleared my mind of distractions, settled into a horse stance, and began another round of cultivation. A blood spirit pill went down, dissolving into pure blood energy that flowed through my meridians, muscles, and bones under the guidance of my technique. My body devoured the power like it was starving, and my physique swelled rapidly. Second pill, third pill. I refined 6 in a row, until my stomach growled in protest. Hungry again? I frowned, glancing at my strength reading, 163.1 kilograms, not 165.4. So the stronger I got, the smaller the boost from each tier, 1 low-grade blood spirit pill. Made sense. Eat, or keep cultivating. If I kept going, 2 more blood spirit pills might just be enough to break through to the second level of the body forging realm. The higher your cultivation, the more ferociously it burns through your chi and blood. The hunger would only get worse from there. Forget it. Eat first. No rush. I looked up at the top of the cabin, trying to check the time. Countdown. 9 cosmic days, 16 blue star days, 11 hours, 25 minutes, 21 seconds. 8 hours had passed. By blue star's rhythm, it should have been around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. But the daylight here had barely changed. That massive sun still hung on the horizon in the distance, completely motionless. Strange. Island spirit. Does day and night here follow cosmic days? Are they going to be really long? When something's unclear, ask. Good habit. Master is so clever, figuring it out this quickly. I thought you wouldn't catch on until night refused to fall. The island spirit sounded a little surprised. So I guessed right. Yes. And the nights here are extremely dangerous. The first cosmic day is a beginner's grace period, though. Master only needs to stock up enough food to make it through the long night. But starting from the second cosmic day's night, you'll have to stay on guard against outside threats at all times. My heart sank. Half a day here equaled more than 8 days on Blue Star. From now on, I'd have to hoard enough food, water, and cultivation resources for the long night. Otherwise, that night would wipe out a huge chunk of the trial takers. Grrrr. Hunger yanked me back to reality. Should have kept a few chickens, I sighed. Oh right, points can be used for the lottery. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Island spirit, what kinds of things can the lottery give me? Anything within your corresponding tier. And the lottery mechanism will deliberately lean toward Master's current needs. So whatever I want, I'm more likely to draw? It only raises the odds. It's not guaranteed. Good enough. I didn't hesitate anymore. Draw. Ding. Mortal tier points insufficient. Use first tier points to make up the difference. I was about to nod when a jolt shot through my brain. Wait. Island spirit, start the live stream. Yes. I was a Blue Star native too. I knew exactly what hooked an audience. Number 1, combat. Number 2, the lottery. People are forever curious about the unknown. Otherwise, blind boxes wouldn't be such a booming business. Streamer, you're finally live. I've been waiting so long the flowers have wilted. How does dealing with one green-eyed serpent take this long? I didn't hide anything. 9 parts truth, 1 part lie. After I finished off the green-eyed serpent, a cultivation technique happened to drop, so I tried practicing it for a bit. Took some time. Confident, airtight. Killing the green-eyed serpent was true. The technique dropping was true. The time spent cultivating was true. I'd just left out the 2 key details, the Beast Tower and the 9 Revolutions Divine Demon Art. Knew it. For a Chinese person to get their hands on a cultivation technique and not practice it, now that would be a miracle. The comment. The audience nodded in agreement, one after another. What cultivation level is the host at now? I heard someone already made it to the mid-stage of the first level of body tempering. That guy's a beast. You mean Wu Chong, right? A martial arts heir. Started as an advanced apprentice, took down a tier, won 1-star beast with a single arrow, and bagged both the global first kill and the first kill on a tier 1 beast. Raked in 1,100 tier 1 points right off the bat. Won a tier 1 superior grade technique from the lottery. Broke through to the first level of body tempering in 2 hours, and just half an hour ago pushed all the way to mid-stage. Dude's basically playing with cheats. Wu Chong and I took 2 completely opposite paths. He hunted first, then cultivated. I cultivated first, then hunted. He had a martial arts foundation but no technique to start, so all he could do was explore. I had a technique, but no foundation. And since I valued my own skin, all I could do was play it safe. To each their own. If he's that strong, how come the stream hasn't hit 100 million viewers? I saw this comment and felt a little puzzled. The next second, someone had the answer. The guy's a monster, sure, but he's rough on the eyes. Can't pull in female viewers, so his numbers stayed stuck at 80 million. He only cracked 100 million for the first time when he broke into mid-stage. So Wu Chang's the strongest right now? Nope. There's a boxing champ over in Sam Nation who started at the early first level of body tempering, with 3.3 kilograms of strength. He's up to 59 kilos now, a step ahead of even Wu Chang. There's always a taller mountain, always a stronger man. And this is just the Blue Star civilization. Factor in all the wild civilizations across the entire primordial star domain, and I'm certain someone's already left me far, far behind. The comments went back and forth until they finally landed on a Chinese guy named Luo Feng. Started with a shocking 8.5 kilograms of strength, hit 48.2 before he went offline, and hadn't shown his face in 2 hours. Everyone figured he'd probably broken through, maybe even stronger than the boxing champ. There was just no proof. For a while, no one could name anyone more terrifying, so the topic finally circled back to me. Host, are you going to explore the dense forest this time? Some things are worth showing off, others are better kept low-key. I didn't reveal my cultivation level, just gave a faint smile. The forest does need exploring, but not right now. This stream, I want to spend some points on the lottery and see what good stuff I can pull. Figured I'd share it with all of you. The lottery? Nice. Wu Chang pulled a tier 1 superior grade technique with his. The host is probably doing the mortal tier lottery, right? Aside from Wu Chang, nobody's got enough for a tier 1 draw yet at this stage. I nodded. Yep, the mortal tier lottery. Draw it, draw it. I'm sending you my luck. Guaranteed good stuff. Go, Subai. The Little Bai fan club's cheering for you. What's the Little Bai fan club? Bunch of female fans put it together. The host's name is Subai, right? Little Bai just sounds sweeter. My baseline crowd appeal was pretty stable enough. At least he hasn't pulled anything shady so far. Island Spirit, start the draw. Yes. Ding. Common tier points insufficient. Use first tier points to make up the difference. Yes. This time, I didn't hesitate. Ding. Consuming 6 first tier points and 400 common tier points. Please choose one of the 3 random common tier chests before you. 3 wooden chests materialized out of thin air in front of me. Without X-ray vision, there was no way to see what was inside. Nice. Going from 1 in 10 to 1 in 3, it made no difference to anyone else. But for me, it was a huge edge. I could pick out the one I needed most, the one worth the most, out of the 3. I secretly activated my Eye of Insight, but on the surface I played it up like I was torn, glancing back and forth between the chests. Flawless. Nobody would ever guess I had this kind of power. Name, Sword and Shield Infantry, Standard Issue Gear. Grade, Common Tier, Superior. Description, a complete set of melee sword and shield infantry equipment, including a helmet, bright armor, a saber, a shield, and 3 changes of uniform. Well, damn. My thoughts immediately branched out. If I'd gotten this gear on day 1, it would have been a serious advantage. Down the line, I could even arm the islanders I recruited and build an army. Too bad it's not much use to me right now. I turned to the second chest. Name, Lumber. Grade, Common Tier, Inferior. Description, 30 cubic meters of timber. Can be used as firewood, or to upgrade the Island Lord's Manor and construct more functional facilities. Upgrade the Island Lord's Manor. I paused. I'd assumed the cabin would only change once the floating island itself leveled up. I never expected I could upgrade it on its own. Now I was actually a little intrigued. I kept my expression blank and looked at the third chest. If it wasn't tempting enough, I'd go with the lumber. There was plenty of oil pine to chop on the floating island across the way, but I was on my own. A single common tier draw only cost 10 first tier points, enough to kill 1 early stage first tier, 2-star beast. But how long would it take one person to chop 30 cubic meters of firewood? I could do that math just fine. Name, Milk Bread. Grade, Common Tier, Medium. Description, 1 case of 12 units. Each unit holds 10 packs, each pack 200 grams. Shelf life of 6 months. It gets old if you eat too much of it. My heart leapt. Blood rice packed a bigger punch for cultivation, but it still had its husk and tasted rough. This bread, though, could last 6 months. I could just stack it straight into the island lord's manor, perfect for stockpiling ahead of the long night. As for cultivation, I already had blood spirit pills, which were way better than blood rice anyway. I pretended to hesitate for a moment, then let my hand fall on the third chest. This one. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1 case of milk bread. A large cardboard box, waist high, dropped down not far away. I sliced it open with my dagger. Inside were 12 smaller boxes stacked neatly, each holding 12 bags of modern milk bread. See, bread? And it's milk bread. Now that's the good stuff. Half of my next big problem, food, just got solved. My smile was 90% genuine, 10% for show. Holy crap, that's a ton. That'll last you a good while, right? Well, it did cost 1,000 mortal rank points. Trying to scrape that together by hunting early on wouldn't exactly be easy. Gotta say, the streamer's luck is unreal. Even if he doesn't go out adventuring right now, he's got enough to make it through the first cosmic day. The prizes were way more generous than I'd expected. Totally worth it. Again, the lottery burned through points, but it was a solid deal. I quickly figured out the true nature of the first stage. Getting enough food and water to survive 10 cosmic days wasn't as hard as I'd imagined. The biggest threats were the savage beasts and the pirates. It looked like a survival challenge, but it wasn't pure wilderness survival. Ding, insufficient mortal rank points. Spend 10 first rank points to draw. Yes. Name, standard infantry bowman equipment. Grade, mortal rank, superior. Description, includes a helmet, foot soldier armor, a 3-stone strongbow, and 3 sets of spare military uniforms. An archer, ranged weapons are clearly way more useful than sword and shield in the early game. My eyes lit up. Name, mineral water. Grade, mortal rank, medium. Description, modern filtered bottled mineral water. 12 bottles, 5 liters each. The third one was lumber again. I hesitated for a moment between the archer gear and the mineral water, then went with the water. Again, it was all about prepping for the long night. That water hole seeped away. It dropped by half in just a few hours. No way it'd last through a single long night. And once I finished the bottled water, I could always refill the bottles at a water source. Way more practical. As for the bow and arrows, I already had my Juga repeating crossbow, so I didn't want them all that badly. 3 cases of mineral water dropped to the ground, exactly like the 4 per case kind back on Blue Star. I sliced one open, and sure enough, they were all 5-liter bottles, just no brand name. Something just hit me. That voice at the start said trial takers can take on ads and do product promos. The bread and mineral water the streamers pulling don't have any brands. Couldn't he slap ads on them, do some announcements, and make them famous across the whole world? Hell, across the entire Primordial Star region? The streamer could rake in ad money too. Someone's imagination was running wild. Seems like it might actually work, though it'd probably only circulate within our own civilization. Aliens could see it but couldn't buy it, unless those civilizations with interstellar shipping turned around and sold the goods to us. Even just within our civilization, that's huge. A domestic company could ride this wave and maybe turn into a multinational giant. Hello, Mr. Subai. We are Nature's Delivery Crew. We'd like to offer 200 gold coins in exchange for you mentioning our slogan whenever you drink water on stream from now on. Whoa, a company's reaching out already. He froze for a second, then frowned. Island Spirit, can I take on ad deals directly? Yes. How's the split? What's my cut? The Dark Dimension platform takes 10%, the Academy 20%, the host's home country 10%, and the host keeps 60%. That was more than I expected. Out of 200 gold coins, I'd pocket 120, worth about 6 million. If I were still back on Blue Star, I'd have said yes without a second thought. That was more money than I'd ever make in a lifetime. But now, I was already sitting on over 5,000 gold coins just from tips. These 120 coins didn't even register. Unless someone offered a price I couldn't refuse, I'd pass for now. For one, my value was nowhere near fully realized. My net worth was only going to skyrocket. For another, this offer was too lukewarm. If it were 20,000 gold coins, I might actually waver. You never show your real hand when you're hungriest. Sorry, I'm not considering ad deals for now. I turned it down. Whoa, he actually turned it down. 200 gold coins, and all he'd have to do is toss out a line while taking a sip of water. It's not that simple, though. Just clearing the first stage takes half a year. Imagine reading an ad every single time you take a drink. How annoying is that? And the streamer only gets paid if he clears the level. Fair point. Given the skills this streamer's shown, his economic value is only going to explode. Taking the deal now really would be selling himself short. The last day would be the best time. The last day's way too dangerous. How's that a good time for ads? I'd say the first day is the safest and easiest. Besides, they're not asking him to read the ad every time he drinks. Just the sip or two he takes on stream. Maybe not even once. When you put it that way, it doesn't seem like much, just an easy little thing. If it were me, I'd definitely take it. The comments kept scrolling, but I ignored them. No means no. Keep pulling. 15 pulls in a row, plus the 2 from before, made 17 total. Ordinary prizes piled up on the floor: lumber, steel, stone, instant noodles, bottled water, milk bread. What really got my heart racing were those 4 tech prizes. Just like the island spirit had said, here, anything could be won. The first, a Dragon Soar brand small household husking machine, mortal grade, superior. 1-button automation, 1200 kilograms per hour, and it even preserved the grain's nutrients. The description read, "With this, you'll never have to gnaw on unhulled blood rice again." I stared at it, picturing that field of unhulled blood rice patty, then gritted my teeth, claimed it. As for electricity, if I could even pull a husking machine, a generator was just a matter of time. If not this pull, then the next. But how is this only mortal grade superior? Its tech is leagues beyond that infantry gear by a mile. Isn't this just a total curb stomp? Here, we don't care about tech level, only lethality and practicality. The island spirit's voice was as calm as ever. Take the hot weapons from your world. Even an ancient, beat-up flintlock would rank as a common grade, lower tier. I fell silent. I didn't get it, but I accepted it. Second item, a Longxiang brand solar-powered energy-saving lamp, common grade, upper tier. It stored energy during the day and provided light at night, complete with a built-in battery that could hold 10 kilowatt hours. No need to generate power? Then there was even less reason to hesitate. Claimed. And if push came to shove, I could just hook that battery up to the husking machine. Problem solved, right? As for not knowing how to wire it up, in my live stream, I had tens of thousands of viewers, every single one of them a potential teacher. Longxiang brand again? What civilization makes this stuff? How is it that China can produce all of it? I couldn't help but ask. It comes from the Longxiang Empire, a 7-star lord nation. They're one of the entry-level sponsors for this Academy Lord selection. I nearly rolled my eyes. So everything I was pulling was basically an ad from one major civilization or another. What about the bread and water? Why didn't you mention whose those were? No one has taken those over yet, so the Academy arranged them itself. Once a sponsor steps in, that'll change. So you're saying, during the trial, there'll be even more civilizations throwing money around and running ads. Of course. The island spirit said it, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This is the grandest event in the entire primordial star domain, one that shapes the fate of countless civilizations. I shut my mouth. Third item, a Longxiang brand large combine hybrid harvester, common grade, upper tier. In theory, it could harvest 120 mu per hour, held 2,000 liters of diesel in its tank, and could run continuously for 200 hours. Holy cow, that's even more beastly than the most advanced harvester on Blue Star. This time, I practically snatched it up. Those 5 or 6 mu of blood rice on the wild floating island, harvested by hand, even with a body-forging realm physique, would take several hours. With this thing, a matter of minutes. Fourth item, a Longxiang brand small diesel generator, common grade, upper tier. Came with 30 liters of diesel. Before the harvester, I might have been over the moon. But now, with 2,000 liters already in hand, these 30 liters barely caught my eye. Damn, the streamer actually pulled a generator. This luck is off the charts. 4 tech prizes, and every single one is useful for his current stage. So jealous. Think he's burned through all his points? That's 17 pulls in a row. The viewers speculated. I didn't set them straight. I stopped, gathered up my prizes, and answered with a smile. When I pulled the husking machine, I figured Since there's tech involved, I shouldn't come up empty on anything power-related. My luck's been decent. I got the generator and the harvester both. As for the few points I've got left, I don't have much confidence. Half true, half not. I admitted I didn't have many points, but I never gave an exact number. Let them guess. The real reason, though, no one knew. My eye of insight had only a dozen seconds of charge left. One more use at most, so why waste it? Once the giveaway's done, that's it for today's stream. I'm gonna go make some instant noodles, then hole up and train for a while. Next time, I'll take you all deep into the jungle and show you what's hiding in there. Teaser dropped. Stream ended. Peak viewership today hit over 70 million, though it didn't crack 100 million. No adventure footage means no boost from the platform. The rules here were different from Blue Star. It wasn't about popularity, it was about the demand for trials. Hunting, exploration, adventure, that's what drove traffic. This was a pattern the nation had figured out, and they'd quietly tipped me off about it just now. I kept it in mind, along with the favor I owed them. I cooked up 2 packs of instant noodles with a bag of bread on the side, and still only felt about 80% full. I walked up to the front of the Island Lord's Manor. Island Spirit, what do I need to upgrade? The Tier 1 Island Lord's Manor has 5 grades: Initial, Basic, Intermediate, Advanced, and Supreme. Right now it's at Initial. You have enough materials to upgrade it to Basic. What'll it take to reach Basic? 15 cubic meters of firewood, 15 cubic meters of stone, plus 3,000 bronze coins. That's all. Aside from the bronze coins stinging a little, none of it was a big deal. I was pretty well off these days. Do it. Upgrade it now. Ding. The little wooden cabin in front of me swelled with a roar, and I stumbled back dozens of meters. Amid all the banging and hammering, in just 10 seconds, the dust settled. It was still a wooden cabin, but the rundown look was gone, replaced by a certain rustic charm. 2 stone lions now stood guard at the door, and a stone-paved plaza spread out over some 30 or 40 square meters. I pushed the door open. The single room had become a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout, with marble floors, all brand new. This has got to be at least 80 square meters, right? 100 square meters indoors. I was more than satisfied. It finally looked like a home, and more importantly, it now had a kitchen and a bathroom. If Basic is this nice, what about Intermediate? 300 cubic meters of wood, 300 cubic meters of stone, 10 tons of steel, 100 pounds of Tier 1 dark iron, an assortment of animal hides, plus 30,000 bronze coins. I sucked in a sharp breath. How'd it jump so many times over? Intermediate has 2 floors, 600 square meters indoors, plus a courtyard and plaza. Basic is only enough for you to live in alone, but Intermediate takes on additional functions. I got it. You eat 1 bite at a time. You walk 1 step at a time. I hauled the supplies over and set up the prizes. The solar lamps went in the living room. The huller and generator were temporarily placed in the main hall, and I drove the harvester to a flat patch of ground at the edge of the floating island. The most convenient spot to link up with wild floating islands and cross over later. With everything in place, I stood before the door, closed my eyes to calm my mind, took the blood spirit pill, and settled into my stance to train. Refine. 1 pill, then a second. Not long after the second one went down, a swelling ache surged through my entire body. Am I about to break through? Beads of sweat gathered on my forehead and dripped down, instantly swallowed by the dust. My skin flushed red like a boiled shrimp shell, steam hissing off it. Break, now! I let out a furious roar. My muscles convulsed violently, every pore flung open, and a current of energy came rushing out from within, my clothes billowing wildly. A reddish-brown filth reeking of blood seeped out through my skin, then quickly hardened into scabs under the blistering heat. 3 minutes later, my whole body looked like it was wrapped in a suit of dark red armor. Shatter. My muscles bulged, and that shell cracked apart on cue, crumbling to the ground. Reborn from the broken husk, the skin now exposed was rosy and taut, glowing with a boyish sheen. My eyes snapped open. I stared at my own body, pupils shrinking to points. Island Spirit, you're telling me this is really just the change from the first stage to the second stage of body forging? I'd broken through. An ordinary cultivator pushing from the peak of the first stage into the second usually needs a long, grinding accumulation. But I was born with divine grade bone roots. I barely felt any bottleneck at all and crossed over in a single step. Yes, the 9 stages of body forging are 9 transformations of the physical body. Each one is more intense than the last. After all 9, the body becomes flawless, shedding its mortal frame. What about lifespan? Does body forging extend it? The first 3 stages only strengthen the body and build a foundation. Successfully breaking into the 4th stage adds 2 years to your lifespan. The 7th stage adds another 4. In theory, at the peak of the 9th stage, your lifespan can reach 12 cosmic years. Converted to blue star reckoning, that's around 200 years. Already well past the limits of a mortal. But plenty of mortals on blue star have already lived past 84. How do you explain that? Those with atavistic bloodlines, deep mastery of health cultivation, or who've taken precious elixirs can all break the limit. Blue star, meanwhile, took a different road: technology. Technology can extend life too, but that's a whole other story. I see. Understanding dawned on me. The joy of breaking through drowned out everything else. 15 blood spirit pills left. Head out to hunt, keep cultivating, or train combat techniques. I made up my mind fast. Cultivate first, raise my realm. Then train combat techniques to boost my fighting power. Right now my combat strength rested entirely on the Eye of Insight and the Juga repeating crossbow. The moment my divine ability went on cooldown and my arrows ran dry, with the live stream cameras rolling, I'd have nothing left but brute force, and that was far too dangerous. The more trump cards, the better. The less exposed, the better. In the blink of an eye, more than 5 hours passed. I downed another 13 blood spirit pills and successfully stepped into the early phase of the 3rd stage of body forging. Still no bottleneck. The higher my cultivation, the weaker the pill's effects became, and the time needed to refine them grew shorter too. Something gained, something lost. Phew. I slowly rose to my feet, my body swaying. Deep in my muscles, and deep in my soul, a needle-like pain struck at the same time. Island Spirit, what's happening to me? Master, you've been cultivating too long. Your body and spirit are severely drained. Everything must be done step by step. You should lie down and sleep. Let your body repair itself. When you wake, this discomfort will fade on its own. All right, I'll do as you say. In matters like this, I never push myself. I know it's looking out for me. There's plenty of time ahead. In just over 10 hours, I've gone from an ordinary mortal to the early stage of the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. That's fast enough. A little rest won't bring the sky crashing down. But first, food. My stomach's growling again. Now that I had a kitchen, I cracked an extra red-tailed egg into my instant noodles. Delicious. Before climbing into the big bed, a thought stirred, and I pulled up my attribute screen. Trial Taker ID, Blue Star 10010. Name, Subai. Realm, Body Tempering Realm, 3rd level, early stage. Strength, 400.8 kilograms. Cultivation Art, 9 Revolutions God Demon Manual, 9 Revolutions Chaos Origin Chapter, 1st layer. Martial Techniques, Heavenly Valley Divine Finger, 9-fold Mystic Origin Spear, Inches to Galaxy, all not yet mastered. Foundation, Divine Grade. Innate Divine Ability, Divine Grade AI of Insight, 10 minutes 50 seconds can see through all concealment within 60 meters, discern all things, grows with cultivation. Points, 381st tier points, 2 mortal tier points. Fans, 6,813. The Eye of Insight's duration and range have both grown quite a bit. The corner of my mouth curved up, and then the snoring began. I was out almost instantly, which showed just how exhausted my body truly was. While I slept deeply, Blue Star did not rest. In the capital, at a military family hospital. What? You want me to be the leader of the Dragon Squad? Liu struggled upright in his hospital bed, shaking his head over and over. Commander, I can't. I'm just an ordinary soldier. I've never even been a squad leader. What do I know about leading troops? Liu, a soldier's sacred duty is to obey orders. This is an order, and you will carry it out. Zhang Yang's tone left no room for argument. Yes, sir. Liu forced his hand up in a salute, but his brow furrowed into a knot. But I really don't know how. You can learn what you don't know. Zhang Yang's tone softened. You contributed the great dragon elephant strength, which is vital to China. And you're the only soldier who withdrew. You're the most suitable candidate. Trust the organization, and trust yourself even more. This appointment hadn't actually come from Zhang Yong himself. The higher-ups had repeatedly assessed Li Yu's record and potential before making the decision. Li Yu's blood surged in his chest. I won't let the organization down. I'll lead the dragon squad well and forge the sharpest spear and the sturdiest shield for China. Very good. Zhang Yong nodded with satisfaction. For now, focus on recovering. Headquarters base is being renovated. By the time you've healed, it should be just about ready. Yes, sir. Back at the base, Zhang Yong immediately summoned. Here comes Lu Min and the 9 other team leaders, each responsible for one of China's top 10 trial takers with the highest potential. Any broadcast from Subai yet? He looked at Lu Min first. No. Lu Min shook her head with a bitter smile. How long has it been? Lu Min glanced at her watch. 10 hours and 48 minutes. Zhang Yong fell silent. Subai's importance had already been ranked 3rd among the nation's key figures to watch. This prolonged silence weighed heavily on his mind. What about Luo Feng? He turned to Wang Jie, whose trial taker was rated as China's #1 prospect. Luo Feng ran a 2-hour live stream and took down 28 ferocious beasts. 3 hours ago, he revealed his cultivation level, 98 kilograms of strength. Our assessment is that he may have already broken through to the late stage of the 1st level of the body-forging realm. He's likely the strongest in the world right now. Wang Jie was beaming. Voluntarily disclosing one's cultivation level was a recommendation the government had given to trial takers. It was a surefire way to drive traffic. On Blue Star, this logic held true, and nearly everyone took it for granted. Some enthusiasts had already put together a global power rankings for them. The Dragon team's cultivation speed is pathetically slow. The highest among them is only an advanced apprentice. Not a single one has reached the body-forging realm. Their bone structure and talent all meet the standards. So why can Luo Feng advance so fast? Is his bone structure grade exceptionally high? Zhang Yong frowned. Chief, Luo Feng hasn't disclosed his grade, but his luck has been off the charts. Wang Jie pulled up the file. The second floating island he explored had a field of ginseng, and quite a few were over 50 years old. Once he's fully absorbed all of it, his cultivation could shoot up to the 3rd level of the body-forging realm. He paused, then added, just about everyone who's climbed to the body-forging realm in such a short time stumbled onto a treasure trove. They're all brave, lucky souls. My guess is this is a perk the Cosmic Overlord Academy hands out to newcomers. As long as you're bold enough to explore, you can find good stuff on the first few floating islands. Everyone nodded in agreement. They guessed right. Without the 10,000 Beast Tower, the blue-eyed snake gallbladder, red-tailed chicken eggs, and blood rice would have been the best resources available to Subai at this stage. Good news, Zhang Yong's eyes lit up. Start buying up ginseng worldwide immediately, and move fast. Other countries will catch on sooner or later, and prices are bound to skyrocket then. Keep your eyes peeled, and report to me the moment you find any other cultivation resources on Blue Star. He was already calculating. Opportunity only ever rewards those who make the first move. Also, pull all this information together and post it to the live stream channels of every trial taker in China. Tell them, on the first day, the opportunities outweigh the risks. All they're missing is courage. Miss the first cosmic day, and it'll be far harder to bounce back down the road. The reasoning was simple. If you don't even dare to step out the door on day 1, what are you going to use to break through the far more dangerous trials ahead? Understood. Zhang Yong turned to Lu Min. The moment Subai goes live, notify me immediately. The kid had been quiet for so long. He wanted to see just what kind of big move he was cooking up. Blue Star floating island number 10010. I opened my eyes, stretched both arms over my head, and gave a good, hard stretch. Overnight, all the exhaustion, body and mind alike, had vanished without a trace. A deep comfort radiated out from the very marrow of my bones, and my head felt as clear as if it had been rinsed clean by a mountain spring. Sitting up, I habitually glanced over my stats. The eye of insight had fully recharged. No surprise there. What did surprise me was that my strength had actually gone up. Before bed, it was 400.8 kilograms. Now it read 402.3. Island Spirit. How did my strength increase just from sleeping? Before resting, Master consumed a large quantity of pills that bolster the blood and chi. Your cultivation only absorbed a portion. The remaining medicinal power was slowly refined by your body while you rested, hence the increase in strength. So that was it. I walked out of the house and looked up at the countdown atop the Island Lord's Manor. 9 universe days, 15 blue star days, 23 hours, 2 minutes, 53 seconds. A full 7 hours of sleep. The days and nights here were absurdly long, nothing like Blue Star at all. Everyone had to adjust to the jet lag bit by bit. I gnawed down a few bites of bread and washed it down with some water. That counted as breakfast. Once I cleaned up, I stood in the center of the plaza and started thinking about which martial technique to practice first. The 9 Revolutions God Demon art came with 3 techniques built in: Heavenly Stream God Finger, Ninefold Mystic Origin Spear, and Star River at arm's reach. For ranged combat, I've got the Juga repeating crossbow, but close quarters combat is a total blank. My cultivation may have reached the early stage of the 3rd level of the body forging realm, but my combat experience is 0, and I haven't even gotten a foot in the door with any martial technique. Without the Eye of Insight, if I actually got into a fight, I might not even beat an early tier 1 3-star beast. I knew exactly what I was capable of. Let me take a look at these 3 techniques first. Heavenly Stream God Finger. Capable of condensing the power of rules. Without being a true god, one cannot unleash even a fraction of its might. A Supreme Finger Technique. 5 layers in all. Gold Breaker. Concentrate power into a single point, shattering metal and stone, ignoring blood chi and protective aura. Celestial Phenomenon. Gather 10,000 phenomena into one finger, wielding the punishment of heaven. Star Shatter. Mobilize the origin force to destroy an entire star system. Godslayer. Slaughter gods as easily as slaughtering dogs. No bounds. Condense the rules. I am the rules. Turn back time with a thought. Wipe out a star realm with a thought. Reboot the universe with a thought. Its power has no upper limit. For now, only the first layer was unlocked. I sucked in a sharp breath. No upper limit. Those 4 words were enough. So badass. I absolutely had to master this. Forcing down my excitement, I moved on to the second technique. Ninefold Mystic Origin Spear. The spear is the king of all weapons, a supreme spear technique. 4 layers in all. Weight of 1,000 June. The spear strikes like a dragon, 9 layers of force flowing without end. A single overwhelming might that breaks all techniques. Unstoppable force. Draw the power of heaven and earth to the spear's tip, its might. Overwhelm heaven and earth. Battle spirits soaring to the heavens. Fight to fuel more fighting. Compress the seed of spear intent 9 times over. Boundless primordial mystery. Within the domain of spear intent, I am the master of heaven and earth. Another brutal one. Now I wanted to learn this too. The last discipline was Starry River Within Reach, a movement technique with 6 levels. Snow treading without a trace. Light as a swallow. Carefree as the wind. Formless and shapeless, drifting unpredictably. 1,000 miles in an instant. Wherever the divine sense reaches, you arrive in a heartbeat. A single thought among the stars. Roam freely between the stars. Countless stars without a trace. Tear through the void at will, crossing dimensions. Starry River Within Reach. With a single step, reach any corner of the galaxy, coming and going without a shadow. Just as I thought, all of them are ridiculously strong. Only kids make choices. Adults want it all. I gritted my teeth. I'll train all 3 at once, cultivating them simultaneously, so I can stack up my overall combat power. For Metal Breaker, you concentrate the strength of your whole body into a single point and nourish your finger with chi and blood. As I practiced, I figured out 2 key things. First, chi and blood must shield the finger, or the moment you jab out, your finger snaps first. Now that would be a joke. Second, how to channel the strength of your entire body into your fingertip and unleash maximum power. That's the hard part. It'll take time. There was no sand on the floating island, so I ground up dry clumps of dirt, wrapped them in cloth, and hung the bundle from the door beam at chest height. First I jabbed with my finger, then I held a horse stance. Damn, that actually hurts. My fingertip burned like I'd rammed raw flesh into iron. No, I can't just force it. My mind raced. Even if I can't release chi and blood externally yet, I still need to draw it up and wrap it around my finger to form a cushion. I steadied my breathing and mobilized the chi and blood inside my body. The moment the thought stirred, a familiar sense of clarity welled up. I jabbed again, and the pain dropped sharply. This feeling, I glanced at my stats. The remaining time on my Eye of Insight had dropped by 5 seconds. My pupils contracted. A divine power can even assist in cultivation? The Eye of Insight peers outward at all things and inward at oneself. Turns out it could even reveal the flaws in my own training. Again, this time I actively triggered the divine power. In an instant, every flaw in my body was laid bare. Wrong force, wrong posture, completely wrong chi and blood circulation. Flaws everywhere, like a total amateur. And the process of spotting those flaws and correcting them one by one was the fastest way to grow. After 3 minutes of practice, I stopped and switched to Starry River within reach. Not because I'd gotten the hang of it. I just didn't want to waste the divine power's remaining time. So I wanted to run through all 3 disciplines. Snow treading without a trace is all about being light as a swallow. I deliberately strapped 2 sacks of dirt to my legs to make it harder, activated the divine power, and practiced while correcting my mistakes. 3 minutes later, I switched again. Good thing I scored that heavy black iron spear earlier. I pulled the long spear out of my personal storage space. Heavy as a mountain, it called for big, sweeping movements in the early stages. One time, I didn't stop at the 3-minute mark. I trained until my supernatural abilities timer ran completely dry. Even then, I refused to quit. When my chi and blood ran dry, I swallowed a blood spirit pill and kept training while replenishing, not stopping to catch my breath until I'd burned through the second one too. Damn shame. The Eye of Insight's duration is still too short. My bone root was divine grade. My comprehension was sharp, and I was training top-tier martial techniques, so my progress was already lightning fast. But it's only with a point of comparison that you realize how far you have to go. Once you've seen the light, it's hard to stand the dark. I pulled out my last soul pill, hesitated for just an instant, then tilted my head back and swallowed it. I picked up my spear again. That's the feeling, hell yeah. On the Bluestone Plaza, I wove back and forth, my spear shadows fast as lightning, yet every strike carried the crushing weight of Mount Tai bearing down. The ability drained, the soul pill replenished, one draining, one filling, and by rights they should have balanced out. But by the 5-minute mark, the duration started dropping again. The fill side had stopped, leaving only the drain. I immediately pulled up short. I checked my stats again. Trial participant ID, Blue Star 10010. Name, Subai. Realm, Body Forging Realm. 3rd layer, early stage. Strength, 405.3 kilograms. Cultivation method, 9-turn God Demon Art. 9-turn Primordial Fusion Chapter, 1st layer. Martial techniques, All Under Heaven Stream Divine Finger, Gold Breaking 1%. 9-layered Mystic Origin Spear, heavy as 1,000 June 6%. A Hair's Breadth of Galaxy, Snow Treading Without a Trace 3%. Bone Root, Divine Grade. Innate Supernatural Ability, God Tier, Eye of Insight, 10 minutes 47 seconds / 10 minutes 50 seconds. Can see through all concealment within 60 meters, grows with cultivation. 3 changes. I saw through all of them at a glance. During sustained drain, the soul pill prioritizes replenishing mental power rather than strengthening the soul. That's why the duration and range didn't change. 2 blood spirit pills only added under 5 kilos. Way too harsh a cut. Looks like the training itself devours chi and blood, so most of the medicinal power got poured into patching the hole in my stamina. The All Under Heaven Stream Divine Finger took the longest to train but progressed the slowest. Its 1st layer is the hardest. While I was training, I could feel it clear as day. My resources were nearly bone dry. Time to go live. I looked toward that wild floating island in the distance. This time, I was going to flatten it. Not a single one of the ferocious beasts up there would be left alive. Island Spirit, open the live stream room. Yes, Master. The moment the stream went live, the comments came flooding in. But I noticed something off, the viewer count. Last time I went live, it broke 10 million in under 30 seconds. This time, there were only a few 100,000. Did my fans all bail because I hadn't streamed in so long? Countdown, 9 cosmic days, 15 blue star days, 21 hours, 35 minutes, 41 seconds. I'd spent nearly 2 hours training the 3 martial techniques, and counting the time before that, it had been about 15 hours since my last stream. Streamer, you're finally live. I've been scrolling through every live stream room this whole time, and there was no way more exciting than yours. Weren't you going to explore that dense forest last time? Get moving already. I've been drooling over that forest forever. What's the host cultivation level now? How much strength? I heard every country set up combat power rankings, and there's even a global leaderboard. Combat rankings? My interest was piqued. So who's number 1 in the world right now? How strong are they? Our very own Luo Feng from China. Peak of the first level of body forging realm, leagues ahead of everyone else. My face stayed as calm as still water, but inside I felt a jolt. My cultivation far surpassed his, but I knew my own situation better than anyone. I'd only climbed this high by stacking blood spirit pills. This Luo Feng must have had some incredible fortune, I mused. Otherwise, even with divine-grade aptitude, in such a short time, even I couldn't guarantee breaking through to the mid-stage of the first level of body forging realm. Not bad. Doing China proud. I laughed heartily. I had no plans to reveal my cultivation, but seeing China leading the world genuinely made me happy. Huh? Host, why does the house behind you look different? Yeah, what's going on with that? I heard someone ask about this in another stream. The Island Lord's manor can be upgraded, but the requirements are brutal. 15 cubic meters of wood, 15 cubic meters of stone, plus 3,000 bronze coins. Hardly anyone can gather all that at this stage. This is the first time I've seen it happen, right here in Little White Stream. The chat exploded. Since nobody had found the Money Island, all materials had to be self-sourced. Logging and mining alone were way too slow, so people relied on the lottery, yet most didn't even have enough points. And those 3,000 bronze coins? How many ferocious beasts would you have to hunt for that? After all the filtering, the number of people worldwide who could upgrade their Island Lord's manor was definitely under 5. And I was very likely the first. Holy crap, could the host be the first person in the world to upgrade their Island Lord's manor? Very possible. I've never seen it or heard of it, at least. The news shot straight to the front pages of every country in an instant. Viewers flooded in like a rising tide, and the online count skyrocketed to 3 million in the blink of an eye. Capital base. Write it down. Go post messages in the other candidates' streams to alert them, Zhang Yong said. Chief, is that really necessary? There's a reward for first kills, so wouldn't there be one for being first to upgrade too? Subai didn't say, but as long as there's a chance, we can't let it slip. Besides, if something exists, there's a reason for it. This mechanic wasn't set up for nothing. I'll notify the team leaders right away. All right, enough chatter. I stood up. First, I'll fire up the combine harvester and finish cutting the blood-blessed rice, then head out to explore the forest. I walked to the edge of the island, settled into the driver's cab, and traced out a route on the central control screen. The harvester rolled forward on its own, fully automated, absurdly advanced. It was almost certainly designed specifically for trial takers. After all, in a wild civilization where even Bronze Age societies existed, it was only thanks to the island spirit's guidance and automation that any of this was barely usable at all. Rumble, rumble. The earth trembled as the steel behemoth lunged toward the rice paddies. I punched in the command, leaned back in my seat, and just watched. Fast. At this rate, this side of the creek will be done in no time. But how do we get it across the river? That's the problem. Just use your inventory space to carry it. The harvester's huge. You think the streamer's space is big enough? He just finished upgrading his Island Lord's manor. He's still got money to upgrade his space. Are you dumb? Drive the harvester back onto the floating island, move the island over to the other side of the river, dock it, then drive it back down. Problem solved. Ugh, it was that simple, and I racked my brain over it forever. The guy above is a genius. Switch up your thinking, and the path opens up. My eyes lit up. I'd originally planned to grind fierce beasts in the dense forest first for cash, then upgrade my space. A whole big detour. One comment from a viewer, and I saved myself all of it. Banging your head against a wall isn't always the way out. A shift in perspective often reveals a brighter path. Just as I was talking, The rice paddies across the river suddenly shook violently. Then a sharp, piercing crow tore through the sky. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The crowing was rapid and shrill, completely different from the lazy calls I'd heard before. The same sound rose from deep within the forest, rising and falling, as if answering one another. My heart clenched. Not good. Too much commotion. I'd alarmed the whole flock of red-tailed roosters. Blood rice was their food supply, but more than that, it was their lifeline. Harvesting it this brazenly was like digging up their ancestors' graves. Of course they'd come at me with everything they had. The harvester was too big to cram into my inventory space, and if it got damaged, it wouldn't be worth it. I immediately entered a command to send it back the way it came, to the floating island. Then I hopped off, gripped my black iron heavy spear, and slowly backed up, covering its retreat. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The red-tailed roosters were way faster than the harvester. It was only halfway back when the first one pounced. Die. I swung the spear down in a heavy, crushing blow. This thing weighed 88 kilos. Just the free fall alone could crush them to death, let alone with my strength behind it. Ding! Slew advanced beast, red-tailed rooster. Gained 25 mortal rank points. For trash like this, I couldn't even be bothered to use my Juga repeating crossbow. Arrows were precious. These were perfect for practice. I didn't even bother activating my Eye of Insight. 1, 2, 3. The fourth one finally stepped up. A fierce beast, early first rank 1-star. But so what? Still one shot, one kill. Holy crap, that's a fierce beast, and it's gone in a single hit? What's this streamer's cultivation level exactly? The newcomers in the chat went wild. The first kill ignited the will to fight in my chest. I stopped retreating, planted my feet firmly, and waited for them to come to me. Bring it on. More red-tailed roosters surged forward. I first swept the corpses and loot on the ground into my inventory space, then charged in, spear in hand, sweeping through the ranks. The front row. 4 of them were sent flying over 30 feet, their fate unknown. Another shot. Another wave down. Simple and brutal, raw power crushing, all technique. Anything caught in the heavy gunfire ended up dead or crippled. There were plenty of them, but the space was too tight. They couldn't gather any real momentum. Only a handful could ever get close. In less than a minute, over 30 red-tailed chickens lay dead on the ground. I didn't let my guard down. My eyes stayed locked on the dense woods. There were still more. Sure enough, the brush rustled, and one red-tailed chicken after another emerged. 1, 2. Hiss. I swallowed hard. More than 130 of them. This batch didn't charge recklessly. Instead, they massed at the tree line, waiting silently for something. They were too far away to make out any details, but red-tailed chickens had one obvious tell: their tail feathers. The more feathers, the stronger. All 100+ of them had 4 feathers or more. Every single one was a beast. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A long, thunderous crow drowned out every other sound. The flock parted, opening a path. A creature the size of a bison strode out slowly, its tail feathers a deep crimson, 6 of them in all. The sheer pressure hit me like a wall. Tier 1, 3 stars. The Chicken King. This was the ceiling of their potential. I had a myriad beast tower, but I'd never once considered taming them as battle pets. Their ceiling was just too low. Not worth my time. Fighting head-on isn't smart. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. I glanced at the harvester, already back on the island, safe. With nothing left to worry about, I bolted for the floating island without a backward glance. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The Chicken King clearly hadn't expected me to run so decisively. In a rage, it gave the order. Except for itself and the 4 rooster guardians at its side, the entire flock poured out after me. The ground shook like an army on the march. Too bad. I wasn't the man I used to be. Early stage of the 3rd level of the body forging realm, and I'd picked up a bit of the traceless snow walking technique. I was faster than ever. They chased me, but they couldn't catch me. The moment I stepped onto the floating island, I shouted, "Island spirit, move." Yes, but the floating island was so slow, agonizingly slow. The 2 islands hadn't even pulled 12 meters apart when the fastest red-tailed chicken caught up, leaping through the air, lunging straight at my island. I raised my gun, ready. A few of them didn't scare me at all, as long as the Chicken King stayed off. But the next second, bam! The red-tailed chicken slammed into what looked like an invisible wall. It froze for an instant, then slowly slid down. Knocked out cold, it couldn't even turn back. It plunged straight down into the endless void and vanished. What a waste. I leaned over and looked down, wincing in pain. That was a peak tier 1, 1 star. It could have yielded a blood spirit pill, plus dropped coins, gear, and points. Gone just like that. In my eyes, these red-tailed chickens were already dishes in my bowl. Island Spirit, what just happened? The Island Spirit was quick on the uptake and answered right away. The Rookie Protection Period. Within the range, any living beast that harbors hostility toward the Master cannot set foot on the Master's floating island. So that's how it is. It dawned on me. That voice, the one that laid out the rules, had mentioned this, but I hadn't given it much thought at the time. A thought flashed through my mind. I looked up, narrowed my eyes at the far shore, and slowly felt the corners of my mouth curl into a grin. Island Spirit, move us closer. Yes. The two islands docked together again. On the other side, the red-tailed fowl were still frantically slamming into the barrier. And me? My spear struck like a dragon. A flash of cold light, and a red-tailed fowl was skewered through. Corpse and all, flicked over on the tip of my spear. One thrust, one pull. One trophy in hand. Holy crap, you can play it like this? This shield is straight up broken. He gets to slaughter chickens, and the chickens can't even fight back? The comment feed blew up. Too bad the good times didn't last. After I'd killed 8 in a row, the fowl behind them snapped out of it and scrambled back beyond my spear's reach. They retreated, so I advanced. 1 step across, a sweeping strike, and 6 more went down. When they surged back, I fought and fell back, retreating onto my own island. Back and forth like this for 3 rounds. More than 20 red-tailed fowl dead on the spot. The Fowl King finally couldn't sit still. With one long screech, the flock pulled back and it took command at the front itself. I pretended to give chase, and when it closed to within 30 meters, I suddenly spun around and bolted. The Fowl King flew into a rage, charging faster and faster. Just as I was 3 or 4 meters from my own island, it had closed to within 5 or 6. Not slowing at all, eyes blood red, wanting nothing more than to tear this 2-legged beast to shreds. The killing moment was now. I whipped around. The spear had vanished. In my hands was something it had never seen before. Whip. I pulled the trigger. An arrow shot out. At the same instant I rolled to the side, dodging its head-on charge, and my hand slid back to the black iron heavy spear. Smooth as flowing water, all in one seamless motion. Thunk. Mid-sprint, the Fowl King's belly was wide open. The arrow buried itself in, and blood sprayed. It crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, its massive momentum dragging it skidding across the earth until it slammed into that invisible wall and finally stopped. A shriek, a few flaps of its wings, and then it had no strength left. I paid it no more attention. Take an arrow like that, and even if it lived, it was crippled. No threat anymore. I charged into the flock, spear in hand, like a wolf among sheep. Not a single one could last a round against me. Ding! Slain a tier, 1 2-star mid-stage red-tailed fowl. Reward, 12 tier, 1 points. Ding! Slain a tier, 1 3-star peak red-tailed fowl. Reward, 60 tier, 1 points. Ding! Slain the king of this island's red-tailed fowl clan. Reward, 1 tier, 1 radar fragment. That notification made me freeze, and I nearly got ambushed. I quickly refocused. Clear the field first, deal with everything else later. By the end, the red-tailed fowl were truly terrified. The last dozen or so turned tail and fled, but how could I give them the chance? I chased them all the way in. The dense forest. As the 3 of them darted into the trees, I whipped out my Juga repeating crossbow and fired 3 bolts in quick succession, pinning them all to the ground. Only after confirming they were all dead did I activate my Eye of Insight and sweep it across the forest interior. No danger. I went in, hauled out every corpse and piece of loot, scavenging along the way, and stored the bodies on the 9th floor of the 10,000 Beast Tower. These red-tailed chickens, no refining them. Compared to snake meat, I could stomach chicken a lot better. With a stockpile this big, I'd have enough to make it through the long night ahead. The only headache was keeping it fresh. The Beast Tower wasn't really the right place for it, so I'd have to transfer it into my personal space later. Besides, I'd already reached the early stage of the third level of body tempering. I didn't need that many blood spirit pills anymore. Keeping them around to satisfy a craving, as rations, was actually the better deal. There's still one that hasn't kicked the bucket. I ended its struggle with a single spear thrust. Ding! Killed a first-rank, 2-star peak red-tailed chicken. Reward, 21st rank points. I didn't pay it much mind and just kept gathering my haul. But right after that sound, another chimed in. Ding, congratulations. You have killed every red-tailed chicken on this island. Reward, 1 first-tier power module. My eyes lit up, and thinking back to that earlier notification. So that's where the radar fragments and power modules came from. It's just hard. One required slaying the island's overlord. The other required wiping out an entire species of savage beast on the island. The floating island was so massive, neither was going to be easy. And this was only a first-rank island. What about a second-rank one? That made the radar all the more crucial. If it could cover the entire island and mark the location and cultivation of every savage beast, the difficulty of this mission would be cut in half instantly. After collecting all the loot, I returned to my own island. This time, I didn't send it far away. With the protective barrier up, I actually hoped every last green-eyed serpent in the forest would come crawling out. That battle paid off nicely. I waved my hand, and the loot spread out across the ground. Nicely? Dude, that's an absolute jackpot. White Emperor, quit humble bragging. Do you have any idea how terrifying that fight was? I counted 172 red-tailed chickens total. Just this chicken meat alone, rationed carefully, is enough to last you until the first checkpoint's assessment ends, and it's all packed with vital energy. Eat it all and quit, and your cultivation would jump a huge amount. Quit? Are you kidding me? Our White Emperor is steamrolling entire flocks of chickens. His odds of clearing this thing are way up. Why the hell would he quit? Damn, he was just Little White a second ago, and now it's White Emperor. The bootlicking is way too obvious. So what? Once he clears the first checkpoint, he'll be the sovereign of a 1-star lord nation at the very least. What's wrong with calling him White Emperor? Then one question fell, and the whole room went dead silent in an instant. I just want to know the streamer's cultivation level. Fine, you can't tell from the Juga crossbow. But he just took a spear into a pack of dozens of red-tailed chickens, went in and out 3 times, and slaughtered them all. And there was even a first-rank, 2-star peak one among them. Countless people sucked in a sharp breath. They'd underestimated me after all. Once I've cleared out these chickens, I'll take everyone to harvest the blood rice. I didn't answer the question. I climbed back onto the harvester, drove into the paddy, and set it to auto-harvest. Ding! 5-star Lordship Nation Starfield Empire Iron Star has tipped 10 black iron coins. Ding! Iron Star has wagered 20,000 black iron coins. You're growing fast, faster than I expected. I take back what I said last time. Barring any major surprises, your odds of clearing the first trial are at least 20%. Iron Star spoke again, and in an instant, all eyes were on me. Holy crap, the big shot's talking again, and dropping serious coin too. He's really betting on White Emperor. Stats that terrifying, and still only 20%? That's brutal. Keep in mind, most trial takers won't even set foot off their own islands right now. If the big shot's in, I'm in. Ding! 1-star Lordship Nation Grey Wolf Empire Wutu has tipped 1 black iron coin and wagered 300. 20% doesn't sound like much, but on the very first Cosmic Day, that's already impressive. A 5-star heavyweight made the call, so I trust it. I'm following the bet. Count me in too. In no time, tips and wagers came flooding in like a tide. Whoa, everybody check the live viewer count. A blue-star viewer suddenly spoke up. 600 million. Holy crap, a full 600 million, and still climbing. The all-time global record was only just over 500 million, and he set that himself. He broke it again this fast? Unbelievable. Even I froze for a second, then quickly cupped my hands toward the void. Thank you all for the support. I promise I won't let your investment go to waste. The comments lit up again. White Emperor, forget about the green-eyed snake. Think about the eggs. With all those red-tailed chickens darting through the paddy and thickets, and you finding eggs before, there might be more out in the field. But once that harvester rolls through, won't it crush every last one of them? Someone was genuinely worried on my behalf. You all can stop calling me White Emperor. Honestly, it feels weird. I tried to correct them. Older folks can call me Little Sue or Little Bai. Younger ones can call me Old Sue or Old Bai. Whatever's more comfortable. Whether they'd actually change how they addressed me, though, that wasn't up to me. The point about the eggs is fair. Red-tailed chicken eggs are pretty nutritious. But I can't afford to slow down the harvest. In the trial space, time is money. I paused, gazing out at the endless waves of rice before me, and suddenly felt a wave of emotion. There's nothing in this world that comes easy. What people see is me going in and out 3 times like it's a walk in the park. What they don't see are the long nights I endured, and every time I put my life on the line as the stake. Strong men aren't born. They claw their way up, step by step, out of a pile of the dead. They came running out. I leapt onto the roof of the harvester and scanned the rice paddies below. Insight I activated, and everything within a 60-meter radius came into full view. In a dense forest, that range wouldn't amount to much, but across these 5 or 6 acres of rice fields, it was more than enough. I see the eggs, I said with a grin to the live stream. Thanks for the heads up earlier, folks. Otherwise I'd have taken a real loss. Too bad I can't ship these out, or I'd love to let you all have a taste. After a few live streams under my belt, I'd loosened up quite a bit. Before I'd even finished speaking, I flipped down off the harvester and, with a few bounding leaps, swept up every egg on this side of the river into my personal storage space. Island Master, the items from the trial space can actually be sold to people from Blue Star, even to people from other civilizations. The island spirit's words caught me off guard and instantly blew up the live stream. Wait, we can do that? Of course. Why else would there be a product selling feature? The island spirit replied matter-of-factly. Isn't selling products just running ads, where the manufacturer ships directly and I take a cut? I said, applying my Blue Star understanding. That's one version, but it also includes the loot the Island Master obtains from the trial space, though there are 2 things I need to point out. What 2 things? First, the goods from the trial space can't be priced however you want. The space will set a reasonable price. Makes sense. Second, for anything you sell, the most expensive part isn't the goods themselves, it's the courier transport fee. So I'd recommend selling high-value, low-weight items. Something clicked in my mind. The eggs from the red-tail hen. What would they sell for to people on Blue Star? Mortal-grade red-tail eggs go for 0.01 gold coins per kilogram. First grade, lower quality, 0.05 gold coins per kilogram. The goods aren't expensive, but the shipping cost is staggering. It's 1,000 gold coins just to open a single microchannel, which can transport up to 10,000 kilograms at once, plus an additional 0.1 gold coins per kilogram in courier fees. The whole live stream drew a collective sharp breath. Who could ever afford that? The eggs alone. Sure, you could grit your teeth and manage it. But add the shipping fee? No way, can't afford it. Probably only the top-tier big shots could swing that. Even the big shots aren't suckers. A viewer who was good at math quickly worked out the angle. The one-time channel fee is too steep. Best case, you pack a full 10,000 kilograms and ship it all at once. Averaged out, that's only 0.2 gold coins per kilogram. That's actually doable. So one big shot would have to make the move first, then split it up and resell to everyone else. Might even pocket the difference. If you want the cheapest deal, a whole group would need to pool their money and share the shipping cost. Looking at the screen full of number crunching, I could only spread my hands and give a wry smile. This fee really is way too high. If someone's genuinely willing to cover the full amount, that works for me. But I'd urge everyone to stay calm. Red-tail eggs only contain a faint trace of chi and blood. They're good for cultivation, but not that. I mean, the price is way overblown. Besides, I've only got 36 on hand, and I have to save some for myself to eat. There aren't many left to sell, nowhere close to 10,000 kilos. With that sky-high price hanging out front, and after everything I just said, nobody should be coming to buy. What I didn't expect was that countless big shots across Blue Star had already started secretly joining forces, because to them, this was fantastic news. Not only could they monopolize the goods from the trial space, they'd also get first dibs on enjoying them themselves. As for me, I only cared about one thing that hit my bottom line directly. Island Spirit, if I sell goods for others, how much do I make? For carrying goods on behalf of others, the master gets 10% of the sale price. For selling trophies from the trial space yourself, The master gets 80%, with the remaining 20% going to the academy. After all, the academy spent a fortune building this space. The island's spirit paused. That said, this money can only be claimed after you clear the trial. Quit halfway, and it all goes into the scholarship pool. Not a single loophole left, huh? I sighed. If that money could be collected early, plenty of people would cash out and bail midway. The academy had sealed off that route too. All right, this side's harvested. Let's head across the river. I gathered up every last egg on the ground, drove the harvester back to the floating island, moved the island, and made landfall again from the opposite bank. This side was bigger. Whether the red-tailed chickens just preferred hanging out over here or not, there were a full 3 times as many eggs in the rice paddies, 112 of them. I wove through the fields, picking up every one, before firing up the harvester again to cut the bloodgrass rice. 7 or 8 minutes, and it was all done. Not a single green-eyed snake came out to cause trouble. It went so smoothly it left me a little let down, and the viewers were let down too. The online count dropped from a peak of over 600 million to just over 300 million. Back on the island, I spread the bloodgrass rice out to dry on the bluestone bricks in front of the house, then ran back to the fields and hauled in all the straw the harvester had automatically bundled up. 4 round trips, laying it all out to dry. What's old by doing this for? You can tell right off he's never worked a field. Dried straw makes great kindling, and down the line it's good fodder for raising horses and livestock too. Don't horses eat pasture grass? Premium pasture grass used to be reserved for warhorses only. What ordinary household's livestock could afford that? This bloodgrass rice straw might be just as nutritious as pasture grass. Just feels like a waste of time. It's fine, really. The harvester already bundled it. Carrying it back and spreading it out only takes a few minutes. Old Buy's not the type to make a move without a sure thing. He won't touch a deal that doesn't pay off. I looked at the comments and laughed. This stuff's great for starting fires. Way easier than burning wood. It'll save a lot of trouble lighting fires later on. Worth it. All right, the bloodgrass rice is all harvested. Now for the main event. I'm taking everyone into the dense forest to explore. Once again, I leapt onto the floating island. Quickly, I strode into the dense forest. Light filtered through the branches and leaves, scattering flecks of dappled shadow across the ground. The deeper I went, the thinner the light became, and the silence around me grew unnervingly complete. The forest loomed like a gaping, blood-red maw, ready to swallow me whole. It shouldn't be this quiet in the woods, not even the sound of insects. That's way too weird, one viewer said, on edge. It's a trial space. Stop thinking about it like the outside world. I'm a little worried about Bai. Everybody help keep an eye on his surroundings, especially behind him. He doesn't have eyes on the back of his head. Watch out for a sneak attack from a green-eyed serpent. I didn't tell them that I'd already wiped out every last red-tailed fowl on the island. The only threat left now was the green-eyed serpents. This is the exact spot where that pack of green-eyed serpents was all tangled together last time. See here? These are the marks the arrows left behind. I pointed at a clearing. This time, I no longer held back. I dared to keep the Damaku running and chat with everyone right in the heart of the forest. The reason was simple: skill breeds courage. Last time, I was only in the early stage of the first level of body forging, hadn't trained in any martial techniques, and was sitting on hidden cards. This place had been extraordinarily dangerous. Now it was different. Even without playing my trump cards, my own combat power alone could handle most of the beasts in this forest. Unless I ran into something at rank 1, for stars, I might not win a fight, but I could always get away. So where are the snake corpses and the loot from the ones you killed? Did their own kind eat them? I get that the bodies are gone, but how did the loot disappear too? It's not like it just vanishes on its own if you leave it long enough. Old Sue, come clean. Did you sneak back in here after the last stream? I smiled and didn't hide it, giving a slight nod. Yeah, I came in, just to collect the loot. Didn't dare stay a single minute longer, grabbed the stuff and got out. Lucky for me, I didn't run into any more snakes. Holy crap, Sue the Sixth, you really did come in. I knew you were hiding something. With combat power like that, we've never even seen you train. How'd you pull it off? Some sharp-minded viewer was fishing for answers. Just dropped a few good items that help with cultivation, that's all. I brushed it off lightly and changed the subject. This time, I'll take everyone a little deeper. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A faint sound drifted over. I stopped dead, my ears twitching, my eyes sweeping the area. The whole time I'd been in here, I hadn't activated the Eye of Insight, not just to save time, but because I wanted to use this as training for myself. Based on the strength of the red-tailed fowl king, I figured the green-eyed serpents left on this island couldn't be all that powerful. As long as I stayed careful, there'd be no real danger, which made it perfect. Bye on your left. Careful. A viewer beat me to it with a mental Damaku. I'd already sensed it. I turned to look. About 15 meters away, a green-eyed serpent, nearly 4 meters long, was slithering slowly toward me. The moment it saw me looking, it didn't retreat. Instead, it sped up. Name: Green-eyed serpent. Level: Rank 1, 2 stars and beyond. Period. A quick glance at the basic info, and I holstered the Juga repeating crossbow, gripped my blade, and stood my ground, waiting for it to come to me. HSSSSS. The snake flicked its tongue and lunged. Die. I sidestepped in a flash. My blade sliced through the air, SHHK, and the snake was cut clean in two. Quick and neat. I didn't use any special powers in that fight. Just judgment, reflexes, and raw skill. Not bad. Now, if only I could run into an early First Order 3-star, I could really test how I stack up against beasts on my own level. I was satisfied, and my appetite only grew from there. I collected the corpse and loot, then pressed on. Along the way, I ran into more than a dozen green-eyed serpents, all below First Order 3-star, pretty much 1/ each. The audience kept marveling at my blade skills. Truth is, I don't actually know any blade techniques. It's all reflexes and instinct. Maybe I was just born to be a fighter. Holy crap, watch out, incoming. So many snakes. Even more than last time. Did he walk into a snake nest? Never thought there'd be a snake valley deep in the jungle. This has got to be the green-eyed serpent's home base. The confidence that comes with real strength let me multitask, chatting quietly while staying on guard as I slowly moved deeper. I followed the Danmaku and looked to my front right, where the trees suddenly thinned out. Another dozen meters closer, and the view opened up. A small valley, maybe 200,000 or 300,000 square meters, not very deep, 7 or 8 meters. But the whole place was crawling with green-eyed serpents, along with large clusters of emerald green eggs still unhatched. SSSS. I sucked in a breath and immediately crouched low, freezing in place, afraid of being spotted. Too many. At least 200 by my estimate. Add the ones scattered through the jungle and the ones I'd already killed, and there had to be at least 300. Far more than the red-tailed fowl, and stronger too. The red-tailed fowl numbered under 200 at most, and nearly a quarter of them were beast tier. But the green-eyed serpents? I'd never seen a single one weaker than First Order 1-star. Then again, that was before. Right now, down in the valley, I spotted juveniles under 3 meters, the shortest maybe just a meter long. So the green-eyed serpents keep their young hidden in the valley, and only the adults venture out, so they don't get eaten by the red-tailed fowl. These beasts aren't respawning grunts like in a game. I figured that out the day I wiped out the red-tailed fowl. If they really kept respawning, there'd be no way to ever clear them out. Hey bye, you took on over 100 red-tailed fowl solo. You dare take on a whole valley of green-eyed serpents this time? No telling if this viewer was just curious or deliberately egging me on. You think it's the same? Red-tailed fowl are big, out in the open, pinned down by my spear. They couldn't get close. Fewer than 10 ever really came at me head-on. Green-eyed serpents are different. They're small, they can ambush from every direction, and the worst part, they're venomous. One bite, and it's over. Bye, stay calm, don't do anything rash. You've already gotten off to a great start. Take it slow. Clear out the stragglers in the jungle first, lure the snakes out of the valley, and pick them off one by. Some viewers were genuinely worried. Didn't he pick a few stalks of snake blood grass along the way? That stuff cures the blue-eyed viper's venom. What's there to be afraid of? That porcelain vial he found earlier. Could that be an antidote pill? If he's got something like that, there's even less to worry about. Seeing me just crouch there watching without moving, the chat split into 2 camps and started arguing. Picking them off one by one was safe, but way too slow. Charging in head-on looked dangerous, but I had an ace in the hole. If things got really dicey, I could just cut the stream. All I had to do was keep my most critical tricks hidden. Combat power can't stay hidden. One fight, and it's exposed. But only fighting could earn me the most traffic, tips, and bets. That last surge, wasn't that because everyone watched me take on the red-tailed chicken flock solo? Now it was showtime. I never dragged my feet. I made up my mind fast, gave the stream a quiet heads up, pulled out my Juga repeating crossbow, and crept in a little closer. Thwip, thwip, thwip. While the snakes in the valley were still unaware, I pulled the trigger first. With the eye of insight active, the snakes moved sluggishly. I zeroed in on the high-tier targets I'd already locked on. The Tier 1 3-star blue-eyed vipers. 5 bolts in rapid succession, and 5 nearby snakes dropped dead on the spot. Only then did the rest of the snakes in the valley notice the intruder and come surging toward me. Without moving my feet, I emptied the last 5 bolts in the magazine. Then I turned and started running, circling the snake valley, forcing the approaching snakes to wheel around and chase me. Third level of the body forging realm, paired with the snow-treading trackless movement technique, I was fast as the wind. Any snake below Tier 1 3-star couldn't catch me at all, and the Tier 1 3-stars were a minority to begin with. I'd just picked off 10, leaving only 4 in the valley. As I ran, I reloaded on the fly, spun around, and took aim. Ding! Killed a mid-stage Tier 1 3-star blue-eyed viper. Reward, 45 Tier 1 points. Ding! Killed a late-stage Tier 1 3-star blue-eyed viper. Reward, 50 Tier 1 points. With the Tier 1 3-stars cleared, I turned my attention to the Tier 1 2-stars. Empty the magazine, reload. Right now I had 30 original bolts, plus 8 blue-eyed viper bolts, 6 old ones, and 2 I'd just pulled from those dozen-odd snakes back in the dense forest. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Wave after wave of bolts rained down. Snake after snake was pinned to the ground, dying on the spot, or writhing and twisting around the shafts, but they couldn't hold out long. In the end, they all died. What I didn't know was that, just as I was cutting them down left and right, leaving the audience slack-jawed, a pair of cold, vertical pupils was fixed on the whole scene from an altar at the very center of the Snake Valley. Those dead snakes might as well have been strangers to it. It showed not the slightest urge to charge out, cold-blooded and merciless to the extreme. 34 shots in a row, 100% accuracy. With 4 bolts left, I abruptly stopped, put away the crossbow, switched to my black iron heavy spear, took one long stride, and leapt straight into the valley. This is the arena. No trees to block me here. Perfect for cutting loose. I hit the ground, and the swarm of snakes lunged at me, trying to box me in completely. Like I'd just stand there. Weaving and dodging, I brought out my spear. My spear work isn't about finesse, it's pure domination. One overwhelming force to shatter all techniques, sweeping through 1,000 troops. A single sweep sent several massive serpents flying. Parthian strike. The spear tip drove into a snake's mouth, then a violent jerk. The shockwave of raw power reduced the front half of its body to a scattered mess of shredded flesh. Absolutely brutal. Fighting and retreating, I circled the entire valley once. I thought Old Bai's blade work was impressive, but it's nothing compared to his spear. That last move, no way you pull that off without 20 years of training. How is Old Bai's cold weapon skill this insane? Is it tied to his ability? Subai's background went public ages ago. He's just an ordinary office worker, and an orphan on top of that. Where would he get the money to train in all this? He said himself that his perfect marksmanship comes from his ability. And now blade work, spear work, all this monstrous skill. Could his ability let him master all 18 weapons of war instantly? An ability that broken exists? Who knows? The abilities that have gone public are all over the map. If his really is weapon-related, it's not impossible. The theories flew back and forth. But by now, I was completely lost in the fight, oblivious to all of it. I'd cleared out every 3-star green-eyed serpent, and the 2 stars were nearly gone too. However many 1-stars and hatchlings were left, they were just running down the clock. And in the exact moment my back was turned to the center of the Snake Valley, disaster struck. A 7-meter serpent burst out from beneath the central altar, fast as lightning, its gaping maw diving straight for my back. The livestream chat exploded. Holy crap, what is that thing? Old Bai behind you. He's done for, he didn't even notice. Did he think wiping out the high-tier snakes made him invincible? Pride comes before the fall. What a shame. A winning position, thrown away in an instant. Comments flooded down like snowflakes. 800 million viewers held their breath. In the Capitol base, Zhang Yong leaned forward, fists clenched tight, and slammed one down on the desk hard enough to make the teacup jump. At Sam Nation's intelligence agency, Director James flushed with excitement. God finally opened his eyes. This showboating bastard is about to get what's coming to him. But in the Snake Valley, the instant that serpent lunged out, the corner of my mouth curled up, just slightly. Now, 20 meters. Everyone was certain I was as good as dead. I whipped out the Zhuge repeating crossbow, spun, pulled the trigger, and drifted sideways, 4 bolts firing in rapid succession at the massive beast. Then I switched to my black iron heavy spear, planted my feet, and calmly watched that enormous body crash thunderously to the ground. Its eyes were filled with terror, disbelief, and a trace of defiance. It all happened in the span of a second. Those viewers who'd shut their eyes, too squeamish to watch the carnage, opened them again to a scene they'd never forget. And those who'd been waiting to see me swallowed whole by the snake? The flush drained from their faces, replaced by pure shock. Attaboy. Zhang Yong slammed his fist on the desk again. Looks like we underestimated him. Either he knew there was danger there all along and was just waiting for them to make their move. Incredible awareness, ice-cold nerves, and gutsy enough to take the risk. Or his combat instincts are downright terrifying. James, meanwhile, had transformed into a desk-clearing machine, cursing up a storm. Just then, someone shoved the door open. Director, Subai stream, it just broke 10 billion. The Dark Plane platform pushed his feet out, and alien civilization viewers are pouring in by the second. Get out. Only now did I have a moment to check the snake's info. Name, Emerald-Eyed Serpent King. Rank, First Order, 4 stars, peak. Description, the sovereign of the Emerald-Eyed Serpent clan and the undisputed overlord of this floating island. Its gallbladder holds tremendous vital essence. If you're at the peak of the 3rd layer of body forging, it can boost your breakthrough odds by 80%. 1 arrow in an eye, 1 in the forehead, 1 at the vital point 3 inches below the head, and 1 in the tail, 3 of them striking home dead center, pinning it to the ground. Still not dead. I was a little surprised by how much life it had left. The remaining snakes weren't worth worrying about. I cleared them out in no time. Since you won't die on your own, let me send you off. I yanked an arrow from one of the snake corpses and knocked it. The Serpent King was on its last breath, but it was still a boss. Who's to say it wouldn't pull off some death throes comeback? Ranged attack. Play it safe. Before the arrow even flew, the notification chimed. Ding, you have successfully slain the First Order, 4-star peak beast, Emerald-Eyed Serpent King. Reward, 200 First Order points. Ding, you have successfully slain the sovereign of the Emerald-Eyed Serpent clan. Reward, 1 level 1 radar fragment. Not bad. I smiled. The chat snapped out of its collective shock. Bye. How the hell did you know a snake was about to ambush you? Insane plot twist. You're officially my idol as of today. Tips and betting notifications flooded the screen like crazy. I paused for a beat, letting the suspense build, then finally spoke. Honestly, it was simple. That little mound at the center of the Snake Valley was way too out of place, definitely not natural, and the snakes around it wouldn't even go near it. There had to be danger hidden there. Besides, take the red-tailed rooster clan from before. The Rooster King was in a league of its own. And among these emerald-eyed serpents, I'd killed plenty of late-stage 3 stars. There's no way the Serpent King was just a 3-star peak. But here's the key thing. When I killed that 3-star peak emerald-eyed serpent, the system never told me I'd slain the sovereign. That meant the Serpent Clan still had a true king hiding somewhere. I killed that many 3-star snakes, and it never so much as stirred. That kind of patience, this ruthlessness, watching its kind get slaughtered, far outmatching me in power, yet refusing to show itself head-on. I scanned my surroundings. So I deliberately turned my back to the mound to lower its guard. My back may have been turned, but every ounce of my focus was behind me. The slightest movement, and I'd react instantly. 9 parts truth, 1 part deception. What I didn't mention was that the Eye of Insight can only see through obstacles within 60 meters, and the Snake Valley was too vast. The only way to get a full view was to jump down. The moment I saw the Serpent King lurking beneath the mound, I set this trap to lure the snake out of its den. If it had never come out, I'd have been truly helpless. With my current cultivation, I couldn't take it on directly. So Old Boy had set the whole thing up from the start. Even if I'd known, I wouldn't have dared. One wrong move and the trap turns on you and gets you killed. Now comes the harvest. I circled the Snake Valley, sweeping all the serpent corpses into the 10,000 Beast Tower, and set the snake eggs aside for now. Thanks for the support, everyone. That's it for today. I'll clean up the stragglers in the jungle, and next stream, I'll take you all to another floating island. I closed the live stream, paying no mind to the 1,200 million viewers online. The real prey isn't in front of the camera. After the stream ended, I didn't leave. I walked straight to the little mound. Earlier, when I'd used the Eye of Insight, I saw that the Serpent King was lying on top of something. That was the real reason it had guarded this spot to the death. Name: Fractured Blood Crystal. Grade: Low. Description: a crystalline stone formed when the blood of ancient powerhouses and savage beasts seeped into the Earth's veins, refined over 10,000 years, impurities purged, essence preserved. It holds abundant blood essence and offers powerful support for cultivation. No wonder this place could give rise to a Serpent King. I fell into thought. If the Serpent King had a treasure like this, then what about the Rooster King's lair? The strong are strong not because of talent, more often than not, but because they've grabbed hold of resources no one else can see. Behind every runaway lead lies a runaway advantage. I dug out the blood crystal. It was warm to the touch, a solid crimson, and the instinctive greed it stirred was almost impossible to resist. Like a starving man at the sight of food, a parched man at the sight of water. Island Spirit, how do I use this blood crystal? Don't swallow it directly. The blood essence is too potent, and it'll blow your body apart. In the first 3 tiers of the body forging realm, you can hold it in your mouth and slowly draw out the essence. Once you reach the 4th tier, where blood essence radiates outward, you'll be able to channel the essence within to strengthen yourself. Convenient enough. I carefully stowed the blood crystal away, then gave an order. Tower Spirit, refine all the emerald-eyed serpents. The orb of light on the 9th floor of the 10,000 Beast Tower dissipated, revealing the pills. 1 first-rank mid-grade blood spirit pill, 99 first-rank low-grade blood spirit pills, 11 first-rank low-grade soul pills, plus a little less than half of an unformed mid-grade soul pill. With these 11 soul pills, Dan, that's more than enough to explore the entire forest. I walked to the edge of the floating island, activated Eye of Insight, and swept through the dense woods at high speed. A scanning radius of 120 meters in diameter, moving incredibly fast. 3 minutes later, the ability wore off, and I took a soul pill. My spiritual energy instantly refilled, and since I hadn't spent any extra on cultivating combat techniques, my soul strengthened once more. The ability's duration reached 11 minutes and 15 seconds. Last time it went up by 50 seconds. This time only 25. Part of it must have gone into restoring my spiritual energy. I had plenty of soul pills anyway, so I swallowed another one. This time, all of the pill's potency went into strengthening my soul. When the effect faded, the duration on my attribute screen had reached 12 minutes. A full 45 seconds. I narrowed my eyes. Looks like I guessed right. The more abundant my spiritual energy, the better the effect of strengthening my soul. Then let's keep going. I downed another soul pill. Ability duration, 12 minutes and 40 seconds, up by 40 seconds. The third, the fourth. By the 10th, the number didn't budge an inch. All that was left was an unusual clarity filling my mind. Tower Spirit, what's going on? Master, these are only first-tier low-grade soul pills. They have a limit. To go further, you'll either need to raise your cultivation or switch to a higher-tier pill. Just as I thought. I glanced at the attribute screen. Ability duration 15 minutes. Insight radius 85 meters. Good enough. 10 pills gone in one go. It stung, but every single one had turned into raw strength. Not a waste. Shaking off the feeling, I plunged back into the forest. This little island held nothing more than a 2-square-kilometer patch of woods. I sprinted at full speed, and before the ability's duration even ran out, I'd plowed through the entire forest. Every green-eyed serpent slaughtered, and not a single snake egg, chicken egg, or serpent blood grass left behind. All of it swept into my possession. Ding! Congratulations on wiping out the entire green-eyed serpent clan. Reward: 1 Tier 1 power module. The familiar chime rang out just as I cut down the last first-tier 1-star late-stage green-eyed serpent. What the red-tailed rooster king dropped was a defective low-grade blood crystal the size of a soybean, a notch smaller than the one from the serpent king. The corner of my mouth curved up. Good enough for me. Just how big is a complete blood crystal, anyway? I'd never seen one. I turned to look back at the floating island I'd bled dry. The massive pit I'd dug wide and filled with water, the mountain of pine logs piled up outside the island lord's manor. I drew a deep breath and smiled. Everything valuable and portable I'd taken. The leftover pine required a lot of manpower. I couldn't move it, and it wasn't worth my time. Time to go. My gaze turned toward the two floating islands in the distance. One was a mist-shrouded island, about twice the size of mine. The other was a resource island, a full 5 times larger. Yet from afar it looked barren, as if utterly empty of one thing. 2 completely different choices. Island Spirit, take me to Mist Island. My reasoning was simple. It was closer. Not many early trial takers dared to venture on a Mist Island, so viewers would be curious. It could help me draw an audience. And besides, Mist Island held some kind of opportunity, and I wanted to see what it was. Yes, Master. It will take 23 minutes and 41 seconds. Upgrading the propulsion module would make it faster. I flipped my hand, and 2 objects that looked like miniature nuclear reactors floated up from my palm. Upgrade. The next second, both modules left my hand and sank into the floating island. Upgrade successful. Current cruising speed is 30 kilometers per hour. Arrival in 7 minutes and 54 seconds. The speed had tripled, the best outcome I'd hoped for. With 7 more modules, I'd have enough for the next upgrade. Upgrade the radar fragments too, I said, as 2 silver, symmetrical triangular bodies floated up in my hand. Upgrade successful. Radar scanning range increased to a 300-meter radius. My mood got even better. On the way through the forest, I cut down more than 40 green-eyed serpents, refining every last corpse. Right now, I had 121 complete first-grade low-quality blood spirit pills, and my soul pills had gone from 1 to 3. The rest of the loot was stacked in piles, and I couldn't keep the smile off my face no matter how hard I tried. Copper notes and bronze coins went into my wallet. Combined with my previous balance, I had 23,595 won, plus the 12 silver coins the Serpent King dropped. By the trial space's exchange rate, 1 silver coin was worth 1,000 won in bronze, so I now had over 35,000 won. Island Spirit. Upgrade the personal storage space to 10 cubic meters. The space expanded, and my wallet was docked 7,001. How much to upgrade beyond 10 cubic meters? From 10 to 100 cubic meters, each upgrade adds a minimum of 10 cubic meters. Each one costs 9,501, a 5% discount. Not bad, but whether to upgrade was another question. The Island Lord's Manor would cost 30,000 bronze for its next upgrade, so I needed to save up in advance. I might run into a money island and need cash there too, and 9,500 when each time wasn't cheap either. I mulled it over for a moment. Just those 100 or so red-tailed chickens are about to stuff the space full. 10 cubic meters is too small. So I dug out 9 more silver coins plus 10,000 won and jumped straight to 30 cubic meters. This money really doesn't last, I muttered. My balance was down to just 3 silver and 6,595 won. But the melancholy lasted only a moment. Looking at the remaining loot, I smiled again. For books, 5 porcelain vials, 1 crimson egg the size of a basketball, 1 emerald green egg the size of a suitcase, 17 weapons and pieces of equipment, and 58 arrows. The 2 eggs had dropped from the bosses, the crimson one from the red-tailed chicken king, and the emerald green one from the green-eyed serpent king. Mutant red-tailed chicken egg grade, none. Carries a trace of the crimson blood rooster's bloodline, with 2nd-grade potential. If helped to revert to its ancestral form, it can activate its bloodline inheritance, gaining the potential of an 8th-tier demon beast. Island Spirit. What's the difference between demon beasts and savage beasts? Demon beasts are descendants of primordial demon gods. Savage beasts are products of the natural world. That's all my clearance level allows me to know. For more, you'll have to wait until you enter the Cosmic Overlord Academy, Master. I placed the egg into the first floor of the 10,000 Beasts Tower. Tower Spirit. What does it take to hatch this? A single drop of the master's blood, and the 10,000 Beasts Tower will forge a master-servant pact. I drew my dagger and nicked my fingertip, squeezing out a drop of blood into the tower. How long? About 3 minutes. I turned to the second egg. Mutated emerald-eyed serpent egg level. None. Carries a trace of Titan dragon python bloodline. 3rd tier potential. If purified with true dragon blood or a dragon pearl, 30% bloodline concentration yields a 7th tier demon beast, while 50% could transform it into a divine beast. Holy crap. I swallowed hard, my heart pounding out of rhythm. This was far stronger than the crimson-blooded rooster. Island Spirit, this isn't my luck just insane? 2 top-tier battle pet eggs dropping from my very first floating island. Master, I have to correct you. The little sprite looked utterly serious. Every trial taker who clears their first floating island earns a battle pet egg just by slaying the boss. It's a hidden perk. After that, the drop rate for eggs off any boss kill is no more than 10%. Second, 50% of battle pet eggs carry demon beast bloodline, so the odds of getting 2 in a row are 25%. Good luck, sure, but hardly a jackpot. Otherwise, the crimson-tailed rooster egg would have had divine beast potential too. Third, battle pets are easy to obtain, but raising them devours resources and can drag down your own cultivation, master. Whether it's worth it depends on the person. Finally, below the 4th realm, you can only contract 1 battle pet, below the 7th realm 2 at most, and before ascending to godhood 3 at most, unless you have special techniques or beast-taming weapons to bolster you. So that was it. The only reason I could command 2 at once was the 10,000 Beasts Tower. Tower Spirit, hatch this one too. Another drop of blood followed the egg into the tower. I looked over the rest of my spoils. All 58 arrows were low-grade 1st tier emerald-eyed serpent arrows. I stored them in my personal space alongside the Juga repeating crossbow. Now I had 30 top-grade 1st tier arrows and 66 serpent arrows, a respectable amount of firepower. 5 porcelain vials for held distilled serpent venom, and 1 more. Antidote pill mid-grade 1st tier. Neutralizes 99% of toxins below top-grade 1st tier and can alleviate 80% of a top-grade 1st tier poison. A full 10 pills, a real lifesaver for the early stages. Good stuff. I stored it separately, worried I might mix it up with the venom distillate in a panic. 4 books, 1 top-grade 1st tier cultivation technique, 2 low-grade techniques, and 1 mid-grade 1st tier combat skill. None of them were any use to me, so I set them aside to sell later on Money Island. Finally, 17 pieces of equipment. 8 were common grade, mostly daggers, hatchets, iron pots, and other everyday items. Only the kettle and water vat were of any use. Among the 8 low-grade 1st tier items, there was only one that caught my eye, a jade pendant. Exquisite blood jade, damaged, low-grade 1st tier. Contains a broken defensive formation. Can block 1 fatal strike from a 1st tier 3-star apex beast, and can weaken attacks even from those of higher realms. If repaired by a formation master, the complete version would be a top-grade 2nd tier treasure. A bit useless to me now, but for a beginner it'd be a gem. After all, not everyone can shoot up to the 3rd level of the body-tempering realm as fast as I did. I hooked it onto my belt. I'll get it repaired by a formation master once I reach Money Island. Finally, the only mid-grade 1st tier item. Black Star Pistol mid-grade 1st tier. A product of technology. Effective range, 150 meters. Can wound a 1st tier 6-star beast within 10 meters and a 1st tier 4-star within 50. Drawbacks, extremely loud, easily draws strong enemies. Magazine holds 10 rounds, with 50 extra bullets included. Well, even a pistol showed up. A gem for the early stages, especially for us Blue Star folks. Only 2 flaws. Too few bullets, and too loud. Not nearly as stealthy as the Juga repeating crossbow. But if I needed to lure beasts out with noise, it'd actually work better than the crossbow. I put it away and glanced over the hunting log, my brow furrowing. Counting the arrows, only 86 pieces of loot. This round I'd slain 503 red-tailed fowls and green-eyed serpents combined, for a 17.1% drop rate. But since the serpents dropped far more arrows, the real drop rate was actually lower. Island Spirit, the drop rate's lower than before. Is that normal? It's normal. In the past, Master's cultivation was low, and you often fought above your level, so the drop rate was naturally high. This time you mostly slew beasts beneath your cultivation, so the rate dropped. So it turns out, the harder you push to reach beyond yourself, the greater the rewards. Victories won inside the comfort zone never yield treasure. Just as I was mulling this over, the tower spirit's voice cut in. Master, both battle pet eggs have hatched. The contracts are complete. My heart stirred, and I sank my consciousness into the first floor of the 10,000 beast tower. Sure enough, two adorably clumsy little creatures were nestled inside. I turned my eye of insight on the basketball-sized ball of fiery red feathers. Blood red rooster, pseudo-juvenile. Cultivation, first tier 1-star, early stage. Skill, bloodthirst, devours enemy blood in battle to heal wounds and restore vitality. Divine power, blood detonation, ignites its own vitality to boost combat power by 30% for 1 minute, once per cosmic day. Bloodline, 1.5%. Naturally warlike, can purify its bloodline through slaughter, even undergoing atavism. By devouring flesh, blood crystals, and the like, it can raise its cultivation rapidly without bottlenecks. The other one was already 2 meters long at birth, its serpent head crowned with 2 inconspicuous black flesh horns. Titan dragon python, pseudo-juvenile. Cultivation, first tier 1-star, mid-stage. Skill, venom sting, launches venom like an arrow, range 5 meters, capable of killing enemies above its level. Divine power, gigantify, triples its size, lasting 1 minute. Bell, gravity control, manipulate gravity within 1 meter of itself, from 0.5x to 1.5x, lasting 1 minute. Bloodline, 3.5%. Obtaining dragon blood or a dragon pearl could significantly purify the bloodline. Holy crap, dual innate abilities. No wonder they're divine beast material. I was too stunned to speak. Good, good, good. My joy was beyond words. Tower spirit, can I feed them blood spirit pills to boost their cultivation? I had 121 blood spirit pills, more than enough even to push myself to the peak of the 3rd stage of the body forging realm. Of course, they're a great tonic for chi and blood. Feed them 40 each. Let's see if I can push them straight to the peak of the 1st rank, 3 stars. Yes, master. But absorbing and refining takes time. It won't happen overnight. Please be patient, master. Got it. I took the 2 little ones out of the tower, played with them for a while to deepen our master-servant bond, then sent them back to the 1st floor to work on the pills. This feeling of being bound by bloodline, of holding their lives in a single thought, it was truly strange and wonderful. Master, we've arrived at Mist Island. The island spirit pulled me back from my thoughts. Run a radar scan. See what's on the island. Master, Mist Island is special. The radar doesn't work here. You can only land and explore with your own eyes. The island spirit looked apologetic. What about spiritual sense? I had already opened my sea of consciousness. I just couldn't project it outward yet. But I would be able to eventually, and the eye of insight seemed to be connected to spiritual sense as well. That won't work either. The mist here blocks sight, jams radar, and burns spiritual sense. My heart sank. Burns spiritual sense. Does it damage the foundation of the sea of consciousness? Think of the mist as a sea of fire, and your spiritual power as fuel. It ignites the instant they touch. But if you're fast enough and cut it off in time, you'll only lose the bit of spiritual power you projected out. It won't hurt the foundation. My heart settled back down. That was good enough. Do mist islands have ranks too? They do. This one is a 1st-rank mist island. I don't know about the rest. The island's spirit paused. The difference is, a resource island's resources never exceed the island's rank, but a mist island's opportunities may be higher than its rank. Dangerous, yet everyone flocks to them anyway. I see. I walked to the edge of the floating island, gazing at the churning white mist, and hesitated. Playing it safe was definitely the smart move, but some risks are worth taking. If I could confirm that the eye of insight worked inside the mist, that alone would be valuable enough to make the gamble worth it. I'd made up my mind. Taking a deep breath, I unleashed the eye of insight toward the mist and pulled it back in an instant. Huh? No effect. One quick out and back, and my nerve grew a little. I tried again, this time without the emergency stop, probing while keeping a close watch on any stir in my sea of consciousness. Truly, not a single ripple. Awesome. I couldn't hold back my excitement. The Eye of Insight really does work on Mist Island. Once I calmed down, I ran the test over and over, and finally arrived at a conclusion that left me. The ecstatic conclusion. This sky-blanketing fog that devoured spiritual sense did absolutely nothing to my Eye of Insight, my body, or my sea of consciousness. Not even a scratch. In that case, no need to hesitate any longer. I made the call right then and there. The second place I'd explore would be that fog-swallowed misty island. But not now. Charging in recklessly meant gambling with my life. I'd max out my strength first, then make my move. Back at the Bluestone Plaza in front of the Island Lord's Manor, I sat down cross-legged and took out my blood spirit pills. Whatever fortunes or death traps that island was hiding, boosting my strength always came first. Everything else was secondary. One blood spirit pill after another went down. The chi and blood surged inside me, growing more vigorous by the second. Lean in close, and you could actually hear the thunder rolling through my veins, the sound of chi and blood roaring through my meridians. Break. I swallowed 3 low-grade first-tier blood spirit pills in one gulp. The violent chi and blood rampaged through my body. I circulated my cultivation technique, guiding it to oscillate back and forth in a unique rhythm. Oscillate, slam, oscillate again, until it hit a certain critical point. Every pore on my body burst open at once. White steam gushed out from my skin, visible to the naked eye. My skin flushed crimson in an instant, like a shrimp shell fresh out of the pot, glowing with searing heat. The impurities buried deep in my blood were forced out of my body. Roasted by the chi and blood, they hardened into blood scabs. Then a burst of force shattered them into powder that drifted down to the ground. After 3 cycles, my skin went from blood red to a healthy, radiant pink, gleaming with vitality. Faint threads of bloody luster seemed to drift across its surface. Chi and blood externalized. Body forging realm, 4th layer, done. I couldn't fight back the grin tugging at my lips. My strength had only gone up by less than a kilogram from the peak of the 3rd layer, but the significance was worlds apart. The 3rd layer couldn't externalize chi and blood, the 4th layer could. My combat power had doubled. Still no bottleneck. I murmured with feeling. A divine-grade physique really is defying the heavens. I knew perfectly well that as long as I had enough resources, I could keep skyrocketing until the day I truly slammed into a bottleneck. And where would the resources come from? Hunting beasts. In other words, all I had to do was keep killing, and I could sustain my growth through battle, getting stronger with every kill. The thought set my blood on fire. I stopped my stance training and moved on to combat techniques, burning through 2 soul pills and all my divine ability time, keeping just 1 pill in reserve. Then I cooked a meal, ate my fill, and dropped straight into bed. As for that misty island, it could wait until I'd slept and recovered to full condition. Before drifting off, I glanced at my attribute panel, smiled with satisfaction, and sank into a deep sleep. Trial Participant ID, Blue Star 10010. Name, Subai. Realm, Body Forging Realm, 4th layer, early stage. Strength, 600.8 kilograms. Cultivation technique, 9 transformations of gods and demons. Manual, 9 revolutions primordial chaos art, layer 1. Combat skills, divine stream finger, gold breaking, 5%. 9-fold mystic origin spear, weight of 1,000 tons, 32%. Within reach the galaxy, snow treading without a trace, 16%. Foundation, divine grade. Innate divine power, god tier Eye of Insight, 25/25 PTS, can see through all concealment within 120 meters, discern all things, grows stronger with cultivation. Personal space, 30 cubic meters. Floating island, level 1 Island Lord's Manor. Basic area, 10,000 square meters. Blue Star, the Huaxia capital base. Zhang Yong had just finished reporting to Central when he received an urgent dispatch from the base and rushed back at once. How bad are Luo Feng's injuries? Luo Feng was still ranked 2nd among Huaxia's first sequence of trial takers. The number 1 spot now belonged to Subai, but Luo Feng was still held in extremely high regard by the authorities. Stabilized, but he'll need to recuperate on the floating island for a while. He won't be able to head out and explore again anytime soon. Wang Jie's expression was grim. The Misty Island, is it really that dangerous? Over the phone, Zhang Yong had already heard the briefing. Luo Feng had been critically injured while exploring one of the Misty Islands. Wang Jie nodded heavily and pulled up a video. Take a look, Chief. The Misty Islands hold great fortune, but they also harbor great horror. First, thick fog blankets these islands year-round. Once you're inside, visibility is 10 meters at most. More often than not, you don't spot danger until it's right on top of you. Of the 1,127 Misty Islands whose exploration has been live-streamed worldwide, the vast majority of trial takers took one look at what was inside and turned right back around. Only 216 pressed deeper in, and the death rate was 70%, with another 20% critically injured. Just 3 walked away unscathed. But those 3 came back empty-handed, without a shred of fortune to show for it. Second, it's not just high-tier beasts lurking to ambush you. The islands are riddled with traps and natural death zones. One wrong step, and you're dead. This time, Luo Feng ran into an ambush by a peak first-tier, 3-star beast. If he hadn't gotten his hands on a jade token for a temporary speed boost earlier, he'd have been done for. Even so, he's badly hurt. No chance of exploring again for another 3 to 5 days. As Wang Jie spoke, his heart clenched with worry for Luo Feng. If Luo Feng went down, his second squad would exist in name only. Did he come away with anything on the island? Zhang Yong asked. He got a low-grade blood crystal. Wang Jie brought up an image, a crystalline stone about the size of a mahjong tile, its interior swirling with vital energy and glowing with a faint crimson halo. Had Subai been present, he'd have noticed immediately. This intact low-grade blood crystal was a full 3 times larger than the broken fragment in his own possession. That's a good find. Zhang Yong let out a sigh of relief. It holds surging vital energy inside, good for both healing and cultivation. Just enough to make up for what he lost on this trip. A blessing in the midst of misfortune. As far as we know, worldwide, the number who've obtained the trials of the blood crystal, no more than 5 people, all taken from the Isle of Mist. Subai had already ended his stream by the time he collected the blood crystal, so they had no way of knowing. Keep your eyes on Luo Feng. Also, you're cleared to access all trial taker streams in Blue Star Region 9. The moment you spot anything about Money Island or any intel useful to him, report it immediately. This was all Zhang Yong could do right now. Stuck on Blue Star, unable to reach into the trial space, direct aid to the trial takers was essentially zero. All they could offer was intel and support. Yes, sir. Leaving the second team, Zhang Yong headed to the first, only to find his brow furrowing. A whole room of people sipping tea and chatting idly, slacking off to an absurd degree. Subai still hasn't gone live? He didn't blow up, just called Lu Min over. Not yet, but his channel number is still white, which means he's still in the trial. Not dead, not withdrawn. Even without a live stream, you could tell a trial taker's status just from the color of their channel number. Gray meant a voluntary exit, red meant dead and eliminated, white meant still in the trial, and green meant currently streaming. 4 colors, 4 states, clear at a glance. What's this kid dragging his feet for? It's been even longer than last time, hasn't it? There was a hint of resentment in Zhang Yong's voice. Sir, actually it's only been 8 hours and 34 minutes. Lu Min was used to this by now. Only? Heh, that's a good attitude you've got there. Zhang Yong knew it too. He was just the eunuch fretting harder than the emperor. He pointed toward the office. Subai's not streaming, but that doesn't mean you all get to sit around. The global combat rankings are being tallied right now. Stay on top of it. Yes, sir. Lu Min caught on immediately. Don't let their team look too idle and give the other team something to gossip about. So what was I doing? Still sleeping? Of course not. On Blue Star's floating I'll number 10010, I'd woken after just 4 hours of sleep and gone straight back to my stance training. This first-tier low-grade blood spirit pill. The effect is way too weak, isn't it? I refined one and glanced at my stats screen. Only a 3-kilogram gain. My face twisted with bitterness. The peak of the 4th level of body forging was 3,600 kilograms. I needed to gain 3,000 kilograms to break through to the 5th level. At 3 kilograms a pill, that meant 1,000 pills. And the higher your cultivation, the weaker the pill's effect. So in reality, far more than 1,000. No good. I can't keep relying on low-grade pills. I need to get my hands on more first-tier mid-grade blood spirit pills as fast as I can. I quietly made up my mind. Let me try a mid-grade one first. I happen to have one on hand. If not now, then when? The instant I took it, a rush of blood and chi essence, far vaster than before, yet gentle, poured out from the pill, nourishing my flesh and blood, widening my meridians, accelerating my blood flow, forcing out impurities, even toughening my skin. The residual essence seeping out through my pores was drawn back into my body by the cultivation technique, scouring and refining my physique over and over. Lost in cultivation, I always forgot time. When the drug's effects wore off and I came back to my senses, an hour had passed. Strength, up by 220 pounds. Not bad. Way better than the low-grade stuff, but still short of what I'd expected. In theory, breaking through to the 5th tier would take 30 mid-grade pills. The difficulty ramps up hard. Let's try the blood crystal. I flipped my hand, and a soybean-sized shard of cracked blood crystal dropped into my palm. I settled back into my stance, driving my chi and blood out of my body to wrap around it, layer by layer. This indestructible crystal, the moment it met my chi and blood, it was like hitting a compatible solvent. Threads of impossibly pure chi and blood were drawn out of it, spiraling and merging with my own, siphoning back through my pores into my body, refined and absorbed, all of it converting into raw strength. 1 hour, 2 hours. After about 4.5 hours, the blood crystal dissolved completely, as if it had never existed. Only up 340 pounds, way worse than a mid-grade pill. I frowned. I was talking hourly efficiency. I ran the numbers, and the conclusion was clear. Low-grade blood spirit pill, 6 per hour, roughly a 40-pound gain. Mid-grade blood spirit pill, 1 per hour, roughly a 220-pound gain. Low-grade blood crystal, roughly a 75-pound gain per hour. The mid-grade pill was nearly 3 times as efficient as the blood crystal. The crystal itself was almost twice as good as the low-grade pill. Mid-grade is still the fastest. I made up my mind quickly. Killing more first-tier, 4-star plus beasts. That's the real path to getting stronger. Realm, body forging realm, 4th tier, early stage. Strength, 1,909 pounds. I rested for a bit, then ate a bowl of instant ramen and chicken broth with a fried egg. Vitality and spirit fully restored. I walked out of the Island Lord's manor and looked up at the countdown hanging in the sky. 9 universe days, 15 blue planet days, 5 hours, 52 minutes, 17 seconds. Tower Spirit. How are Little Red and Little Dragon coming along with refining their pills? Little Red was the Crimson Blood Rooster. Little Dragon was the Titan Dragon Python. Master, the Crimson Blood Rooster has reached 1st tier, 3-star, mid-stage. The Titan Dragon Python absorbs faster. It just broke through to 1st tier, 4-star, early stage. All 40 low-grade blood spirit pills have been fully refined. I was a little surprised. That big a gap? The two have different potential, so their refining efficiency differs, and the time it takes to break through each realm varies as well. I'd never once hit a bottleneck in all my cultivation, but I understood that no one else would have it this easy. At the peak of each minor realm, most people get stuck for a while. Once I thought it through, I let it go. Summon Little Red and Little Dragon. Have them help me. I planned to reveal these 2 battle pets deliberately. There were 3 reasons. First, when I hunted the Green-Eyed Serpent King and the Crimson-Tailed Rooster King, they dropped battle pet eggs in plain sight of everyone. There was no hiding it. If anyone else got a battle pet later, they'd inevitably connect it back to me. Second, the place I was about to challenge was the Misty Island. If I used my own eye of insight to move through the fog like it was flat ground, it would definitely raise suspicion. But if I pushed this talent onto the Little Dragon, with its special bloodline, its perception in the fog far surpassing any humans, able to sense danger from farther away, then everything would fall neatly into place. It could go on a killing spree across the island on my behalf, and I'd just reap the rewards. Sure, it'd still draw plenty of envious eyes, but that was a hell of a lot better than exposing my eye of insight. Holy crap. The 2 creatures emerging from the beast tower made me blurt out a curse. They're way too big. The Emerald-Eyed Serpent King, at the peak of Tier 1 4-star, was only 7 or 8 meters long. But my little dragon, still at early Tier 1 4-star, already stretched close to 10 meters, even longer than the Serpent King. The Crimson-Tailed Rooster King at the peak of Tier 1 3-star had been comparable to a bull. Now, at mid 3-star, Little Red actually stood taller than a bull, head held high, topping 4 meters. Hiss! The little dragon flicked its tongue, slithered over to my side, and lowered its head to nuzzle affectionately against my waist. Seeing this, Little Red scrambled over too, as if terrified of losing favor, and bumped its head against mine. Good boy. The nuzzling tickled, and I reached out to pat these two big guys on the head. Don't let their terrifying size fool you. All told, they were only a dozen-odd hours old. Still just kids. Time to head out. I gazed toward the fog-shrouded misty island not far off and muttered under my breath. Island Spirit, start the live stream. Yes, Master. Capital Base, Team 1. Captain Subai's live. Little Lee, who'd been lounging with a coffee, shot upright, not even caring that he'd spilled it all over his pants. Start the screen recording, now, and watch the comments like a hawk. Lu Min smoothly directed everyone to their tasks, and at the same time was the first to relay the good news to Zhang Yong. Shanghai, an office building. Li Wenhao was packing up his desk, stuffing a half-finished drink into his backpack, getting ready to clock out. Subai's streaming. Hurry, look, a co-worker shouted. His hand froze. He immediately whipped out his phone and opened the stream. At that very moment, across all of Blue Star, and among the countless civilizations of the Primordial Star region, everyone who'd bookmarked Subai's channel got the notification. One after another, they clicked in, curious to see what this guy who'd gone dark for over a dozen hours was up to now. The comments instantly flooded the screen. Old Bai, you're finally live. How was I supposed to survive without you? Holy crap, how'd a beast get onto the streamer's island? Streamer, watch out, there are two right behind you. Did he already move on to the second island? Are you blind? Those two beasts are standing right in front of Old Bai's manor. So what's the deal? Didn't they say beasts can't get onto a Trialgoer's floating island on the first cosmic day? That's only the hostile ones. These two don't look like they've got any killing intent. They're right next to Old Bai. If they wanted to ambush him, they'd have done it already. Besides, with Old Bai's, given how careful he is, how could he not have noticed? Someone was starting to catch on. Those are battle pets, right? But look at their size. Their current cultivation levels aren't low, and there are two of them. Below the fourth realm, aren't you only allowed to contract one? Iron Star, from the 5-star domain nation of the Starfall Empire, took a keen interest in me for the first time. I watched the comments fly past like snowflakes, all of them asking about the two behind me. Smiling, I jerked a thumb over my shoulder at the two massive creatures. You've got a sharp eye, Iron Star. They're both my battle pets. As for how I contracted two below the fourth realm, among the spoils I dropped earlier, there was a fragment of a beast taming manual. Ding! Iron Star, of the 5-star domain nation, the Starfall Empire, has tipped one black iron coin. The beast tamer explanation checks out, but neither of them is weak. How'd you pull that off? The Emerald-Eyed Serpent King's den. Under that little mound, I dug up a blood crystal. There was one in the Crimson-Tailed Rooster King's nest too. Combine that with the other resources, and that's how I raised them into my best fighting partners in such a short time. 9 parts truth, 1 part lie. I kept quiet about the blood crystal's grade and their flaws, and I didn't breathe a single word about the blood spirit pills. So it was blood crystals. The streamers got some serious luck. 2 of them off the very first resource island. Even if they're low grade, at this stage they're worth a fortune. Iron Star said, the light dawning. What's a blood crystal? The question piqued a lot of people's curiosity. I've seen someone pull one from a mist island before. Must be good stuff. With Iron Star vouching for me, the crowd's doubts about how I'd fast-tracked 2 battle pets vanished. They'd even started to quietly guess at why my own cultivation was so overpowering. The comments swung back to the blood crystals. Someone speculated I had more than just 2 on me. I immediately changed the subject. The more I said, the more cracks would show. Last time I signed off, I mentioned I'd be exploring a new floating island this round. I raised my hand and pointed into the distance. That's it, the Mist Island. The camera panned over, right on cue. The island was completely swallowed by thick fog, its interior impossible to make out, like some giant beast lying in wait. Old bye, it's too dangerous. I've watched a bunch of streams, and hardly anyone who explores a mist island makes it out in one piece. You've got such a huge edge, no need to take the risk. Thanks for the heads up, I said with a smile. But I still want to give it a shot. Don't worry, the second things go south, I'm pulling out. I won't be reckless. Besides, I've got 2 helpers. I patted the 2 little guys beside me. Little Chi, little Long, let's move out. Standing at the border between the 2 islands, warm lights on one side, dead silence like the end of the world on the other. On camera, the scene had an almost epic sense of contrast. Heaven on one side, hell on the other. Someone in the comments was sweating it out for me. I wiped the sweat from my palms. Let's go. Gripping my Juga repeating crossbow, I strode into the mist. Truth was, I'd already scanned the area with my eye of insight, clear within 120 meters. That's why I was so calm. Real courage never comes from recklessness. It comes from knowing you've got the situation covered. The screen went dark. My vision snapped inward, leaving only 10 meters around me. Beyond that, nothing but a creeping gray haze. Xiaolong, scout ahead. The Titan Python dragon slithered forward and vanished into the fog. Xiaoqi, cover the rear. The blood crimson rooster dropped down 20 meters behind me. Now the camera showed only me, but I could stay linked to them through my mind, and the eye of insight let me track their every move. By what kind of tactic is this? You can't even see your battle pets. What if something goes wrong? You guys don't get it. I said. I'd had my explanation ready. Xiaolong can sense danger in the fog before it hits, so I sent it ahead. Xiaoqi doesn't have that ability, but our minds are connected, so it'll warn me the instant anything comes up. That way I'm covered front and back. One with the ability, one without. That draws the least suspicion. If both had the same trick, it'd only make people wonder. Too bad I've only got 2. With 4, I'd post 1 on each side, front, back, left, right, and I'd be even more solid. Bro, do you hear yourself right now? You're the first person on the entire Blue Star to have a battle pet. You've got 2, and you're still complaining it's not enough. Yeah, quit the humble bragging. Say that again, and I'll come in there and beat you up. Yeah. I was about to fire back when the grin froze on my face. A jolt hit my chest, Xiaolong's warning. Let's talk later. Before the words even left my mouth, I was already sprinting forward, my body splitting the thick mist like a ship cutting through waves. The next second, Greawu, a beast's roar tore through the space ahead. A wildland mastiff. Tier 1, 3-star, peak grade. Just a cub, but bloodthirsty and rabid, a grudge holder that would fight to the death. Where the mist parted, a savage beast the size of an elephant was charging straight at Xiaolong. Wolf's body, mastiff's head, both eyes burning red. 3 meters out, the wildland mastiff dipped low, its charge stalling for a split second. That was all it took. Xiaolong's tail came smashing down from above. Boom. The mastiff's 4 limbs and half its body were slammed into the mud, blood seeping from every orifice. It tried to struggle, but Xiaolong had already clamped down on its neck, pumping in venom. One last unwilling wail, and its breath cut off. Ding! Battle Pet has killed a tier 1 3-star peak grade savage beast, the Wildland Mastiff. 60 tier 1 points earned. A Battle Pet's kill still counted toward my points. That felt even better than claiming the loot myself. That's insane. Tier 1 3-star peak, and it went down in 2 moves. What's Xiaolong's cultivation level anyway? And what about you, Bai? What the hell did you do during those dozen-plus hours you were offline? By the way, what kind of beast is Xiaolong? It doesn't look like. Green-eyed serpent. Well, if he's calling it Little Dragon, it's probably a dragon. Names can be wrong, but nicknames never lie. Old Bai's trying to hide it, but he can't. Heh. The chatter went back and forth until Big Brother Tai Xing spoke up. Judging by its strength, Little Dragon's around tier 1, 4 stars, mid-stage at most. It's longer than the Green-Eyed Serpent King because its bloodline is higher. Most likely it carries Demon Beast blood. Demon Beast blood? What's the difference between that and a savage beast? Since Tai Xing offered no further explanation, I gave a quick rundown. Savage beasts kill on instinct, while demon beasts have awakened intelligence, purer bloodlines, and far stronger innate powers. and I let something slip while I was at it. Yes, little dragon does carry demon beast blood. Enough talk, old boy. Let's see what the wild hound dropped. Is that red crystal a blood crystal? I looked at the loot floating above the corpse. 2 500 win bills and an irregular blood-red crystal about the size of a fava bean. I stepped forward, storing the body in the myriad beast tower and slipping the bills and crystal into my personal space. Sure is. A low-grade blood crystal, same as the 2 I got before. But this one's damaged. Little dragon sidled up and nuzzled affectionately against my hand. I knew what it wanted. Laughing, I patted its head. Relax, this one's yours. I'll let you use it the moment we get back. It immediately started shaking its head, grinning like an idiot, a far cry from the cold-blooded killer it had been moments ago. No gear dropped, but a blood crystal's worth more than most equipment anyway. Looks like the payoff on Mist Island might not be any worse than elsewhere. The only thing bugging me was the terrible visibility. I couldn't get any range with my long-distance weapons. Just then, Little Dragon's head snapped up, fixed on the depths of the mist. Master, danger's approaching. I froze. I'd only been showing off its senses to the crowd a moment ago. I never expected it actually had the ability. The instant after its warning, 3 wild hounds finally entered the range of my eye of insight. Its senses reached even farther than my own power. Here we go again. Probably drawn in by all that howling earlier. I drew my Juga repeating crossbow and stared into the mist. Then another one crept in from the left. Tier 1, 4 stars, late stage. This one was the real threat. Sure enough, they held a grudge. Sure enough, they wouldn't stop until someone was dead. I called Little Chi with my mind. The 3 wild hounds closed in a circle, flickering in and out of the thick fog, looking to ambush me. I wasn't giving them a second chance. The moment they showed themselves. Thwip, thwip, 2 bolts, striking the 2 that had poked their heads out. The third didn't show, so I didn't waste an arrow. Little Chi, go. The crimson-blooded rooster charged in. 1 peck of its sharp beak, 1 stomp of its talons, and the 2 arrow-struck wild hounds dropped dead instantly. The sight goaded the one in the mist into lunging out too, but Little Chi blocked it. I finished it with another bolt, then turned and dashed toward Little Dragon. Only 1 wounded hound left. Little Chi could handle it. Xiaolong, tangle it up. Send me its position through your mind. That last part was for the livestream audience. Thwip, thwip, thwip. 3 arrows shot into the thick fog. To my viewers it looked like blind fire, but I could see everything clearly. 1 arrow through the eye, 1 nailing a hoof, and the last deliberately off by a hair, burying itself in the mud beside it. Awoo! The wild mastiff came tumbling out of the fog, howling in agony. All the others saw was Xiaolong gliding to within 5 meters, jaws opening to spit out a venomous spike that struck the downed beast dead on. The wound rotted away with shocking speed. Let me send you off. I put an arrow straight through its brow. Ding! Wild mastiff, first tier 4-star late-stage fierce beast, slain. Reward, 160 first tier points. Another blood crystal. Was this the specialty of Misty Island? 1 flawed, low-grade blood crystal, plus 7 silver coins. No equipment. I had no time to dwell on it. I stowed the loot and the carcass, recovered my arrows, and hurried over to Xiaoqi to collect all 3 wild mastiffs. Come on, let's keep moving. Xiaolong took the lead again, while Xiaoqi guarded my back. Misty Island's 5 square kilometers weren't large, but with no way to tell direction and no view of the path ahead, the fog made it feel endless. Since Xiaolong could genuinely sense danger, I just shut off my eye of insight to conserve my spiritual power and let it guide the way. I don't know how long we'd walked when Xiaolong gave another warning. Figuring it was another wild mastiff, I stepped forward and opened my eye of insight. There was something within range, all right, but it wasn't a fierce beast. It was a small pool, about 2 meters across. Xiaolong stood right at its edge. The pool wasn't filled with water. It was blood, a whole pool of it, deep crimson and glistening, like some blood cauldron a villain would brew up in the movies. A blood spring. First tier, mid-grade. Ancient battlefields, or the burial grounds of the powerful. Over hundreds of millions of years, they often gave rise to blood crystal veins. Before a vein takes shape, blood springs form all around it. Once the earth forms, the springs get siphoned and condensed into it. This was the purest essence of blood and qi. Bathe in it, and it could aid your cultivation. Good stuff. Could this be the fortune Misty Island has to offer? My heart jumped, but my feet didn't stop. I closed the distance in a couple of quick strides and reached the pool's edge. Cultivate here, or take it with me. Barely a decision to make. This place was far too dangerous. Take it. I had no container, so I did what I'd done last time scooping water from the river. I used an iron pot to ladle up the blood spring. But in the instant before it entered my space, another thought struck me. In my sea of consciousness, I asked, Tower Spirit, can this blood spring be refined directly into blood spirit pills? Anything of flesh and blood can have its essence extracted. A blood spring is the blood of ancient powerhouses to begin with. Of course it can. My spirits lifted. Perfect. Refine all of it into blood spirit pills. So I stopped storing it in my personal space and put it straight into the 9th floor of the Myriad Beast Tower, which, to the audience, there was no difference. What is that? Blood? Or just water mixed with some red mineral? Could it be the environment on Mist Island, or some optical illusion from the light? What's Oldby doing? Can you even drink that? Aren't you worried it's poisonous? And even if you could drink it, why bottle water in a place this dangerous? What's the point? The comments were flooded with confusion, but I knew that the red water they dismissed as worthless was the true treasure of this island. Some opportunities are just like that, laid out in plain sight, yet only those who recognize their value reach out to grab them. Blue star number 10010 is one lucky guy. He actually stumbled onto a blood spring. Mo Lee's voice rang out in the live stream. That stuff is priceless, just a hair below low-grade blood crystal. Refine all that blood spring water, and his cultivation will skyrocket. What's a blood spring? You can tell from the name. It's a cultivation resource, just like blood crystal. Old Buy's about to strike it rich. The comments were buzzing, but just as I poured the first pot of blood spring water into the beast tower, I heard that roar in the distance. Roar. Low, savage, brimming with undisguised killing intent. Then came another, and another, rising and falling, surging out of the mist like a tide. The live stream went dead silent. Why do I have such a familiar feeling about this? Last time Old Buy harvested that blood rice, didn't the red-tailed chickens go berserk too? Blood rice was their lifeline. So that blood spring is the wild mastiff's lifeline. Right on the money. Too bad no one could tell me that, and I didn't have time to think it through anyway. I opened my eye of insight. The area within range was empty. Safe. How the hell did they find me? From this far away? I'd only scooped up one pot. I cursed under my breath, but my hands never stopped. Second pot. Third pot. 7 wild mastiffs charged into my field of vision, 3 of them tier, 1 4-star. Fourth pot. The one in the lead was already within 80 meters, and 23 of them popped into view all at once. Fifth pot in hand. I packed up the iron pot and my 2 battle pets and bolted straight for the floating island without looking back. That direction had only a single tier, 1 3-star, the thinnest gap in their encirclement, since it was the way I'd come in. Damn it. A minute ago, I could barely find a few of them, and now over 100 show up at once. A chill ran through me. The blood spring really is their lifeline. The comments exploded. Don't chicken out, streamer. You've got 2 battle pets. What are you afraid of? Didn't you take on hundreds of green-eyed serpents solo before? Wipe them out, and it's a huge haul. I sighed. Over 100 wild mastiffs, half of them tier, 1 4-star. How was I supposed to win this fight? That was something only I knew, and something I couldn't say. I had no idea how many pairs of eyes were watching me through their screens, scheming. Sam Nation. I reported it to the bureau, and that director stood there holding his coffee, a cold sneer curling at his lips. Some people wanted me to turn back and walk straight into my grave. Others were in the Damaku, quietly pushing back against that wave of malice. A silent war had broken out in my live stream room. I could see it all, but I could only pretend I didn't. Luckily, the blood spring wasn't far from the floating island. I ignored the mist, using my eye of insight to precisely dodge every wild mastiff, sprinting at full speed until I safely set foot on the floating island. Boom, boom, boom. 2 seconds later, the crashing sounds blurred into one. The wild mastiffs chasing me couldn't stop in time, slamming one after another into the protective barrier. You came to me, so don't blame me for not holding back. I snatched up my black iron heavy spear, took aim at a pair of red glowing beast eyes in the mist, and thrust with everything I had. Squelch. That familiar sound of steel sinking into flesh. A scream rang out, my arm gave a jolt, and its brains burst apart. Ding. Killed a first-rank 4-star mid-tier wild mastiff. Reward, 121st rank points. Up. My left hand hooked the spear shaft, both arms straining, and I flung the corpse, loot and all, onto the floating island. Another thrust. Clang. Like hitting a slab of iron. That first-rank 4-star late-tier wild mastiff swept my spear aside with a single claw. I was only at the body forging realm, 4th level, early stage. The reason my first strike could instantly kill a mastiff stronger than me was that they'd knocked themselves dizzy on the impact, caught completely off guard. The second strike wouldn't get that lucky. They activated their blood-chi armor shields one after another. My black iron heavy spear was only a low-grade first-rank weapon. Unless I struck a vital point, it couldn't break through that shield. I didn't force it. Can't crack the 4 stars for now, so I'll take the 3 stars first. I switched targets, and the field came right back to my hands. 4 thrusts in a row, and 4 first-rank 3-star mastiffs dropped dead on the spot. Dumb as they were, the wild mastiffs finally caught on. A first-rank 4-star peaked giant mastiff let out a furious roar, and the whole pack pulled back together, retreating beyond the reach of my spear. You think backing off a little will help? I flipped my grip and stowed the spear, and a short-barreled gun had already appeared in my palm. Black star. Bang. Bang. Under the eye of insight, those mastiffs moved in slow motion, their forms magnified as if right in front of me. I was a sharpshooter, plain and simple. The first one I meant to kill was that giant mastiff, the one that had ordered the retreat and was hiding behind the pack. It was different from the others. Wild mastiff, first-rank 4-star limit. Guardian beast of the blood spring, one thread of opportunity away from first-rank 5-star. Because the mystic thunder fruit is about to ripen, it went to guard the core of Mist Island, which could help it break through. It never expected someone to slip in and steal from the blood spring. Right now, it's locked in a fight to the death with you. Either you kill it, or it guards this place forever, and you'll never set foot on Mist Island again. Every question in my mind was answered in that instant. The blood spring wasn't unguarded. I'd just come at exactly the right moment, catching the brief window while it was away. And those 3 words made me freeze, unable to look away. Mystic Thunderfruit, a treasure that could help a wild mastiff break through to tier 1, 5 stars. If it could push them past their limit, it could do the same for me. I have divine grade bone roots, no bottleneck for now. But if I gave this fruit to Little Red or Little Dragon, my breathing quickened. The fruit's about to ripen. I need to clear out these wild mastiffs fast if I want a shot at reaching the core. The killing intent grew thicker. Bang, bang. 2 shots. One through the eye, one shattering the snout. Blood erupted skyward, and the giant mastiff crashed to the ground, howling and writhing in the dirt. Kick him while they're down. I squeezed the trigger. 1 shot, right between the eyes. Ding. Killed a tier 1 4-star peak beast, wild mastiff. Reward, 200 tier 1 points. Ding. Killed a blood spring guardian beast. Reward, 1 micro spirit spring, deposited into your personal space. A spirit spring. I paused for a second. Not a blood spring, a spirit spring. Now, even my drinking water problem was solved. But there was no time to dwell on it. I still had to press my advantage. 1 bullet fed 1 mastiff. Good luck, and it dropped dead in a single shot. Bad luck, and it bled out from a mortal wound. Dead sooner or later either way. 10 rounds emptied, and I reloaded in a flash. The comments blew up again. That's a pistol, right? How the hell is there something like that in the trial space? Is this a bug? It dropped from the azure-eyed Serpent King. I thought it looked like a pistol from the start. Damn, we really underestimated the trial space. With a pistol, wouldn't he be unbeatable? Is this even fair? Relax, someone even pulled a grenade from the lottery once. But these are all external tools in the end. What you can really count on is your own strength. That last part was true. But right now, this black star was my sharpest fawn. Roar. The guardian beast's death seemed to ignite the pack's grief and rage. Seeing no more movement on my side, they hurled themselves at the barrier again, wild with fury, as if trying to smash it to pieces and tear me apart. Useless. They rammed themselves dizzy, but the barrier didn't budge an inch. I switched back to the black iron heavy rifle, moved close to the edge, and stabbed repeatedly, claiming a few more 3-star beasts. Suddenly, a massive force surged through the weapon. A late-stage tier, 1 4-star wild mastiff had clamped its jaws onto the barrel and yanked back hard. My reflexes were quick enough. I let go with my right hand instantly, let it drag the rifle away, and barely steadied myself from pitching forward. The tip of my nose was less than 2 centimeters from the barrier. Cold sweat. A little more, and I'd have gone right out with it, I warned myself. Things were going too smoothly. I got careless. I can't let my guard down, not for a single moment. With the heavy rifle gone, I drew my black iron blade. Too bad it was too short. Hacking at a 3-star mastiff only left thin cuts, nothing more than a scratch to a beast that size. Wasting bullets would be. What a waste. I sheathed my blade and switched to a pistol instead. Bang, 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 10 shots, emptying the magazine. The wild mastiffs were calming down too. They couldn't break through the barrier, and that infuriating 2-legged beast wouldn't come out. So all they could do was take the beating. Finally, they decided to retreat. But there was no way I'd let them run. I whipped out the Zhuge repeating crossbow, 10 bolts fired at once, dropping 10 more. But that was the limit. The rest of the mastiffs had already vanished into the mist, slipping beyond the range of my abilities. I stepped into the misty island, trying to lure them back. No luck. Once they left, they didn't return, unlike those brainless red-tailed chickens. These things were a lot smarter. Shame. I sighed and started cleaning up the battlefield, finishing off the badly wounded mastiffs, collecting all the corpses and loot, counting everything one by one to make sure nothing was left behind, then headed back to the floating island. Seeing how much I'd hauled in, some people got jealous again. He can't even see. How the hell did he kill so many? Little Dragon can sense danger, right? It just relays the info to Old Bai. Over 100 of them swarmed in. He just fired toward where they crossed the boundary. He could have killed a whole batch with his eyes shut. Who cares how he did it? Dude's just slaughtering everything. Old Bai's a beast. Ding. Official China has tipped 100 gold coins to. Right after, countless identical messages flooded the screen. Subai, we're official China. What do you plan to do with all these wild mastiff corpses? If you can't preserve them, we'd be willing to buy a batch at the trial space price. But if you need them yourself, don't push it. You come first in all this. The mastiff corpses. I fell into thought. I was already at the 4th level of the body forging realm, and so was Little Dragon. Little Chi had enough blood spirit pills left to break through to tier 1, 4 stars. After that, we'd only need tier 1 mid-grade blood spirit pills. So selling off the mastiffs below 4 stars wasn't a bad option at all. On my first trip to the Misty Island, I'd killed 42 wild mastiffs total, 29 at tier 1 4 stars, 13 at tier 1 3 stars, none lower than that. There were more 4-star ones, and the reason was simple. Using Black Star and the crossbow on 3-star ones would be overkill. Tower Spirit, are the mastiff corpses still here? My heart tightened. They're still here. You never gave the order to refine them, so I wouldn't act on my own. I let out a breath of relief and waved my hand. 13 tier 1 3-star wild mastiff corpses appeared in view of the livestream. Island Spirit, how much are these worth? Master, the most valuable part of a wild mastiff is its heart blood, followed by its pelt, then its fangs and claws, and lastly the meat. The meat's tough and tastes bad, worth less than 1/10 of the total, even though it makes up most of the weight. The Island Spirit paused. For a peak tier 1 3-star, the heart's worth 50 gold coins, the pelt 25, the fangs and claws 10, and the body 8, 93 coins in total. How much does this one weigh? I pointed at one of the peak tier beasts and asked. Over 14,000 kilograms. That heavy. My heart sank. The microchannel could transport 10,000 kilograms per trip at most. Not even enough for a single one. I spoke to the livestream audience. You heard it yourselves. Buying a whole one isn't worth it. Here's the deal. I'll sell you the hearts, hides, fangs, and claws of these 13. If that doesn't hit 10,000 kilograms, I'll throw in some eggs and blood rice, then top it off with wild mastiff meat. Sound good? I'm no saint, but wherever I'm able, I'm willing to give my country a hand. An orphan who grew up healthy and made it to college never did it alone. Some debts of gratitude. You have to remember, in a world this chaotic, an orphan like me should have died 1,000 deaths. But things are different now. Everything I'm selling to China is stuff I don't need anymore. I get to help my own people and pocket some earnings at the same time. A win-win deal, so why not? Thank you, Subai. We'll go with your plan. Just send the price when you're ready. Chinese government. Lu Min's message carried unmistakable excitement. No wonder. 13 first-rank 3-star beast hearts, each one priceless. For China right now, this was nothing short of a lifeline. All right, give me a moment. I drew a black iron blade, then suddenly paused and said to the camera, "What comes next is bloody, and there's nothing worth watching anyway. I'll close the stream first and reopen once I'm done." Before the comments could flood in, I cut the live stream. Tower Spirit, can you extract the hearts of these 13 wild mastiffs without damaging them? Yes. No need to cut them open, saving a huge amount of time. I smiled. Preserve the hearts intact along with the heart blood, refine the flesh, and set the hides, claws, and fangs aside separately. They'll come in handy later. The 13 carcasses were pulled back into the 9th floor of the 10,000 Beast Tower. Yes, Master. 10 seconds, all done. The Tower Spirit's efficiency was impeccable. These hearts, hides, claws, and fangs, how much do they weigh? A total of 741.3 kilograms. Now I had a baseline. First, I stored the hearts in my personal space to lock in their vital essence. Then took out 20 red-tailed chicken eggs, 30 green-eyed snake eggs, 20 kilograms of blood rice, a first-rank lower-grade divine weapon, the golden serpent dagger, and 2 stalks of snake blood grass. Now, 926 kilograms. I hacked off nearly half from that first-rank 4-star peak wild mastiff. Now, 9,998.3 kilograms. Top it off with blood rice. A handful of the grain drying in the square flew over in response. Master, exactly 10,000 kilograms. Total price, 1,470 gold coins. Plus opening the channel and shipping, a total of 3,470 gold coins. Taking my 80% cut for hauling the goods, I clear 1,176 coins on this run. Not bad. Once the goods were packed away, I gave the order. Tower Spirit, refine the rest of the corpses. Butchering takes time. I'd only had the stream off for a few minutes. Cutting back on too soon would tip people off. I might as well use the downtime to tally up my haul. This trip to Mist Island netted me 42 wild mastiff corpses, 221 silver coins, 10,600 bronze coins, 1 intact low-grade blood crystal, 26 fragmentary blood crystals, plus a miniature spirit spring and 5 pots of blood spring. I frowned. 42 beasts, and not a single piece of equipment dropped. Was the drop rate just low, or did they have nothing to begin with? Master, refining complete. 10 first-tier mid-grade blood spirit pills, and 2 first-tier mid-grade soul pills. The Tower Spirit's voice pulled me back. And the blood spring. 4 first-tier mid-grade blood spirit pills. I couldn't hold back my grin any longer. The remaining blood spring was good for at least 20-some pots. That's more than 20 mid-grade blood spirit pills, more than enough to push me all the way to the 5th level of the body forging realm. Little Long, Little Chi, train yourselves to the bone. All the low-grade blood spirit pills, and these blood crystals are yours. I never shortchange my battle pets. Thank you, Master. You're the best master in the whole world. The 2 little ones cheered inside the tower. If it weren't for the myriad beast tower between us, they'd have pounced on me for sure. Once they were settled, I circled around to the back of the Island Lord's manor, a blind spot the stream couldn't reach, and took out the miniature spirit spring model, setting it on the ground. The model turned into a phantom image and slowly expanded. A spring mouth, 1.5 meters across and just under 2 meters deep, went from illusion to reality, with clear water bubbling up from a small hole at the center. Spirit Spring Miniature. Grade. First tier, Superior. Produces 100 milliliters of Spirit Spring water per hour, stopping once full. The water contains a faint trace of cosmic source energy. Drinking it over time can improve one's constitution, mend hidden injuries, and strengthen the foundation of the body, with a chance to raise one's bone root grade. It's most effective for those with no grade or first grade, and can also irrigate spirit plants to accelerate their growth. It can actually change your bone root. My pupils contracted. I'd only ever heard that bone root could be improved after birth, but no one knew how. Turns out the answer was right here. I had no use for it myself, but the world is full of people with poor bone root and money to burn. And even setting that aside, the Spirit Spring's other abilities were explosive enough. The only shame was how slowly it produced, 2.4 liters a day, not even enough for me and my 2 battle pets to drink. I took a deep breath and shook my head with a rueful smile. I'm still too greedy. This is already plenty good. Greed knows no bounds. Knowing when enough is what takes you far. Back at the front of the manor, I refined 3 more mid-grade blood spirit pills. Figuring the timing was about right, I finally had the island spirit restart the stream. Lao Bai, you're finally back on. Do you have any idea what I went through these past 3+ hours? Stayed up all night for this? 3 hours playing butcher. How'd that feel? You can tell old Bai's eyes are tired. This line of work wears you out, man, especially without machines to help. Streamer, you wasted 3 whole hours for nothing. Don't do this again, it's dumb. I couldn't tell if this one genuinely had my back or just didn't want China getting too good a deal. If it really took 3 hours, I'd have to think twice before trading again. But the truth was it only took me a few minutes, though that, I couldn't say. It's fine. Good chance to practice my knife work. Subai, thank you for your hard work. This was an oversight on our part. We'll never trade in a way that eats up your time like this again. It's not worth it. China official. Lu Min had seen the comments too. Honestly, with how long I'd gone off-stream, they'd already figured it out. Zhang Yong made the call on the spot. When trading with Chinese trialists, we'd rather skip the deal than waste their time. We'll deal with that later. Everything's ready. I stopped paying attention to the comments and started introducing each item one by one. First, 13 first-tier 3-star wild mastiff hearts, and 13 sets of pelts, claws, and fangs. The heart blood can be used for cultivation, and the pelts, claws, and fangs can be studied for new-style melee weapons. Second, a first-tier low-grade divine weapon, the Golden Serpent Dagger, for you to research. If it can be mass-produced industrially, it'll be a huge boon for China. There are also 2 first-tier low-grade spirit herbs, Serpent Bloodgrass. See if they'll grow on Blue Star. Third, 20 red-tailed chicken eggs and 30 Jade-Eye serpent eggs. The Jade-Eye serpent eggs can be hatched, tame them, and they make great combat pets. And even if you can't tame them, you can farm them. Snake gallbladder is good for cultivation. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. If we could actually breed them locally, China's future would have that much more of a foundation. Last, some chicken blood rice. Chicken blood rice is critical for cultivators at the body forging realm. Once your cultivation rises, your energy and blood consumption skyrockets, and ordinary blue star food just can't keep up. You have to rely on this kind of spirit rice. Whether you can grow it is up to your own research, but if you pull it off, it'll be a great thing. I spoke each word with weight, hammering home the point about localizing production. Including opening the channel and shipping, it comes to 3,470 gold coins total. We can trade whenever you're ready. I'm crying. Old Bai is just too good. Always thinking about his people. The more sensitive viewers already had tears in their eyes. It's not much, but every piece is useful. All of it's key to the early trials. Once these pan off, when the great era arrives, China will move faster and steadier. Subai, the money's ready. China official. Lu Min, Zhang Yong, and the whole group stared at the screen. This wasn't just my first sale, it was theirs too, and Blue Star's first as well. All right, let's trade. Yes, master. As the words fell, a black hole tore open out of nowhere above the floating island, swallowing all the goods in an instant. On China's side, the character above, and a mountain of gold vanished with it. My status panel flickered as the merch tab quietly refreshed. Trial participant ID, Blue Star 10010. Name, Subai. Realm, Body Forging, 4th tier, early stage. Strength, 1,165.8 kilograms. Cultivation Art, 9 turns God Demon Manual, 9 turns Primordial Chaos Chapter, Layer 1. Martial Techniques, Under Heaven Stream God Finger, Gold Breaking 5%, /9-fold Profound Origin Spear, weight of 1,000 tons, 33%, / a hair's breadth Starry River, Snow Treading Trace, 16%. Physique, Divine Grade. Innate Divine Power, Divine Grade AI of Insight, 12 minutes 22 seconds / 25 minutes. Can see through all concealment within 120 meters. Discerns all things. Range extends as cultivation deepens. Wallet, 224 silver coins, 17,195 bronze coins. Points, Tier 1, 8,041, Mortal Tier, 1,556. Lord Startup Funds, 23.4 black gold coins, 19,900 gold coins. Tips, 117 black gold, 99,500 gold. Bets, 2,947 blue gold, 114,800 black gold, 20,185,400 gold. Merch, 1,470 self-supplied. Fans, 37,558. Personal space, 30 cubic meters. Floating island, Level 1 Lord's Manor. Basic area, 10,000 square meters / 1 square kilometer. Radar, 300 m / 1000 m propulsion, 30 / 100 kilometers per hour. Resources, Miniature Spirit Spring January 2nd. Quite a few changes. Self-supplied, mint goods I sourced myself, earning 80% of the profit. Commissioned, mint selling for others, taking only a 10% cut, still zero for now. Before I even realized it, tips and merch alone have netted me nearly 45,000 gold coins. I calculated silently. But spread across 30,000 plus fans, that was barely 1 coin ahead. Nowhere near the startup capital I needed to found a territory. The real eye-catcher was the betting pool. That would take a dazzling enough performance for me to draw in even more big players willing to wager. Goods received. Many thanks for your generosity, Mr. Su. Huaxiao official. Lu Min sent the message under Zhang Yang's watchful gaze. I shook my head with a smile. No thanks needed, it's business and a win-win. Then I paused and added, the blood and vital energy inside the heart dissipate easily. Have someone use it as soon as possible. Capital base. Pack the heart in a special container immediately. Rush it to the Dragon Squad. Fastest route. Zhang Yong wasted no time. Yes, sir. Send the rest to Research Institute 628. The institute, established on June 28th, brought together Huaxia's top scholars from every field, all dedicated to studying objects from the trial space. Yes, sir. With the deal closed, I let out a breath and started chatting with my viewers about what I'd seen on Mist Island. When the conversation ran dry, I simply changed the subject. All right, folks, I've stacked up a good number of points. Time for a lucky draw. Island Spirit, Tier 1 draw. Consume 1,000 Tier 1 points. Yes. 3 carved wooden chests appeared at my command, more refined than the ordinary ones. I immediately activated my Eye of Insight. Crane Control Art, Grade 1 Middle Tier, can be cultivated to the peak of the 6th level of the body forging realm. Includes the movement technique Crane Control Step. A solid technique, but useless to me. Pass. Black Iron Blade, Grade 1 Lower Tier. I've already got 2 of these on hand. Next, Ammunition Supply Pack, Grade 1 Middle Tier. Resupply for the Black Star Pistol. For boxes, 200 rounds total. Holy crap, they've even got this. My heart jumped. I'd figured the Black Star would be useless once I burned through its rounds, and I'd been hoping every beast hunt would drop some ammo, but that wild mastiff hadn't dropped a single bullet. Turns out it was waiting for me right here. Just like the Island Spirit said, the point lottery has everything, and it leans toward whatever you need. If I can pull ammo, then arrows for the Zhuge repeating crossbow. Maybe there's a shot at those too? To the audience, though, I just looked indecisive. So brutal. This is a nightmare for anyone with choice paralysis. Just commit, man. You can't see them anyway. Pick at random. Old Bai's never been the wishy-washy type. Why is he agonizing over this? It's 1,000 points on the line. Of course he's being careful. I'd made up my mind long ago, so I feigned a moment of deliberation. I'll take this one. Ding. Congratulations, you've won 1 ammunition supply pack. An iron case stamped with a hazard symbol dropped to the ground. I opened it right there in the open, letting everyone get a clear look. Since I'd be using the Black Star from here on out, better to explain now than have people constantly asking where my endless supply of bullets came from. Holy crap, Old Bai's luck is off the charts. Ammo to match the pistol, perfect combo. This is insane. That much ammo. Su Bai's unstoppable now. 40 rounds to start, plus these 240 rounds in hand. Plenty to work with. I didn't let myself get carried away by the excitement. Keep going. Grade 1 lottery. Spend 1,000 grade 1 points. Yes. 3 chests appeared again. One glance told me everything. Black iron blade, black iron dagger, both grade 1 lower tier, not worth my time. The third chest. Black iron, grade 1, 50 kilograms. Can forge divine weapons and upgrade structures. Exactly what I needed. Upgrading the Island Lord's manor required 100 kilograms, and I was still 50 short. Thud, an unremarkable lump of iron crashed to the ground. A 50-kilogram block of grade 1 black iron. I kept the introduction brief and drew a third time. All 3 were junk, so I could only pick the best of a bad bunch. A grade 1 lower tier black iron bow. The fourth draw was no better. I settled for a suit of gold thread soft armor. To an average trial taker, it'd be a rare find, but I already had one. Island Spirit. Why is it all grade 1 lower tier? Master, that's simply how the lottery works. Lower tier makes up 80%, middle tier 15%, and upper tier less than 5. You pulled a middle tier supply pack in just 4 draws, which is already just luck, they said. I rolled my eyes internally. I could see through every single chest. If I still couldn't beat the average with that ability, this game wouldn't be worth playing. I couldn't change what was inside the chests. I could only pick the best of the best. Keep going. I don't buy it, I said, my voice cold and hard as I stared at the chests floating in the void. The chat exploded instantly. Buy. If your luck's bad, take a break. Don't do anything rash. The gambler's mindset is dangerous. When you're down on your luck, even drinking water gets stuck in your teeth. You guys have it all wrong. Every prize Buy's gotten is above average. He's just not satisfied. That's all. Holy crap, that actually makes sense. Then keep pulling. The fifth item, 50 kilograms of tier 1 black iron. The corner of my mouth curved up. That completed the 100 kilograms of black iron I needed to upgrade the Island Lord's manor. 7th draw. My luck seemed to turn around. A top-tier item was lying in one of the chests. I reached for it without hesitation. Wait, 6th draw. My luck seemed to turn. A top-tier item lay in the chest. I reached for it without hesitation. Arrow Tower Tier 1 Superior Grade. An offensive structure that can be placed on a floating island. It contains 3 chambers, each storing tier 1 superior, medium, and inferior grade arrows, 6,000 in total. Under the control of the Island Spirit, it automatically shoots down invading enemies with a range of 300 meters, though it has no effect on the Mist Island. Comes with 60 arrows of each grade and 3 arrow blueprints. A palm-sized model dropped to the ground. I picked it up and gave a quick rundown. The chat went absolutely wild. Insane. Wasn't the floating island upgrade just missing one offensive structure? Requirement met, just like that. 3 chambers packed with arrows, a sky full of arrow rain. What monster could ever charge up here? He's unstoppable. Before, I could only kill fierce beasts with a spear and repeating crossbow. Now with the arrow tower, he doesn't have to worry about drawing in more of them. The more the better, even. Too bad he doesn't have many arrows. He'll have to restock himself, and that won't be easy. This is already great, I said with a smile, scooping up the model and walking to the island's edge. I've got the arrow tower now. Can the arrows be far behind? The moment the model touched the ground, it turned from illusion to reality, instantly expanding into a massive tower covering 50 square meters, 3 stories tall, its peak reaching a full 20 meters. Besides the 3 arrow chambers, there was a staircase leading straight to the top, where archers could stand to add firepower while doubling as a lookout post. 1 tower, many uses. I've still got 2 tier 1 draws left. Keep going. 7th draw. What was inside the second chest sent a rush of joy through my heart, though my face stayed perfectly composed. I'll take this one. Longxiang Micro Automatic Arrow Making Workshop, Tier 1 Superior Grade. Simply input a blueprint or set the specifications to automatically produce Tier 1 and mortal grade arrows of all types. At full power, it consumes 2.5 kilowatt-hours per hour and can produce 50 Tier 1 Superior arrows, 200 inferior arrows, or 300 mortal grade arrows. Comes with a built-in 50 kilowatt high-capacity battery. The live stream fell silent for a few seconds. then erupted into an overwhelming, sky-blotting tidal wave of comments. When fortune favors you, even heaven and earth lend their strength. This streamer's luck is so ridiculous, it makes you jealous. Old buys an orphan. Before entering the trial, he was just an ordinary guy, but once he got in, he shot straight to the top. You all smell that familiar scent, right? Holy crap, that's the classic chosen one protagonist template. Could Old Buy be the main character of our Blue Star? Prophet, take him out now. He just got lucky, that's all. The trial lasts 168 days. How long has it even been? An early lead means nothing. The ones who stay ahead and make it to the end, those are the real heroes. Fair point. There are plenty of geniuses, but not many live long enough to actually make it big. Most die halfway there. You got this, Old Buy. Don't listen to their nagging. It's all jealousy. I sent you a tip. Someday I'm coming with you to the new territory. I nodded to the crowd in acknowledgement and set up the workshop next to the Island Lord's Manor. This so-called workshop was really just a sealed production line. A main control panel, a material input port, a production chamber, plus a conveyor belt for packaging and transport. Load in the blueprints, feed in the materials, and finished products came out the other end. I pulled out the 3 complementary blueprints and entered them. The required materials popped up on the screen. Low-grade arrow. Tier 1 low-grade spirit wood or spirit bamboo, plus common feathers. Mid-grade arrow. Tier 1 mid-grade spirit wood or spirit bamboo, plus common feathers. High-grade arrow. Tier 1 high-grade spirit wood or spirit bamboo, special feathers. Red tail feathers work as a substitute, and a trace amount of Tier 2 mithril. Folks, these arrows use even simpler materials than the ones for my repeating crossbow. No metal parts, so they're cheaper to make. I gave a wry smile. Problem is, I've never once laid eyes on spirit wood or spirit bamboo, let alone mithril. Making arrows anytime soon is going to be tough. The arrowheads for my repeating crossbow were forged from black iron, engraved with intricate patterns traced out in a silvery white substance. I figured that was the mithril. Those patterns were probably what let the arrows pierce through the blood armor of a Tier 1 4-star beast. But this craft wasn't my specialty. Old Buy, you've got one more shot. Maybe you'll draw exactly what you need. Yeah, the draws all cater to the trial taker's needs. This arrow crafting workshop is proof, isn't it? Listen to good advice, and you'll never go hungry. I did my final Tier 1 draw. Mountain cleaving axe, Tier 1 high grade. A sharp tool, whether for felling spirit wood or cutting down men. They didn't give me spirit wood, but they gave me a tool for chopping it. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Still, a Tier 1 high-grade divine weapon isn't a bad deal. The second treasure chest. Black iron heavy spear, Tier 1 mid-grade. A long spear forged from refined black iron, sharper than the low-grade version, capable of channeling blood chi and launching blood chi attacks. Weighs 300 kilograms. It takes the strength to lift 1,000 pounds to wield it. Good stuff. My eyes sharpened. My old heavy spear was about to give out on me. Against a Tier 1 4-star beast, I couldn't deal serious damage without hitting a vital spot, and this was exactly. Done, I'll add it. I glanced at the first treasure chest, feeling a bit torn. The third chest was just a low-grade first-tier spirit weapon, so I ignored it outright. Which one should I pick? Ugh, why couldn't they spread these out earlier? Frustrated as I was, I went with the most useful option right now, the black iron heavy spear. That left me with only 41 first-tier points, not enough for another draw. But I didn't stop the raffles. I ran 5 more mortal tier draws, only calling it quits when my points hit rock bottom. From those 5 mortal tier draws, I picked up 3 tons of steel, 60 cubic meters of timber, 30 barrels of diesel, and 30 cubic meters of stone, all basic resources. Tallying it all up, the material list for upgrading the Island Lord's Manor now stood at 165 cubic meters of timber, 115 cubic meters of stone, 9 tons of steel, 100 kilograms of first-tier black iron, 246 qualifying low-grade first-tier animal hides, and 30 mid-grade first-tier animal hides. I still need 135 more cubic meters of timber, 185 cubic meters of stone, 1 ton of steel, and 54 animal hides, and the Island Lord's Manor can go up another level, I said to my audience with a smile. Looking forward to what changes the next upgrade brings. All right, that's it for today. This trip to Mist Island paid off nicely, so I need some time to convert these resources into real strength. Next stream, we'll go explore the blood spring, and I'm going to do my best to drain it dry. With that, I shut down the stream. I walked to the boundary between the floating island and Mist Island, gazing at that churning white fog. After a moment of thought, I stepped inside. This time there was no live stream. Above my head hovered a 9-story pagoda radiating a blood-red glow. I didn't go collect the blood spring. That was a perfect hype moment, and saving it for the next stream would draw in more viewers. Cashing it in now would actually be a loss. I'd come in for just two things. First, to find a wild mastiff on par with my strength for close combat practice. Second, and this was my top priority, to search for the mysterious thunder fruit that the blood spring's guardian beast coveted. I followed my memory and quickly closed in on the blood spring, then homed in on the direction of the roars I'd heard before. I'd only gone a few hundred meters when my steps froze. A wild mastiff stood motionless in my field of view, its cold eyes utterly devoid of emotion, sizing me up like I was already a corpse. A chill shot straight up my spine. First tier, 4-star, mid-phase, a good opponent, just not the right time. I didn't bother with fair play. I pulled the trigger on my repeating crossbow right away. The wild mastiff had a razor-sharp sense of danger. The instant the arrow tip lined up with it, it caught the scent of death. Too bad it was half a beat too slow. The arrow tore through the air like a shooting star and struck it right between the brows. Slain a first-tier, 4-star, mid-phase wild mastiff. Gained 141st tier points. My points, which had just bottomed out, filled back up. I collected the corpse and the spoils, then kept running. Along the way, I ran into 4 wild mastiff ambushes and cut them all down, and that was even after deliberately dodging others using my divine vision. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that easy. At last, I stepped into the heart of Mist Island. 118 meters away, that dark thunder fruit tree suddenly registered in my senses. Only, dozens of red dots swarmed around the tree, surrounding it completely. Looks like there's no way around a bloodbath, I said, brows knitting tight. My field of vision was packed with wild mastiffs. Even the weakest was at the peak of Tier 1, 4 stars, and the strongest had already reached the late stage of Tier 1, 5 stars. And there were as many as 7 at the 5-star level. And that was just what I could see. The mist beyond might be hiding even more. I skimmed the tree's information and couldn't help but marvel. Dark Thunderfruit Tree, Tier 1 Superior Grade, Spirit Root. Refines the body with dark thunder, purges impurities, strengthens the physique, improves the bone root constitution, and works wonders for breaking through bottlenecks. Inferior grade fruits work on body forging levels 1 through 3, mid-grade on 4 through 6, and superior on 7 through 9. Consuming 3 superior grade fruits together can forcibly raise a grade-less bone root to grade 1. Spirit Springs offered only a slim chance of improving one's bone root and required long-term consumption at that. Yet 3 superior grade Dark Thunder fruits could lift a grade-less constitution straight to grade 1. For those who sat on mountains of gold but lacked the bone root, this was a priceless treasure. The bone root is a cultivator's foundation, the most precious resource of all. Anything capable of improving it is inevitably worth a fortune. I looked at the tree again, 81 Dark Thunder fruits in total. Dark Thunder Fruit, Tier 1 Inferior Grade, Spirit Fruit. Completes its transformation in about 34 minutes, advancing to Tier 1 Mid-Grade. They were all inferior grade, but 13 of them were on the verge of transforming. I can't wait, my thoughts raced. Once they turn mid-grade, they might just end up in some mastiff's belly. These fruits, I'm taking every last one. 34 minutes. I had to clear out every wild mastiff eyeing that tree. I raised my repeating crossbow, took aim at the strongest one, the late-stage Tier 1, 5 stars, and let a bolt fly. Whoosh! The bolt tore through the mist like lightning. The mastiff sensed it instantly, its blood energy gang aura surging to shield its body as it lunged sideways. But my bolt was fast and armor-piercing. It dodged barely an inch, and the bolt punched through the 5-centimeter thick gang aura barrier and buried itself in its right eye. It had avoided the fatal blow to the brow, but took the agony of a pierced eye instead. The mastiff howled in pain, roaring as it glared in my direction. It couldn't see through the mist, But by tracing the bolt's trajectory, it had pinned down my rough location, and it abandoned the tree to charge straight at me. Yet it had only run a few steps before its footing wavered. The more it drew on its blood energy, the worse the dizziness grew. I froze. Green-eyed serpent venom, is this potent? Working this fast? Is it because the bolt struck the right eye and the toxin went straight into its brain? Boom! The mastiff charged out some 30-odd meters before its forelegs buckled and it collapsed to the ground. It wasn't dead, but it had already lost the ability to move. The other mastiffs seemed to catch the scent of danger too. Casting aside their squabbling with one another, they turned as one and charged toward me. They lunged. No time to overthink. I held my ground, took cold, careful aim, and loosed my remaining 9 arrows in a steady stream. Then I spun on my heels and darted away, using the fog for cover. The mist was impartial. It blinded me, but it blinded the beasts too. These wild hounds had lived here for years, their senses far sharper than any humans, yet even they couldn't pierce the fog. It was the same principle as a blind man's hearing growing keener. All they had to go on was the whistle of my arrows and the movements of the hound I'd struck. Meanwhile, I surveyed the entire field through my divine sense. That was my greatest edge. I kept moving and dodging while reloading. That last volley had crippled 10 of them, including every first-rank 5-star in sight. Quiver full, I positioned myself on the pack's flank and let fly 10 more arrows. All original issue shafts this time. Every one of these hounds was first-rank 4-star or above, and ordinary green-eyed serpent arrows couldn't punch through their aura shields unless they hit a vital weak point. Slain. Late-stage first-rank 5-star wild hound. Reward, 400 first-rank points. The first one I'd hit had finally died. Lasting this long was impressive in its own right. I had no time to dwell on the notification. I sent another 10 arrows flying. The wild hounds were in total panic now, crashing into trees, thrashing like enraged beasts that had lost all sense of direction, desperate to root out the culprit tormenting them. But with my heaven's eye open, I'd never let them have their way. On Misty Isle, they were always the ones toying with their prey. When had it ever been their turn to be toyed with? As the third volley rained down, fury gave way to fear. One wild hound let out a shriek, and the pack scattered like startled birds, fleeing in every direction, no longer hunting for me. That's it. Wasn't this supposed to be a fight to the death? I blinked, caught off guard. Back then, the green-eyed serpents had kept attacking down to their very last hatchling. Yet these wild hounds had already broken and fled twice. Once their casualties hit a certain threshold, fear kicked in, their heads cleared, and they bolted. So it turned out that fight to the death had its conditions too. Still, these creatures were leagues smarter than the green-eyed serpents. Sometimes, charging forward and knowing when to retreat are just two sides of the same coin. I stepped out from behind the tree, quickly cleared the battlefield, and gathered up the corpses and spoils. When I approached the dark thunderfruit tree again, both sides were empty, not a single beast in sight. I stood beneath it and swept the area with my divine sense. Within 120 meters, not one red dot remained. All scared off. I glanced up at the dark thunderfruit's countdown, and my brow furrowed sharply. 17 minutes left. Too long. The more time passed, the more likely it was to draw in additional wild hounds. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The wild hounds never came near, but my divine sense ran dry first. I immediately pulled out a mid-grade first-rank soul pill and swallowed it. In an instant, a vast surge of spiritual power flooded into my sea of consciousness, the excess beginning to temper my soul. Once the pill's effects settled, my divine sense duration went from 25 minutes to 28, the detection range expanding from 120 meters to 130. Humph, perfect timing. I sneered, my good mood shattering in an instant. At the edge of my eye of insight, several red dots lit up all at once. More and more of them, all creeping toward the xianlei fruit tree. Only 2.5 minutes left in the transformation. These beasts had timed it perfectly. That lull just now, they'd probably gone to bring reinforcements. 130 meters, 120. By the time the nearest one closed to within 80 meters, 38 wild hounds had already appeared in my field of vision. And they kept pouring out, as if there were no end to them. I gripped the Zhuge repeating crossbow tight and swallowed hard. 10,000 beasts tower, it's all on you this time. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. The suffocating pressure of an army bearing down forced me to strike first. 10 arrows poured out, each finding its mark in a tier, one 4-star wildhound. This wave rushing in was mostly just tier, one 3-star, a few 4-star, and not a single 5-star among them. They'd gotten cautious. Are they trying to test how deep I run, or trying to burn through my arrows? But they gave me no room to think. The moment the arrow rain stopped, they launched a suicidal charge. Oomph, right on time. I put away the crossbow and drew my black iron heavy spear. Die. I thrust out. As if I'd anticipated my opponent's dodge in advance, the spear tip drove straight between its brows. A flick of my right hand sent force channeling down the shaft and into its skull, pulverizing its brain. Killed a tier, one 3-star peak beast, wildhound. Reward, 60 tier, 1 points. Aru, 3 wildhounds pounced at once. I swept my spear across in a horizontal arc, sweeping the 1,000 armies, sent them all flying more than 10 meters, slamming hard into the ground. They coughed up blood, swaying, unable to get back on their feet. Instead of retreating, they only grew more frenzied, throwing themselves at me one after another, none of the earlier instinct for self-preservation left in them. I'd gone to enormous lengths to find this place, all for these xianlei fruits. Come on, let me see if you really don't fear death. Bloodlust ignited in my chest. Tier, one 3-star, one spear, one kill, sometimes several at once. The 4 stars slipping in among them to ambush me had nowhere to hide under the eye of insight, their movements a beat slower. Early stage 4 stars, I could take their lives within 5 moves. Mid-stage 4-star and above, I was no match. One attempt was all it took to know for sure. After that, whenever I met one, my left hand pulled the trigger straight away, and Black Star sent it on its way. Bang! The gunshot threw the surroundings into a chaotic frenzy, and in the confusion, I cut down 3 more. One man battling dozens alone for 2 full minutes. Finally, the xianlei fruit tree burst with pale blue arcs of electricity, lighting up the land in every direction. 13 fruits completed their transformation amid the flashing light, ascending to tier 1 mid-grade xianlei fruits. At that very moment, a dozen or so first-order 5-star wild mastiffs came charging in from every direction, lunging straight for the fruit tree. They were after the fruit. So that was it. These beasts were cunning as hell. The 5-star ones hung back, letting their weaker kin wear me down before swooping in at the critical moment to steal the prize. Filthy beasts. You're begging to die. I snapped my spear back and thrust my right palm toward the sky. A blood-red, 9-tiered pagoda materialized out of thin air, rapidly expanding and rising to shield both me and the fruit tree. Those 5-star wild mastiffs had eyes only for the ripe fruit and slammed headlong into the myriad beast pagoda's shimmering form. Duong, deafening impacts exploded one after another. Wild mastiffs were flung back and hit the ground, dazed and reeling, unable to even stand steady. When they looked at the pagoda again, fear surfaced in those savage eyes for the very first time. Suppress. I roared, and the myriad beast pagoda sank slightly. A vast, crushing force slammed down. The surrounding wild mastiffs' limbs buckled, and they all dropped prostrate to the ground. Even the 5-star ones could only barely prop up their upper bodies before being pressed flat, unable to move. I charged in with my spear, crippling them one by one. Seal. A terrifying suction surged from the base of the pagoda. The low cultivation beasts were sucked in instantly, and the higher ones struggled for a moment but still couldn't escape. A few diehards fought to the bitter end. I pulled the trigger and finished them off, 1 shot each. Refused to submit? Then die. Once it was all done, my legs gave out, and I dropped to 1 knee, completely drained. The myriad beast pagoda was powerful enough to help me slay 5-star wild mastiffs, but the price was steep. In just those few moments, the blood and energy in my body had nearly run dry. Fortunately, the surrounding wild mastiffs had been wiped out, so there was no immediate threat. Otherwise, as weak as I was right now, my odds wouldn't have been good. I quickly downed a first-order mid-grade blood spirit pill, circulating my cultivation technique to break down the medicinal power. Once I'd recovered a little, I walked back to the fruit tree. This place was dangerous. No time to linger. First, I picked all 13 Dark Thunder fruits and stored them in my personal space. Then I stepped over to the trunk. Rise. With everything I had, I ripped the tree up by the roots. In that instant, arcs of electricity wrapped around it, shooting up the trunk and into my arm. My hair stood on end, and black smoke poured out of my mouth. Damn, it can shock you too? Luckily, it only lasted a heartbeat, and the jolt was no stronger than an all-out strike from a first-order 3-star beast. I could still take it. No time to dwell on it. I stashed the tree inside the myriad beast pagoda, spun around, and sprinted for the floating island. I deliberately avoided the wild mastiffs the whole way, only running into 2 4-star ones I couldn't dodge. I shot them dead. Back at the floating island, I immediately took out the fruit tree. Its leaves had already started yellowing, a sign that its life force was fading fast. Dying already? Don't disappoint me. I grabbed my heavy spear and dug out a large pit, planting the tree beside the miniature spirit spring. Then I poured every last drop of the newly formed spring water from the spring's eye over its roots. Survive, no matter what. Upgrading the floating island requires 2 types of resources. The spirit spring is one. If this fruit tree survives, it'll be the second. Even if it fails, the fruit and spirit wood can be sent to the arrow crafting workshop and turned into arrows. Success or failure, either way, it's useful to me. I just hope it lives. After watering it, I stood quietly beneath the tree. About 10 minutes later, the yellowed leaves began to green again, slowly coming back to life. On the attribute panel, the floating island's resource count ticked up to 2. Island spirit. Did the transplant work? Yes, Island Lord. The floating island evolved from breeding soil to begin with, so it's highly beneficial to spiritual plants. Nourished by the spirit spring, the tree took root and survived. I finally let out a breath of relief. Is there any way to speed up the growth of the dark thunder fruit? There is. Watering it with a higher grade spirit spring, raising the floating island's level, cultivating it with thunder attribute spirit fluids and spirit soil, having a spiritual botanist force it to ripen, setting up growth arrays, or even time acceleration arrays. There are plenty of methods. It's just that none of them come easy for you right now, Island Lord. Understood. I filed it away in my mind. I took one last look at the fruit tree, then headed toward the front courtyard of the Island Lord's manor. In my mind, I gave the order. Tower Spirit, refine all the corpses of the wild mastiffs. In this battle, I'd captured 14 first-rank 5-star wild mastiffs, 16 4-star, and 7 3-star, and killed 7 5-star, 39 4-star, and 33 3-star. Yes. By the way, is there a way to make those captured wild mastiffs completely submit? Whether for building a beast legion or a cavalry force down the road, they'd be a solid choice. Master, one has already submitted and completed the contract. The rest are still resisting, but their willpower is weak, so it shouldn't be hard. You don't need my blood. I was slightly taken aback. Back when I contracted Little Red and Little Dragon, I'd had to drip 2 drops of blood. Master, only battle pets with immense potential require a blood bond to recognize their master. Once bonded, they can never betray you, and you can control their life and death with a single thought. Beasts with limited potential are only fit to be cannon fodder. There's no need to spend your blood on them. I can control them on your behalf. The only catch is that they can't stray too far from you. How far? What happens if they go beyond that? It depends on your cultivation. At your current level, they can't be more than 2 kilometers away from you. Cross that line, and there's a very high chance they'll break free of control or even suffer instant brain death on the spot. 2 kilometers was pretty good already. So what about the wild mastiff's potential? Can they keep cultivating? The wild mastiff is a descendant of the wildland dire wolf and the 3-headed mastiff. Its own potential is limited, with a ceiling of just the first-rank 9-star peak. But the wildland dire wolf can reach the 3rd-rank peak, and the 3-headed mastiff can even reach the 4th-rank peak. If these wild mastiffs undergo an atavistic transformation into dire wolves, their potential rises to the 3rd rank. If they revert into 3-headed. If it's a mastiff, it'll rise to the 4th tier. It paused. But wild mastiff bloodlines are thin, and the odds of atavism are slim. Don't get your hopes up too high, Master. I nodded. Summon the wild mastiff that submitted. A moment later, a late 1st tier, 4-star wild mastiff appeared before me. It was listless, sprawled out, and motionless, but the icy killing intent had faded from its eyes, replaced by a hint of docility. Battle Pet, Wild Mastiff, Adult. Cultivation, Late First Tier, 4-star. Skills, Charge, Trample Maul. Innate Divine Ability, None. Bloodline, 1.2%. Note, can rapidly boost cultivation by devouring vitality-rich flesh and blood crystals, and other rare treasures. Mystic Thunderfruit is highly effective at purifying its bloodline. No wonder these beasts guarded the fruit trees with their lives. It was tied to the purification of their bloodline. It was their lifeblood. Master, it was already gravely wounded, and then I put it through some torment. Now it's exhausted in both body and spirit and needs to recuperate inside the tower for a while. How long? Normally 1 or 2 cosmic days. It can be sped up with blood crystals, blood spirit pills, or soul pills. Give them the first-tier low-grade blood spirit pills and soul pills. Get them recovered as fast as possible. These 2 pills had little effect on me anymore. Understood. This wild mastiff's potential was low, but it was currently my strongest battle pet. Once nursed back to health, its strength might even surpass mine, its master. Fortunately, battle pets from the 10,000 Beast Tower would never betray their master because of it. That was a good thing. Then another thought struck me. If I wanted to give away or sell a battle pet, could I do that? My legion would only grow stronger over time. Keeping the ones that couldn't keep up would just waste resources. But since they'd already fought for me, killing them off once they'd outlived their use seemed too cruel. If I could pass them on to shine elsewhere, that might be the best outcome for them. Of course, I can condense a battle pet soul slip for you and trade it along with the pet. The buyer just needs to re-establish the master bond, the tower spirit explained. A soul slip was the medium for a ferocious beast's soul contract. Whoever dripped their blood onto it could claim ownership, quick and simple. Master, the wild mastiff corpses have finished refining. In total, 38 first-tier mid-grade blood spirit pills, 105 low-grade, 5 mid-grade soul pills, 13 low-grade. The corner of my mouth curved up. Looks like I won't need to go scooping blood from the blood spring anymore. These blood spirit pills alone are enough for me to break through to the 5th level of the body forging realm. Together with my old stash, I now had 51 mid-grade blood spirit pills, 6 mid-grade soul pills, 236 low-grade blood spirit pills, and 27 low-grade soul pills. After handing the low-grade pills to the tower spirit, I began tallying up the spoils from this trip to Mist Island. Aside from the wild mastiffs and fruit trees, money, 552 silver coins, blood crystals, 7 complete low-grade blood crystals, all harvested from those 7 5-star wild mastiffs, plus 45 fragmented low-grade ones. Points, 10,105 first-tier points. Too bad, capturing and taming beasts doesn't earn any points. I couldn't help feeling a little greedy after all. As for equipment, I hadn't gotten a single piece. Looks like Mist Island really doesn't drop gear. I let out a sigh. Tower Spirit, give these 45 fragmented blood crystals to Little Red and Little Dragon. Let them cultivate properly. I'm looking forward to watching them grow. The 7 complete ones I tucked away into my personal storage space. By now, I'd stockpiled 8 complete low-grade blood crystals. Yes, Master. It was about time I settled down and focused on cultivation for a while. Once my strength climbed another level, I'd be able to come and go from Mist Island freely next time, without even relying on the myriad beast tower. I flipped my hand, produced a mid-grade blood spirit pill, swallowed it, and began holding a horse stance on the bluestone plaza in front of the manor. In an instant, a vast and pure surge of chi and blood spread from my stomach throughout my entire body. Flowing into my muscles, it strengthened my sinews and bones and revitalized my cells. Flowing into my organs, it made my heartbeat grow ever more powerful and resonant. Flowing into my meridians, it widened and reinforced them. Flowing into my blood, it merged and expanded, making the chi, blood, and energy coursing through me all the more solid and pure. Once the pill's potency was spent, I didn't rush to take a second. Instead, I activated the Eye of Insight, turning my gaze inward to examine myself and correct every flaw in my martial techniques. The moment the ability's duration ran out, I took another pill and resumed the horse stance. As I trained, I realized my spiritual power was slowly recovering too. Whenever the ability replenished, I'd practice my martial arts again. Cycling through it this way saved soul-restoring pills while maximizing efficiency. I ate when I was hungry, slept when I was tired, and trained again the moment I woke. Days like these might seem tedious, but I could hardly contain my excitement, because I could feel it, clear as day. With every passing moment, I was growing stronger. 1 hour, 2 hours, 10 hours. Time flew by, and my cultivation climbed steadily. This was the longest I'd stayed in seclusion since entering the trial space. I understood it well. There are no shortcuts in cultivation. Only by squeezing every last bit of resource into raw strength could I earn the right to those 3 words, stay alive. While I quietly grew stronger on the floating island, the outside world was changing by the day. Capital Base, Director's Office. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent rapping at the door. Zhang Yong recognized the visitor through the glass door and said in a low voice, "Come in. Is it about Luo Feng? Did something happen?" Luo Feng had been gravely wounded before, and Zhang Yong's heart had been on edge ever since. "Director, it's good news." Wang Jie's face was lit with excitement. "We all underestimated blood crystals. Even the low-grade ones have unrivaled healing power. In less than 3 days, every one of Luo Feng's injuries has fully healed, and his cultivation has even shot up to the early stage of the 4th level of body forging." He paused, a note of regret creeping into his voice. Luo Feng said that if his severe injuries hadn't drained the power within the crystal, this single intact low-grade blood crystal alone could have pushed him straight into the mid-stage of the 4th tier. Zhang Yong shot to his feet, incredulous. Blood crystals are that powerful? If true, this was the #1 treasure for pulling ahead of the pack in the early stages of the trials. He paced back and forth across the office, then suddenly stopped. Subai picked up plenty of blood crystals on Mist Island. They were fragments, sure, but he made up for it in sheer quantity. Luo Feng's blood crystal came from Mist Island too. Could blood crystals be a specialty of the Mist Islands? No need to look into it, Wang Jie cut in. I verified it before coming here. Nearly every blood crystal that's surfaced so far has come from one of the Mist Islands, found, stolen, or dropped by savage beasts that people killed, like Subai did. Nowhere else has turned up a single one. Subai mentioned the lairs of the Beast Kings have them too, Zhang Yong said, making the call on the spot. Compile all of this into a report, along with the news about Luo Feng healing his wounds and his cultivation surging. Put it out through the live stream and let every one of our Chinese trial takers know. Would it leak to other nations? He wasn't the least bit worried. The whole world already had an unspoken understanding. You've got a mole in my live stream. I've got eyes on yours. No major news stays hidden for long. Better to share than to hoard. Chief, Wang Jie hesitated. Once this gets out, I'm afraid plenty of people will take the gamble and charge into the Mist Islands. The casualties could. News like this, can it really be kept under wraps? Zhang Yong shook his head, his eyes full of conflict. Even if we say nothing, it'll spread across the globe soon enough. Whether they go or not is entirely their choice. But we have to warn them of the risks, cool things down, without smothering their fighting spirit. He wanted everyone to push forward, yet feared driving them too hard, too fast. As chief, this was the hardest balance of all to strike. Understood. I'll choose my words carefully. The moment the news broke, the whole world was in an uproar. Sam Nation Intelligence Agency. This stuff China put out, is it real? James held up a screenshot. We verified it. It's the absolute truth. Secretary Jones stepped forward, his expression grave. The effects of blood crystals go far beyond anything we imagined. If our people want to catch up to Luo Feng and Subai, they'll have to charge into the Mist Islands and grab as many blood crystals as they can. Otherwise, we'll never close the gap. There isn't a single savage beast below Tier 1, 3 stars on the Mist Islands, Locke objected at once. Run into one, and you're dead or maimed. We should warn our trial takers. Train up to the 3rd tier of the body forging realm before heading in. Play it safe. Locke, that's the coward's way out. Jones refused to give an inch. High risk means high reward. One step slow means slow all the way. Artine started out ranked top 3 in the world for combat power. And now? He's already dropped out of the top 5. We're already outnumbered by the East. Push too recklessly and the death rate. Player numbers will only skyrocket. Locke countered. Day 168 of the trials, and we've barely started. There's no harm in taking it slow. You can only clear the game if you're alive. The tension in the office thickened. Then Jones suddenly played his trump card. The president wants a blood crystal. You know his temper. If we can't deliver, none of us are going to have an easy time going forward. One sentence, and the whole room fell silent. After a long moment, Locke sighed. Even if we get our hands on a blood crystal, it should go to our own trial takers first. Send it back? Those people aren't stupid. Why on earth would they agree? They don't get a say. Jones's expression turned cold. James listened, growing uneasy. The president was reaching too far. Is this my secretary or his? But that thought could only rot in his gut. The man in that seat held all three branches of power in his hands. His influence ranked among the top 5 in the entire history of Uncle Sam's nation. Pass word along to our trial takers and our allies too, James said, turning to Jones. You want to score a blood crystal for the president? Fine. But remember this, if you're going to work an angle, it has to come from foreigners. Never weaken our own. And if you can rip one out of the Huaxia people's hands, all the better. Jones was taken aback, then nodded thoughtfully. I'll do what I can. Compared to the scheming among nations, the internet was far simpler and far livelier. I knew about blood crystals, but I never imagined they were this powerful. That injury of Lofeng's? Back in the day, even the most advanced treatments would have taken a month or two. A blood crystal healed it completely in 3 days and bumped his cultivation from peak 1st tier all the way to early 4th tier. That's insane. Lofeng's livestream viewership tripled overnight. Now I believe old Bai. He said both of his battle pets were boosted by blood crystals, and that his own cultivation was unfathomable. Turns out he wasn't hiding anything. He was telling the truth. Lofeng only had 1 blood crystal. Old Bai had 2. Speaking of which, how long has it been since Su Bai went live? If he doesn't stream soon, the hype's going to cool off. These up-and-comers are getting fiercer by the day. What's the rush? He explored Mist Island. He's got blood crystals, blood springs, a mountain of resources. If he didn't go into seclusion to level up at a time like this, that'd be the real head-scratcher. Fair point. It's just that without Old Bai around, something always feels missing. While everyone was thinking of me, I was still up on the floating island, honing myself one step at a time. Who? A breath of turbid air transformed into a sharp arrow, ripping through several meters of air before me, the sonic boom roaring like a supersonic fighter jet. No matter how many resources you have, there comes a day when they run dry. I glanced at the last 1st tier mid-grade blood spirit pill in my palm and tucked it away into my personal storage space. The last time I used the 10,000 beast tower, I was drained in an instant. Learning from that lesson, I kept 1 soul pill and 1 blood spirit pill on hand for emergencies. On the battlefield, a single accident could cost life. During this seclusion, I refined 50 blood spirit pills and 5 soul pills. My strength skyrocketed. My combat techniques advanced considerably, too. I was no longer the man I'd been that day. Pull up the stats screen. A pale blue, translucent interface materialized before my eyes. ID, Blue Star 10010 name, Su Bai. Realm, Body Forging Realm, 5th layer peak. Strength, 5,926.7 kilograms. Cultivation method, 9 turns Divine Demon Art, 9 turns Primordial Chaos Chapter, 1st layer. Combat techniques, Heavenly Valley Divine Finger, Gold Breaking 51%, 9-fold Mystic Origin Spear, weight of 1,000 June 99%, a Hair's Breadth Galaxy, Snow Treading Without a Trace 35%. Bone Root, Divine Grade. Talent Divine Power, Divine Tier Eye of Insight, 40 minutes 30 seconds sees through all concealment within 165 meters, grows with cultivation. Points, Tier 1 10,106, Mortal Tier 556. The higher the cultivation, the easier it was to refine combat techniques, except for the 9-fold Mystic Origin Spear, which stayed stuck at the entry threshold no matter what I did. My guess? This step could only be crossed through actual combat. The Eye of Insight, on the other hand, had grown by leaps and bounds after feeding on those 5 soul pills. Both its duration and range were night and day better than before. I looked up at the countdown hovering above the Island Lord's manor. Countdown: 9 cosmic days, 11 blue star days, 18 hours, 41 minutes, 23 seconds. Splitting it half and half for light and dark, that leaves a little over 3 days before we plunge into the long night. I frowned slightly. I have to finish exploring this misty island and the other floating island before dark. Time was short. The urgency pounded in my chest like a drumbeat. Tower Spirit: how many wild mastiffs have submitted? Reporting to Master, 37. All of them have submitted. That fast. A little over 3 days, and it had subdued them all. The Tower Spirit's methods really were something. They're merely Tier 1 beasts. Hardly worth mentioning. What about their injuries? 7 3 stars, 16 4 stars, and 3 5 stars have fully recovered. The remaining 11 5 stars were short on pills, so they can only heal slowly on the first floor. And Little Long and Little Chi? The Titan Dragon Python has reached the mid-stage of Tier 1, 5-star. The Crimson Blood Rooster has hit the peak of Tier 1, 4-star. Excellent. The corner of my mouth curled up. Call those 2 little guys out. It's time to get to work. Boom. Boom. Little Chi and Little Long crashed down one after the other. The ground shook twice. I sucked in a sharp breath. Little Long had grown from 10 meters to 15, and Little Chi had bulked up a full size bigger, looking just like a heavy tank. Master. The 2 little guys came out dazed at first, but the moment they spotted me, they crowded in close, nuzzling against me affectionately. Not bad. You didn't let me down. I patted them on the head. I grabbed the heavy black iron spear, led my 2 battle pets, and walked to the boundary where the floating island met the misty island. Island Spirit, go live. Right away, Island Master. Shanghai, China, an office tower. Huh? Bai's streaming. Li Wenhao shot upright and called out to his co-workers. Come look. At the start of the trials, everyone had chalked it up to Su Bai's dumb luck. Just water cooler gossip. Not anymore. Now he was their pride and joy, and even the old jealousy had melted away. Whenever someone asked enviously, Su Bai's really your co-worker? Their faces would light up. 3 days in seclusion. No telling how far his cultivations come along. You think Su Bai's already broken through to the 5th stage of body tempering? On the latest combat rankings, the number 1 spot's empty. Why? Because everybody's dead certain that spot belongs to Su Bai. Beijing base. Chief, Su Bai's live. Zhang Yong pulled up the stream, got a good look at those 2 massive beasts, and sucked in a sharp breath. They're huge. He and his battle pets haven't been slacking these 3 days. Wonder what his cultivation level is now. Should we ask? Lu Min said. No need. If he wants to share, he will. If he doesn't, no point pushing. Just watch his combat data going forward. We can figure it out ourselves. Zhang Yong waved it off. The intelligence agency, Sam Nation. Director, that guy from the east, is streaming again. James set his work aside, took the tablet, and asked offhandedly. The blood crystal. Did you get it? Jones's face darkened. It's proving tricky. Far trickier than he'd expected. Money, reputation, threats. None of it worked. He'd even gotten threatened right back. At a moment like this, who could get their hands on a blood crystal that wasn't a hard case? Who didn't want first place? Didn't want to clear the first stage? Who'd ever let go? And the ones willing to play ball were all small fry who couldn't get a blood crystal anyway. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Then keep at it. I'll coordinate whatever resources you need. The rest is on you. James gently shoved the hot potato right back. Can't pull it off? That's a you problem. The president can't pin it on me. Thank you, Director. A flash of cold malice crossed Jones's eyes, then vanished in an instant. Long time no see, folks. I smiled and waved at the camera. Bye? We've missed you like crazy. 3 whole days. You have any idea what these 3 days have been like for me? One longtime fan said, eyes brimming with tears. Only about 700,000 were online at the start, a far cry from my peak. The ones who'd camp out from the very first second were either diehard fans or the people who saw me as their number 1 threat. Heh, cultivation is the foundation of everything, I said with a shrug. With resources in hand, of course I went into seclusion first. Once your strength is up, exploring gets a whole lot safer. Am I right? The weak cling to their lives. Only the strong have earned the right to talk about adventure. It's a truth I didn't truly grasp until I entered this world. So Bai, what's your current? Your realm? Come on, tell us and blow our minds. Waiting eagerly. Same here, +1. I didn't reveal my realm outright. I just said calmly, all I'll say is, this misty island? I can walk through it like I own the place. Holy crap. Walk through it like you own the place. Just how strong does that take? The live stream exploded again. Old Bai's gotta be at least early 5th stage of body forging. That Bloodspring Guardian Beast is a maxed out tier 1 4-star. If he can strut through there, his cultivation's only gonna be higher, not lower. Not necessarily. He's got the Juga repeating crossbow, a tier 1 premium divine weapon. Even at 4th stage body forging, he could waltz right through. Honestly, I could walk through Misty Island too. Whatever beast comes charging at me, I just lie down and then get walked all over. Hee hee. I looked at that comment, and the corner of my mouth twitched. Is that what I meant? The debate went on endlessly. I couldn't be bothered to respond. I just smiled. Last time I promised to take you all to explore the Blood Spring. Let's go. I stopped watching the comments and stepped into the mist with Little Long, and Little Chi. My vision was instantly swallowed up. But this time I dropped the caution. No need to keep the 2 battle pets spread out front and back. We headed straight for the Blood Spring. Along the way, 2 tier 1 3-star wild mastiffs pounced. Little Chi took them out with 1 peck each. Instant kills. I didn't lift a finger. Ruhar. A furious roar came from the direction of the Blood Spring. A mid-tier tier 1 4-star wild mastiff burst out of the mist. My eye of insight had already seen through everything. The Blood Spring was surrounded by more than 30 wild mastiffs. 9 were tier 1 4-star, and the strongest was a peak tier 1 4-star, the new Guardian Beast. Kill. I shot past my 2 battle pets and dove straight into the pack. 1 spear thrust, 1 kill. The spear tip tore through the air, and blood misted up. Little Long unleashed gravity control. Its range now expanded to 4 meters as its cultivation grew. Every wild mastiff within 4 meters dropped to the ground, their bones cracking and creaking. Little Chi leapt in, 1 peck each, skulls bursting apart. The 2 of them worked in perfect sync. I was more than satisfied, so I just let them handle it and mopped up the remaining mastiffs myself, one by one. Not a single one left. This time, with the livestream running, I wasn't capturing anything. I didn't need more battle pets. What I wanted were blood spirit pills and soul pills. 1 minute. Over 30 wild mastiffs, all wiped out. The livestream went dead silent. Only after I'd gathered up the loot and the carcasses did the comments dare to trickle back in. Are my eyes broken? They all died that fast. And there was a peak tier 1 4-star, taken down with a single spear. The real point is, Old Bai never touched the Black Star pistol or the Juga crossbow the whole time. Pure melee. When he said he could walk through like he owns the place, he really wasn't bluffing. The trial just started. It hasn't even been half a cosmic day yet. How is the gap between people already this huge? Right now the world's number 2 is only early 4th stage body forging, and number 11 is still stuck at peak 1st stage. Old Bai's combat power, at least, 5th stage of body forging, early phase, and rank that high globally? The gap is insane. I glanced over, just smiled, and didn't reply. I walked to the edge of the Blood Spring. Folks, no wild mastiff's gonna stop me this time. This Blood Spring? I'm taking every last drop. I pulled the big iron pot out of my spatial storage and started ladling, 1 potful at a time. 1 pot, 2 pots, 22 pots, and the spring ran dry. What was left was too shallow to scoop up easily. I looked over at Little Long and Little Chi. The rest is yours. Drink up. Thank you, master. The 2 little guys pounced over, thrilled, and gulped it down, glug, glug, draining it in seconds. When he finished, Little Chi still wasn't satisfied and jabbed his beak hard against the bottom of the pool. Then everything changed. The bottom of the pool shattered like glass, revealing what lay beneath. A faint, blood-red glow seeping upward. There was something down there. Huh. I leaned in closer. The entire livestream's attention was drawn in too. That blood-colored pattern, doesn't it look like some kind of formation? Why would there be a formation at the bottom of a pool? Forget the formation. 9 intact blood crystals all around it. You seeing this? We're rich. Of course I saw them. Just as I reached out to collect the blood crystals, the formation suddenly erupted with a terrifying suction force. My heart jolted. I scooped up my 2 battle pets and lunged backward. Before my eyes, the surrounding mist began to swirl and collapse. getting swallowed mouthful by mouthful into that formation at the bottom of the pool. Holy crap, the mist is getting sucked away? This formation can devour the mist of the entire island. I had no time for the chat. This turn of events put me on high alert. I called Little Long and Little Chi to my side, drew my Juga repeating crossbow, and locked my eyes on the blood spring. The mist first thickened abruptly, then rapidly thinned out. My field of view expanded bit by bit, 20 meters, 30 meters, until, all around me, the mist was completely gone. I didn't even need to use my divine sense to see everything clearly now. No, not completely gone, just this area had cleared. 300 meters out, 5 or 6 wild mastiffs circled in panic, clearly spooked too. Hiss! Kokoko, my 2 battle pets bared their fangs, waiting only for my command. Those wild mastiffs shot us a vicious glare, then turned and dove into the distant mist, vanishing. A quarter of the entire mist island now had not a single wild mastiff left. Instead, my line of sight revealed several treasures that looked like spirit herbs. Why did only part of the mist clear? A sharp-eyed viewer caught it. A quarter of it is gone overall. Does that mean there are 3 more blood springs in the other 3 directions? Look at the bottom of the pool. The formation and the blood crystals are gone. That comment grabbed me instantly. 9 low-grade blood crystals. That was a fortune. My chest tightened, and I quickly stepped closer to inspect the bottom of the pool. At that very moment, the system's voice sounded in my ear. A voice rang out beside me. Ding! Congratulations on activating formation I number 3. Ultimate Fortune Quest triggered. Slay the Mist Island's ultimate guardian beast to unlock the Fortune Vault. Quest. Activate all 4 formation eyes on this island to open the central altar and summon the ultimate guardian beast. Slay it to obtain the key to the Fortune Vault. I froze. So this was where the fortune came from. And there were quests too? A vault. That alone sounded like a big deal. A vault wouldn't hold just one treasure, would it? But the system only said unlock. It never explained how to actually take what was inside. Lao Bai, why are you just standing there frozen? Based on my psychology research, Lao Bai probably got a system prompt. There's definitely a system voice inside the trial space. Who spaces out right after a fight? Mist Island isn't exactly safe, you know. I snapped out of it, saw the barrage of comments, and chuckled. I figured I might as well give them the short version of what just happened. No reason to hide it. It wasn't private, and it wasn't a trump card either. As for whether revealing the fortune quest would save others some trouble, sure it would, but I didn't care. The first stage wasn't about competition, it was about survival. This wouldn't affect me clearing it. Damn, that guy actually called it. So the blood crystals were just the minor fortune. This last one is the real prize. Those 9 blood crystals at the bottom of the pool probably got consumed when the formation I activated. If all 4 eyes work like that, that's 36 low-grade blood crystals. A single one healed Luo Feng's critical injuries and skyrocketed his cultivation. If the final reward doesn't top that number, this whole thing's a loss. The Academy wouldn't be that stingy. Just wait and see. Forget it. The crystals are gone. No point regretting it now. I let it go and changed the subject. Let's go explore another area. I looked to the left. The mystic thunderfruit tree was somewhere in that mist. I just killed a bunch of wild mastiffs, so this side should be easier pickings. Tackle the easy stuff first, save the hard for later. Lao Bai, there were spirit herbs back in that area. Why didn't you harvest them? Leaving them for now. I'll come back once the island's beasts are cleared out. Right now I can't tell which ones are medicine and which are poison. Once the mist fully clears, the floating island's radar will come in handy. Harvest by the prompts, and I'll get twice the results with half the effort. That earned a wave of approval. Xiao Long, Xiao Qi, you 2 team up, I'll go solo. The target, find a treasure spot like that blood spring. My 2 battle pets split off in different directions. As I walked, I silently asked, Tower Spirit, can you communicate with the wild mastiffs? The mastiffs seemed cunning, but their level and potential were both low. I'd always had my doubts about how smart they actually were. I can. I breathed a sigh of relief. Ask them for me. Are there 4 blood springs on this island? Master, I've already asked. There's 1 in each of the 4 directions. They're the foundation of the wild mastiff clan's survival on this island. I was secretly thrilled. This meant I could still harvest hundreds more blood spirit pills. Do they know where the blood springs are in this area? They do. An idea flashed through my mind. Can you drop them somewhere a few dozen meters away? Anywhere within 2 kilometers. Perfect. Good. Put those 3 first-tier 5-star wild mastiffs into the mist zone, about 100 meters out. Have them herd all the nearby wild mastiffs toward the blood spring. Then report the spring's location to me. Yes, master. The 3 wild mastiffs were released. After taking in the familiar surroundings, they quickly reported back. The spring was over 800 meters away. With guides on the inside, things got a lot easier. I directed Little Dragon to move toward the blood spring while I wandered through the mist, killing any wild mastiff I ran into. Stopping and starting after a dozen or so minutes, the tower spirit brought good news. Master, most of the nearby wild mastiffs have been herded to the blood spring. Yeah, folks, good news. Little Dragon found a blood spring. Let's go check it out. I faked surprise, though everything was going exactly as planned. After walking another 400 meters, I rejoined Little Dragon and Little Red. Lowering my voice, I told the live stream, the blood spring's about 70 meters out, and there are a lot of wild mastiffs over there. Looks like another big fight. Let's go. I haven't had enough anyway. With my 2 battle pets, I charged right in, bold as brass. Kill. 5 minutes later, the battle was over. Ding. Congratulations on slaying the blood spring's guardian beast. Reward. 1 micro spirit spring, added to your personal space. A spirit spring too? My heart leapt, but I kept my face blank. I'd hit them so hard last time that even with the traders hurting them, only 52 showed up. 2 first-tier 5 stars, 27 first-tier 4 stars, and the rest first-tier 3 stars. No threat to me at all. Once again, I never touched my gun or crossbow this whole fight. But unlike the last blood spring, this one caused a bit of trouble. Little Dragon was fine, but Little Red picked up a scratch and lost a few feathers. My sleeve got torn, exposing a bloody streak on my arm. Just a scrape, nothing worth mentioning. Awesome. I let out a roar, venting all the fighting spirit in my chest. It felt incredible. Not only was the haul rich, but my martial technique, the 9-fold Mystic Origin Spear, was faintly brushing against the edge of a breakthrough. If I could get one more satisfying, all-out fight like this, I might just push through in one go. I couldn't help but feel a little more anticipation for the battles ahead. Wasn't there a mid-stage first-tier 5-star wild mastiff just now? A viewer finally snapped out of it. There was, but in Old Bai's hands, it didn't survive 3 moves. That means he's probably already reached the late stage of the 5th level of body forging, maybe even the peak. The moment that conclusion dropped, viewers around the world went silent. Ding! 5-star Lord Nation. Stellar Empire, Iron Star, wagering 5,000 black iron coins. He held nothing back in that fight. By my assessment, he's already at the peak of the 5th stage of body forging. To reach this level in such a short time is exceptionally rare. Iron Star spoke up again, and the livestream chat erupted. Big Shot Iron Star placed another bet. Cold Hard Cash speaks louder than anything. He's from the same planet as us. We've got to back our own. With Iron Star leading the charge, countless Blue Star viewers, and even audiences from other Lord nations, piled on. The later you bet, the lower the payout. Right now, a single gold coin was only worth 0.95 because my success rate kept climbing. For someone to rise from mortal to the peak of the 5th stage of body forging in so little time, he's a peerless prodigy. As long as he doesn't fall along the way, his future is bright. Clearing the first trial is a lock. 5-star Lord Nation, Wind God Empire, Jing Wushuang. Holy crap, another 5-star big shot. Viewers from higher civilizations poured in one after another, leaving comments, placing bets, and dropping tips. Shame it's only the first Cosmic Day, the official rankings aren't up yet. But going by the Academy's past admissions, he'll definitely crack the top 10 billion. 6-star Lord Nation, Howran Empire, Feng Wuxia. A 6-star big shot showed up too. The Blue Star viewers went wild. I didn't catch the 6 stars' exact words, but with the whole screen full of Blue Star folks buzzing about it, I got the gist. Thank you all for the bets. I'll do everything I can to clear the trials. I won't let your money go to waste. Watching the stream of tips roll in, my mood soared. This was all seed money for my future territory. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to respond head-on. Big shot Feng Wuxia. Could you explain how the rankings work? And also, I really am at the peak of the 5th stage of body forging right now. It nearly drained every bit of my resources and energy, and that's only good enough for the top 10 billion. It was the first time I'd openly admitted my cultivation level. There was no way around it. The big shots in the stream had sharp eyes and had seen through me long ago. If I was going to ask for advice while still hiding things, that'd be an insult to their intelligence. Sure, on Blue Star, I was number one, at least the number one anyone knew of. But that kind of achievement meant nothing in the grand scheme of the trial grounds, so no one would bother targeting me for now. Not on the first day, at least. You seem all right, so there's no harm in telling you. Feng Wuxie replied. The rankings go live starting on the second cosmic day. At that point, you'll be able to see your real-time position, and there's no hiding it. And you shouldn't hide your cultivation either. This is the recruitment trial for the Cosmic Lord Academy. The more dazzling your results, the more the Academy values you, and the more benefits you'll reap down the line. As expected of a 6-star big shot, he'd seen right through me the moment he walked in.